the global internet governance forums. So we play quite an important role in providing a platform for Australians to share their diverse perspectives. So this year's NetThing is focused all around a meta-narrative of building bridges, which is a theme that encompasses all that NetThing stands for and hopes to achieve. Bridges connect people. They span across spaces that divide us, and they make connections and provide an opportunity to share ideas, thoughts, and perspectives. NetThing acts as a bridge. It exists to provide an open and inclusive platform for the discussion of public policy issues which relate to the internet in Australia. So under this narrative of building bridges, 4 themes were chosen, and those themes are trust, inclusion, environment, and health. And I'd like to extend a huge thanks to the community for your input on the themes and providing feedback to us throughout the year. We took that into consideration when selecting our final meta-narrative and also our track themes for all of our sessions. So with that context about the overall program, I'm excited to share a few details of what's on for today's program for today. We have a jam-packed program. We have 10 amazing sessions today. And if you'd like to have an overview, feel free to take a screenshot of this overview. Otherwise, the program is all available on our website. Really excited to have our keynote speaker. We've got Ambassador Feakin, who is going to be our first speaker for today, kicking off NetThing. We also have our first panel on protecting Australia's critical infrastructure, which is going to be moderated by Terry Sweetser and myself, and a variety of different speakers from across different sectors. So I think that's going to be quite an interesting one, especially for anyone who has a passion for cybersecurity. Next, we will have a showcase session. So this year we actually have a few different session formats. We're not purely providing panel sessions, so pretty excited to have that variety in the types of sessions we're providing. Bart Hogeveen is going to be running a session on AU Check, which is a joint project between ASPI and ALDA, which is aiming to help promote the uptake of common internet security standards in Australia by providing a free suite of open source tests that helps users to check the security of websites. So thank you to Bart for running that showcase. Next, we'll have a panel discussion about vaccine passports and digital rights, which will be facilitated by Rita McElraith, who is from Electronic Frontiers Australia. And she is going to be facilitating a discussion about issues related to vaccine passports, including data security, the use of personal information, and potential avenues for discrimination. So I think that will be quite thematic, considering the health theme that we have in our program. Next, we have a panel about internet as an essential service, where panelists will be discussing how the COVID-19 pandemic has increased our reliance on digital infrastructure, with quite a large and diverse range of panelists from different sectors who will be joining that particular session. That session will be followed by an informal fireside chat with Rosemary Sinclair, the CEO of ALDA, who will be unpacking ALDA's 4-year strategy and how ALDA sees itself in contributing to domestic and regional and international internet governance communities. Following that, we will have a panel on tech and environmental sustainability, which is hosted by Peter Lewis. So he'll be discussing sustainable environmental technology with a fantastic panel. That will be followed by Data in Whose Interests, which is being hosted by Erin Turner from Choice. And our last 2 sessions for the day, misinformation, disinformation, which is actually a workshop that's being run by Sunita Bose, Managing Director of the Digi Group, and then followed by DNS abuse, which is being moderated by Chris Disbane. So really excited about all of those sessions. And I'd really like to take this moment to just sincerely thank all of our generous sponsors who help to make NetThing happen every single year. Thanks to our sponsors for your support and your contributions to the event. We are primarily a volunteer-run initiative, and without your support, this event wouldn't happen. So thank you to all the sponsors who are pictured here on this slide. And last but not least, I'd also like to thank our steering committee, who volunteer their time and their passion for the internet in Australia to make NetThing happen. So thank you to everyone who is mentioned here. You do make a huge difference, and all these people have been working behind the scenes for months and months to get us to today, to this amazing event. So we're about to get into the actual content for NetThing, and I'm extremely excited to announce and to introduce our opening speaker for NetThing 2021, Dr. Tobias Feakin, the Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Technology. Dr. Tobias Feakin is Australia's inaugural Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Technology, a role which sees him lead a whole of government international engagement to advance and protect Australia's national security, foreign policy, economic and trade and development interests in cyberspace and critical technology. Prior to his ambassadorial appointment, Dr. Feakin was the Director of National Security Programs at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, where he established the International Cyber Policy Centre. He was additionally the Director for National Security and Resilience at the Royal United Services Institute in London from 2006 to 2012. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Feakin to kick off NetThing 2021 with our first keynote.
Hi, Bronwyn. It's Cheryl Langdon, or here, and definitely not Dr. Tobias Feakin. He has a slight delay. He is coming. He'll be with us very, very shortly. But in the interim, I just wanted to honour him and link it to why he is such an important keynote address for our NetThing 21, but also NetThing in general. Way back before we kick-started off with Sandra and the rest of the fantastic team, the very beginnings of our what we now know as NetThing, way back we had a meeting provided by the great and very, very generous invitations that Annalise and others from the departments down in Canberra. And we met about 7 of us sitting around a table with Dr. Feakin. And it was his discussion with us as representatives of interested parties of internet governance in Australia that thought we should go back to having an annual or regularised event for community discussion about the internet and why it is so important as a communication modality for all of Australians, not just about politics, not just about points of view, but a point of discourse and conversation between business and end users and industry, and even those who have difficulty and disadvantage of getting on the internet, be that through cost or access, and various other points of equity. And they're all the exciting things that we will be discussing today. I wonder, Sandra, as one of our Kickstarters who gathered in the year after Toby brought us all together down in Canberra, when we met in Canberra, did you want to take a moment and give us a minor historical perspective while we wait for our ambassador to get queued up and get ready to go? If not, I can filibuster. If there's going to be any additional delay, looking at the back channel that is happening at the moment, we probably want to, Sandra, all you need to do is turn on your video and open your mic and you will be here. And I'm assuming that Sandra is, of course, a panelist. If not, we can promote her to do that. There we are. Someone will make the magic happen. And we can also work to see whether we need to bring up the first panel. So the team, who are extremely busy while I'm standing here, well, sitting here actually, chatting to you on the microphone and video, and we can perhaps bring that next one forward. Sandra, do we have you?
Yes, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Can you see me, everybody? I'm here.
And hear you perfectly.
Thanks,
so,
Cheryl.
One day, many years ago, and...
Thanks, Cheryl. And apologies, everybody. We're hoping to get Tobias on as quickly as possible. Cheryl, Cheryl's been involved, I suppose, in the internet governance community for dare I say it, decades. I have flitted in and out of the community right back to when Outer was first born about 20 years ago. But recently, as Cheryl said, about 3 years ago, with Tobias's help, there were a group of organisations, from memory it was APNIC, the Electronic Frontiers Foundation, ACAN, coordinated with the likes of Annalisa from the Federal Department of Communications, and probably Internet Australia. And I was asked to help breathe some new life, or bring back some life to the internet governance community. I think what had happened prior to that is that it had fallen by the wayside, and I certainly, when I look to our sisters and partners, say NetThing in New Zealand, we thought there was this huge opportunity for Australia to re-engage and reignite the way that we coordinate ourselves as part of the local internet governance community. And so a range of us spent a couple of years, I suppose, trying to breathe new life into what became NetThing. We were the AUIGF, and we've become NetThing. NetThing indeed is another story which I'll tell another time. It's perfect timing. I think Tobias is here, so I can't tell you the story of the last 3 years. Suffice to say, there's a lot of it is all done with the sweat and blood and heart and tears of a bunch of volunteers. Melody, thanks for that message. And I might hand straight over to Tobias. Good morning and welcome.
Hi there. Sorry for being the technical fail at the beginning of this really important meeting. Great to be here, and thanks very much for bearing with me. Seems to be the new norm is getting occasionally a couple of technical glitches. Anyway, fantastic to be here, and really nice to hear a bit of a reflection on where NetThing re-emerged from, and it's really rewarding to see that this meeting is happening and that this gathering is taking place, because it is a really vital part of the way in which we should all be looking at the internet, at cyberspace, and increasingly thinking about that kind of broader set of critical technologies that are becoming so intertwined in the backbone architecture and the data that cyberspace and our interactions there produce. And so conversations like this are absolutely vital in making sure that we're all doing our bit to create the right digital environment for our futures. So look, thanks so much for letting me be here at the beginning of NetThing, and just to say again how pleased I am that this event is happening and flourishing, and I'm really excited about seeing everyone in person over the coming year, and also about meeting in person as a group again at some juncture in the near future. And genuinely, you know, there's a sense that it's only through these kinds of dialogues, interactions, and a commitment to listening and learning from each other, whether we be in government, tech sector, industry, academia, or civil society, that we can really protect and realize the benefits of the digital domain. And I think, you know, we meet this year during a time when I think the opportunities are bigger than they've ever been in this environment, but also some of the risks and dangers are more acute than ever. And I think, you know, that there's a burden of responsibility on all of us to try and navigate our way through what is an increasingly contested online environment where geopolitics are increasingly playing out. And again, it's that ever more puts more pressure on the task that we have to do. And especially as we look at the way that technology is accelerating at an incredible rate, and in a way that has shown through the COVID period what incredible opportunities our interconnectivity and digital innovation provides us with, and how it assists and drives our economies, assists with sustainable development, and creates greater social benefits. But you know, we need to be really mindful of how we adapt and harness the unprecedented technological change and the disruptions that it's causing, so that we can leverage those opportunities as we re-emerge from the current COVID environment. And that's true of all of our partners around the world. And you'll all be interacting with a whole array of different international stakeholders, and understanding that we all have shared opportunities and risks. And I think we do really have a juncture where there's some significant challenges in the global settings around the values that are, if you like, baked into technology, and the values in which technologies are being absorbed into the global settings. And I think you'll find that in your interactions with as I say, with your stakeholders. And I think there's some serious questions on that values front that we need to be thinking about for ourselves. And Australia, like all countries around the world, have to manage the opportunities and the challenges incredibly carefully, so that we can keep driving forward and enjoying the benefits that undoubtedly the digital environment provides us with. Look, many of you on this call and at this discussion know who I am, but for those of you who don't, I'm as the Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Technology. I have the real pleasure of coordinating Australian government's international engagement to achieve a vision for a safe, secure and prosperous Australia, Indo-Pacific region and world, which is enabled by cyberspace and critical tech. And the role's existence in of itself is really showing the focus and commitment that this government has to these issues in terms of placing them as a top foreign policy priority. And if you need further evidence of that, certainly the fact that my minister, our foreign minister, the Honourable Maurice Payne, launched an international cyber and critical tech engagement strategy in April this year, further reinforced that, which included a whole array of new policy developments, financial investments in the work that we do. And the strategy itself, which I'll go into a little bit of detail, outlines a framework for our engagement across the whole spectrum of cyber and critical technology issues. And it outlines very practical ways in which we are going to achieve that, and talks about our work to promote the importance of multi-stakeholderism or a multi-stakeholder approach in order that we can achieve that. And I know online today we'll have a number of you who actively inputted into the strategy, either directly or indirectly, which for me and for the Australian government is incredibly important to ensure that it does have a broad set of voices engaging in that strategy process. So essentially, the strategy, as I've already stated, is focused on producing a safe, secure and prosperous Australia, Indo-Pacific and world enabled by cyberspace and critical technology. And these are, it's key for our future economy and prosperity, to preserving our national security, protecting free and open democracy and ensuring international peace and stability, and protecting our economic, trade and development interests. And it sets out how we will pursue a strategic and coordinated approach to that engagement, and try and continue to build the knowledge and capability of our own diplomatic representatives in order that they can engage on these issues successfully. And also how we'll engage with international partners in order to promote and protect those objectives that we want to achieve. And look at creative ways of partnering with other countries and other stakeholders. And as I said, that's not easy in the current context, that we have, increasing competition playing out through cyberspace and critical technologies, which puts more sharp focus on the way in which we're engaging and the kind of resourcing that we put towards it. And the international engagement that we pursue must expand to reflect the increasing interconnectedness between cyberspace and critical technology. We're committed to multilateral cooperation and the support of the international rules-based order to try and help address global challenges. Certainly, we engage an incredible amount through, state-based bodies like the UN, through ASEAN, various ASEAN forums, and a whole array of different environments, but also we're cognizant that there's a whole array of other multi-stakeholder bodies that we need to be engaging with. But at its core, we have core principles of which we'll engage, which is, values of human rights, the rule of law, fairness, open competition, security, transparency, respect and integrity. Our interests are not served by running inwards and letting others shape the global order that is currently under such intense pressure, and particularly when it comes to the structures that we all depend upon, the technical management and governance of the internet, which is why we're all here. The ecosystem of technologies on which the internet depends has evolved over time, and I know everyone who's here today will be entirely cognizant of where the internet has come from, and the fact that the ecosystem is a global issue with implications for us all. The multi-stakeholder system of internet governance being decentralized and having so many different partners who pull it together that place individual, industry, non-commercial interests in governance all on a similar footing is important to retain. I think none of us need to be under any illusion that we're in a very different place, though, than we were historically when we think back to the early days of internet governance emerging as a core theme. If we go back to maybe the mid-90s, might be a good starting point of looking at how that internet governance picture emerged. The internet is a comprehensively different place. So we need to be mindful and practical of the fact that if you have over half the world's population now online, that's a very different community than it was back in the mid-90s when there were considerably fewer numbers of people online. And that means necessarily that we do have to be practical in looking at how we manage the internet and ensure that we do protect our citizens online, and across their interests, whether it be protecting their security, protecting their freedom of speech and their civil liberties. There's a whole array of interests that we need to protect. And I think, the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance really does reflect the collaborative origins of that environment, and means that all stakeholders can contribute towards that. And again, that's another reason that we're so keen to support this gathering today. But as I said, there are real threats at the moment to the multi-stakeholder governance mechanisms, and many of you will have heard me say this before. There are a grouping of the authoritarian vision of what the internet should look like is something that is genuinely growing in pace and scale amongst a number of countries, and there's a job of work that we have to do to ensure that we can protect what it is that we want out of the internet, and ensure that we don't take that multi-stakeholder model for granted. And we see that the authoritarian vision is looking to ensure that there is very much more direct state control of the parameters of cyberspace, and restricting our ability to make sure that cyberspace is safe and secure, and doing that in a way that isn't respectful of human rights and civil liberties and freedom of speech. Doesn't come with due oversight and consideration of a whole array of key issues, and we're clear that we don't support that vision, and we work very hard to try and push back on that in the multitude of forums where internet governance takes place. And we do have a commitment to work with the whole array of stakeholders to ensure that this multi-stakeholder model is sustained on the basis of global decision-making for internet governance and technical policy issues, but also still welcoming that discussion on how practically that existing model needs to and will have to evolve over time to ensure that it's fit for purpose with the environment that we found ourselves in. And that's particularly important for our region, where we work incredibly hard to try and assist our partners in engaging with that program of work on internet governance issues through our cyber and critical tech engagement program of work, which assists funding in helping other countries be aware of some of the equities, be able to engage in some of the key forums and technical bodies that shape the internet as we know it. So we're aware that we cannot engage by ourselves. We need to do this in partnership, and we're committed to working with the global community and like-minded democracies to ensure that there's greater security and prosperity in that cyberspace environment. We are aware through the strategy that we need to achieve real-world impact. It's incredibly practically focused. We keep ourselves to account internally and ensure that we're driving the delivery of the strategy, and we did that as soon as it was launched. And we need to be clear on our priorities and indicators that we use to measure success. So, we're evaluating continually how we are progressing against the action items that we've set ourselves. But it's a real privilege to work with a whole array of different innovative thinkers across government. You'll see all different government departments represented in the strategy and what it is we want to achieve, as well as the multi-stakeholder community. But one of the areas that we really are working hard on is in that uplift of our diplomatic community, to ensure that our network of diplomatic posts around the world are amplifying our efforts, raising awareness of the challenges, and sharing best practice with international decision makers from the Australian experience. To conclude, I think you've heard me kind of state the importance, and maybe that's a good place to start for everyone. Is really just saying we are in a moment of significant focus on the cyber and critical tech environment, and it's vital that we are all clear-eyed that there will be some shifts in the way that the internet is managed. It's how we practically drive that forward and ensure that, you know, that cyberspace remains a safe and secure environment for individuals and businesses and governments and all of us to interact in, and also resist the pressure that's coming from authoritarian regimes to comprehensively shift the way in which the internet is governed, because that is going to be a team effort if we're going to be able to comprehensively push back on that. And I think, you know, that's almost the task for this gathering and this meeting. Is this will have to be a whole of nation effort, and it will also require reaching out to international partners to ensure that we are pushing back on these visions of what the future will look like through that authoritarian lens. And it won't just be happening in cyberspace, it will be happening across a whole array of different technologies which are connected and associated with the internet and cyberspace. So if you like, that's your task, that's the homework. It's been a real privilege to be here this morning, and apologies that there were a few technical difficulties in me getting here this morning, but thankfully I got here, and really look forward to interacting with you all over the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Feakin, for sharing your thoughts on the combination of cybersecurity and international relations. It's a fascinating space, and there's so many emerging issues going on in this space, which I think are going to be really impactful going forward. We do have a couple of questions in the chat, which I'd love to throw to you if you're open to it. We've got about 5 minutes before the next session, so let's see how we go. The first question from Mick MW is, like we have witnessed with COP26, it's very difficult to get full international agreement. How can we do better with digital laws internationally?
Thanks, Mick. Thanks for the question. I think the first starting point is always understanding that we're always going to have differences of positions and approaches in terms of, if you like, the global governance frameworks, but it's accepting those differences and trying to find the common ground. And I'll use the reference point of how we worked at the UN, and you know, put aside your sense as listeners where you place the value of the UN discussion, or you know, the way in which we help drive successful outcomes through the two recent processes, a UN group of government experts and the open-ended working group, was by working with those who we knew had differences of opinion, values and positions, and trying to push areas of commonality so that we could get to better outcomes for the majority. And that's not easy. And what you're increasingly seeing in the global internet discussion is a group of like middle ground countries who I will tell you are they don't want to be positioned into having to choose sides. They want to be able to be working on practical outcomes, and they also want to have their voices heard. So if we ignore, if you like, that middle ground and don't engage with it, even though there may be differences of perspectives at time, then we won't eventuate with, if you like, our vision coming out on top, to be frank. So, you know, it's true of all the different arenas you're in. It's accepting that not everything is going to match up perfectly, but going into any negotiation open-minded to try and come out with the best outcome possible for the country. And I think we're genuinely starting to see some successes with that. And also, I think, you know, if you look at something like the ASEAN Regional Forum on cyber issues, the way in which now you see comprehensively those ASEAN states in that organization talking about, you know, international law applying 11 norms of voluntary norms of responsible state behavior. How do we implement those? How do we ensure that we're doing our bit? You know, that is incomprehensible as a position from 4 years ago. you know, there is progress being made, and you're seeing now that I think a broader set of countries are along on this journey and are becoming aware of the risks. Now, that's not to say that there aren't blips, and that countries won't make decisions which don't align quite with the way we would do things. But I think there's progress now, and you're definitely seeing a greater sense of engagement from a much broader range of countries now.
I have a second question from Vanessa, which is, actually it's just disappeared, I'm sorry. But I might just move to the last question, which is from an anonymous attendee. What can the private sector do to help this whole of nation team effort?
Well, look, thank you, Anonymous, for your question. And I love, oh my goodness, love that question. What can you do? Well, engage as much as you can with government. When you see open call for submissions, please, to whatever extent you can, submit your ideas. I'm always at these kinds of gatherings, please knock on my virtual door and talk to me about what your interests are in what your digital interests are, what you think are important objectives for government. That's vital. We know that the majority of capability and know-how from a kind of innovation point of view comes from the tech sector, from industry, and from various parts of industry. So if we're not harnessing that, then we're not going to be doing as good a job as we can. And if you look at the way in which, whether it be the international engagement strategy, whether it be the 2020 cybersecurity strategy run out of Home Affairs, the consultation processes are extensive for good reason, which is we are all very cognizant that we need not just buy-in, but ideas and also assistance from industry in order to deliver that. Now, in the international setting, that means we need to be getting more and more comfortable in conversations with industry around standard settings. That is a vital part of the work that we're doing. The standards piece is coming under increasing pressure, and we know that there's a whole array of standards bodies where industry leads. We would be incredibly keen for more interaction on that front. The fact that if we could see more industry engagement in bodies like the International Telecommunications Union, that would be fantastic. We appreciate it's difficult. The fact that you often have 3-week-long meetings is difficult to engage with. But we need to see industry more present in those kinds of areas of work. So I think it just comes down to please engage. We are certainly, I think, getting much better at that in government. But also, please just keep knocking on our doors. We want to listen, we want to learn.
Thank you very much for coming to our first NetThing, day one of NetThing, and providing our first keynote. Really appreciate your time and for answering those questions as well. That's unfortunately all the time we've got for this first keynote session, but we have our next session about protecting Australia's critical infrastructure, which I think ties really nicely into a lot of the messages that you were sharing in your keynote. So I might hand over to Elliot, who's going to be introducing our next session.
Thanks so much.
Yes, and thank you, Ambassador Feakin, for taking us through that. I can attest, I've been involved in some of the consultation, particularly around the critical infrastructure work, and it is very comprehensive. So indeed, our next session, and I'll be shepherding us through this morning, our next session is protecting Australia's critical infrastructure. And we have Terry and Bronwyn moderating this one. And this session really aims to explore the need to protect Australia's critical infrastructure against cybercrime, and particularly talking us through the recent developments to do with the recent security legislation, which has been going through Parliament and aims to uplift the cyber resilience of quite a few sectors. So I might hand over to Bronwyn and Terry to introduce us to their panel and kick us off.
Thank you so much, Elliot. I'm really delighted to have 4 excellent speakers here today for this panel discussion about protecting Australia's critical infrastructure. So just to provide a very quick introduction, we have Dr. Greg Ryan, who's the Director of Business Excellence at the Water Services Association of Australia. We have Matt Tett, who is the Managing Director of ENEX Test Lab. We have Lib Clark, who is the Assistant Secretary Industry Partnerships at the Department of Home Affairs. And we have Tim Neal, who is the Corporate Affairs Manager at Microsoft Australia. So welcome everyone, and thank you for coming along to today's panel discussion. I'm just going to stop sharing my screen so that you can see all of us. To provide a little bit of background about this session and to set the scene, this session aims to explore the need to protect Australia's critical infrastructure across multiple industry sectors. In 2018, the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018 was introduced, creating a framework for managing national security risks related to critical infrastructure assets, most notably by creating a register of critical infrastructure assets. And that 2018 bill covered 4 sectors, including electricity, gas, water, and ports. In 2020, the Minister for Home Affairs introduced the Security Legislation Amendment, or Critical Infrastructure Bill 2020 to Parliament. And the bill seeks to amend the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018 with some key changes, including expanding its coverage from 4 to 11 sectors, introducing a positive security obligation on those responsible for critical infrastructure assets, and establishing a government assistance regime, which creates powers for the government to respond to significant cyber attacks impacting critical infrastructure assets and sectors. So I'd like to start with you, Lib, to provide some background. What role do you see the Critical Infrastructure Bill playing in helping to protect each of the affected industry sectors against sophisticated cyber attacks, which are facing organizations today, for example, supply chain attacks?
Thanks, Bronwyn. Firstly, can everyone hear me? We've been scrabbling around this morning. Lovely. Everyone's nodding. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Thank you to my team for getting me to this point. As you can see, I might be working on protecting critical infrastructure and cyber security, but my skills in IT are a little less than stellar. So thank you very much, and a great introduction, Bronwyn. You certainly have understood all the various elements of what is a particularly complicated set of reforms. So to your question, as you said, at the back end of 2020, the then Minister for Home Affairs, Minister Dutton, introduced the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Act. And within that act, there were a number of different elements that you rightly pointed out. That bill was forwarded off to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security quite quickly after the bill was introduced. And Parliamentary Joint Security laid down the report on the 29th of September this year. And in that report, they said, having listened to the Department of Home Affairs and having listened to the Director General of the Australian Signals Directorate, having listened to industry and understanding the threat, we are keen to split the bill. We recommend that the bill is split and the urgent cyber elements are brought forward as quickly as possible. So what you'll now have seen is on the 20th of October, the bill, a new amendment to the amendment bill, which was very similar name. It's now the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill 2021, was moved by the House of Representatives, and that bill captures the cyber element. So that bill captures the government assistance measures, the mandatory cyber incident reporting measures. It doesn't capture the systems of national significance and enhanced cybersecurity obligations, but we'll talk about that in a bit. But it captures those sort of critical, urgent assistance measures and those reporting measures. It also captures the register measures, as well as expanding, as you said, the sectors from those 4 electricity, gas, water, and 20 maritime ports to the 11 critical infrastructure sectors. So the first element, the mandatory cyber incident reporting, the government sees that as a particularly important element of Bill 1, because what we'll be able to do is that, you know, there's various thresholds for significant cyber incidents and then other cyber incidents. Those reports are required quite urgently. They'll be put into the report cyber portal at the Australian Cyber Security Centre. And what that will provide for government and in our engagements with the industry is a much better understanding of the threats that are facing our critical infrastructure assets across the spectrum of critical infrastructure sectors. And I think that's an extremely important and valuable source of information. A lot of our critical infrastructure businesses already do report this voluntarily. So we don't expect that we'll have this massive uptick in reporting, I'd like to say. But what we will see is we'll ensure that we have a much better understanding of that aggregated threat picture across the sectors. And then we can then work with those sectors that we are seeing, you know, particularly prevalent or considerable cyber attacks or potential for cyber attacks, and then, you know, have a greater degree of engagement with them on what we can do to manage that. The government assistance measures are that other sort of element, and it really is that final preventative element that government is keen to have. As you all know, in the 2020 bill and now in the amended 2021 bill, there are lots of checks and balances in that, and I think we'll probably talk about that in a little while. But what it will do is provide for those assets that are unable or unwilling to manage nationally significant cyber attacks. There'll be a series of ways that the government can assist them. So in the first instance, if there are no other options available, if there's no other regulation or no other processes in place at a state or territory level or even at a federal level, government could, you know, sort of require some information from those businesses to understand and then provide advice. The second is the action direction. So the government could direct those businesses to do something to assist in managing and mitigating that threat. And the third one, and the very final step in power, as it's been referred, is where government could come in and actually assist in managing and mitigating. It really is a last resort power. I think it's something that is good to have in the armoury. We don't anticipate using this every day, not even every year necessarily, but the government has really understood that the threat that we are facing, the cyber threat, is so strong and so real, and we want to have these options available to us. And that's what I think that the bill really does manage to encapsulate, the threat and managing to deal with that threat. The first bill, we call it Bill 1, really, I suppose, is those sort of reactive measures. The other elements that would be in Bill 2, should government choose to do that, would be slightly more preventative. I hope that answers your question, Bronwyn.
Yeah, thank you so much for the response. I think that provides a great overview of the distinction between the two different bills. I'd like to hand over to Terry now to ask the next question to our other panelists.
Oh, yeah, just want to note that Dana and Kylie have been absolutely amazing. So thank you, guys. It's wonderful watching you sign. I'm hoping that's addressing the needs of some of our audience as well. So thank you very much there. One of the things I've heard Liv already mention is threats and cyber threats. And I think that's obviously an extremely important part of the critical infrastructure bill and addressing that issue. But the bill overall, I think this is especially for both Tim and Greg, but also Matt, because that's his sphere of expertise as well. The three of you, how is this going to change the way your industries do business? Is this going to cost you more money? Is it going to cost you more compliance? What's going to happen to the way you run your businesses? Or is it, don't care, we'll keep doing what we're doing anyway? So flip a coin. Who wants to go first? Maybe Tim first.
Thanks. Thanks, Terry. Look, I think on the question of is it business as usual for us, I think, you know, as a global hyperscale provider that's as broad and deep as we are, most of the rules and requirements inside the legislation, Microsoft's cybersecurity, exceeds the requirements the government puts forward, and we're very comfortable in that. I think there are two things that we've really been working with the government on one of those is our customer base. Obviously, if you look at the critical infrastructure legislation, where effectively the horizontal that connects with almost all of the other sectors, and how we as a regulated entity work with the government and our customer base on how we uplift cybersecurity and economy. I think this legislation does change that. It does bring that more to the fore, and that's something that we are actively kind of working through with the government now as to how our sector, as that kind of horizontal that underpins the rest, works with them. I think as the modern environment has expanded, we see trillions of signals every day, have billions of predictions, and I think there's a real benefit for a mature relationship with the government in these powers. And I think one of the most important things we're working through now is just transparency with our customer base of how this will work, because I know we have a variable level of maturity within our customer base, and just being able to give them some clear, concise advice of how this is all going to work within their existing contracts and environments is very important from our perspective.
Okay, thank you, Tim. That's very interesting to hear that Microsoft keeps all the bases covered anyway, which is good. Greg, what about your sector?
Yeah, for water, we've been dealing with risk and resilience for 150 years, so we're quite well versed in it. Cyber is another vector that we need to deal with. It's been emerging over the last 30 years or so, so we're getting more and more refined at it. So the water sector's got a strong base to build on. With the current legislation, I suppose the biggest change will be around board reporting, and so we're still trying to come to an understanding of what will be required there and what's the amount of extra work. So we're required to give a board attestation that they're happy that we've met the requirements of the Act and that we've got all the right things in place. But how far that goes, is that a full audit against every component of all of our cybersecurity systems, against NIST, against ISO 62443, that's a bit unclear, and we're working through that. Also unclear what the expectations from the federal government are in terms of the level of detail we need to put into our risk management plan. So we already have cyber risk in our risk management, but how much do we need to build up and uplift that in terms of how we document? So there's that component. But then also, I think it's really about this next phase of how do we engage with the supply chain, downstream and upstream. There's additional requirements in the Act in terms of data storage, data warehousing, which the sector is starting to use quite extensively. And so what are the requirements that we need to have on our downstream suppliers in terms of how they manage things, where the sector is de-risking what we're doing by using services like data as a service. And so what are the requirements on those areas, particularly with the increased risk of storing material offshore? And so how do we manage that risk effectively? And so we've been doing that so far, and it's really what are the additional requirements? There's a few, but not too many there. And I suppose one of the biggest challenges, which is not so much through this bit of legislation, but in terms of technology change, I think is driving the biggest challenge, which is this convergence between the IT and the OT. And we're seeing more and more devices going on the internet and becoming more widely available. And so it's about the protection of those devices. How do we get appropriate cybersecurity on those, and design assurance by design? So as we build things in, they've got to have that naturally inbuilt cybersecurity. And so it's making sure we've got all those bases covered, which we were doing, but I think there's just that additional reporting layer and giving that added assurance to boards is the key aspects.
I'm glad you mentioned supply chain, because we'll talk to Liv about that in the next couple of questions' time. But Matt, your industry engagement gives you a very broad view of all of these issues. So what is happening implementation-wise with the CI bill?
Yeah, thanks, Terry, and thanks very much, Liv. I think one of the points that I was going to make today is that, we need a human face on this and human engagement. And I think a lot of the times we just get handed these documents and our lawyers provide us with feedback, good, bad, or indifferent. And so I think it's actually good to hear it in a succinct way. And of course, we engage with Home Affairs at the industry briefings, and we do partake in public consultation. Whether our industry believes it's fallen on deaf ears or not, it's another thing. But at the end of the day, we do sit independently and neutrally. And again, from a cybersecurity perspective, it's a battle that we're all in. I don't want to use the term battle. I'm not trying to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think it is critical that we work together on this. And I think a few of my colleagues in the industry have sort of seen it as trying to ram a square peg in a square hole rather than gently put that peg where it belongs. But also get a number of their concerns. And I think some of the main concerns, coming back to the original question, is around things like the communication, how it's been communicated, how industry's been engaged, the level of, as Greg said, the regulation. We're already working in relatively highly regulated, particularly if you look at financial services industries. And obviously, from a comms perspective, traditional communications have been imperative, particularly in law enforcement. And I mean, radio comms is number one priority to ensure maintenance for public and member safety. And as we've seen in the recent natural disasters, let alone cyber incidents, cellular communications with our telecommunications network has been critical, as was always our traditional landline system. So we in the comms industry have been used to being relatively well regulated. I think cyber, even though it's been with us since the advent, 30 years ago of the internet, I think it's something which people haven't seen really weaponized and turned against us, particularly as a nation, and particularly against our organisations of significant national interest. And so I get where the government's coming from, and they've got a hard job. You can never predict what the risks and threats are. You can never know what the risks and threats are. The industry, from a cybersecurity perspective, we've always had to deal with mitigating those threats, but how do we articulate what we've actually achieved? You all see the headlines and the outcomes of an incident. And I mean, I guess luckily, and we're not ostriches here, we can't bury our heads in the sand, but luckily a lot of those incidents do happen offshore, and they do happen to bigger countries. But it's not to say that we're under less threat of impact than they are. So we do need to protect our infrastructure. So yeah, a few of the notes that I made quickly were clarity. Clarity is really important, as I mentioned. Who's responsible, who's involved, who are the stakeholders, and then how do we communicate that clearly in human terms? I mean, I think a lot of us here are very technical, highly technical, too technical, or we focused on our data, our privacy, from the legal perspective, and we use a lot of words. We've got to keep it simple. We've got to communicate that, not necessarily to the public, but within the industry, and we need to circulate that. I think Lib's articulated it well, and Hamish as well articulates it well, but how does that translate then to the paperwork? The step-in powers, it's interesting because everyone said we hope never to have to use them, but really, how is that articulated, and what would that happen? And I know that is one of the biggest concerns within a number of industry sectors that we work in and advise. Consistency and overlap. That's what I hear is what, we're already regulated by XYZ. Why do we need to be regulated by ABC? What happens if XYZ contradicts ABC, and how do we comply? A lot of parallels with what other countries are doing. And I think this is where we need a lot of harmonization. So as I said, comms is very important. Communications is important. Internet is now becoming important. The pandemic's proven that. I mean, look at us now. We're not sitting in some hall in Sydney. We're all online, and that's important. Now the Internet of Things and operational technologies coming online. I mean, as Greg said, they've been dealing with it for years. SCADA systems have been coming online for ages. Operational technologies have been coming online for ages, but maybe the incidents hadn't happened publicly or out in the media like they did earlier this year in the US, like they did in 2018 in the US, where they were testing the systems, they were finding the vulnerabilities, they were exploiting the vulnerabilities at a low level, and they hadn't actually launched any significant attacks. But that was enough for President Biden to issue an executive order around his Internet of Things, his programs for operational technologies, but particularly within their federal government, the US federal government, focusing on getting their house in order first and then working out how they're working. And obviously having Home Affairs is a great thing, and the Cybersecurity Centre as well. And then the reporting norms. So I think the timeframes, the deadlines, yeah, we need data, we need information. We all know that. We all work in a data economy. We need that information, but how's it being collected? How's it being used? How's it being stored? All the questions we get asked go in reverse as well. And then the urgency, I think a lot that I heard earlier, particularly about Bill 1, was why is it, you're saying that there's these risks, you're saying that there's these threats, you know, and it's a typical thing. It's like a board or the executives, well, we care about the money, we care about the shareholders, we care about, you know, value in the business, brand, reputation. We don't, you know, unless our name is out there on the top of the media, and then we've got a comms team who will deal with the media fallout. Where is that coming from? How are we going to deal with that? So I think, you know, boards and executives are happy to necessarily say, are we okay? Did we get a tick? Have we passed this compliance? Yes, no. I think Essential 8's really good. It has matured. Ironically, the maturity model has matured. And I think the reset earlier this year, really setting it back to level 0, will make a lot of executives and boards sit up. But again, that's a government focused program, but it does apply to private sector as well. And you know, people, you got to start somewhere, and you've got to demonstrate your maturity, particularly with security. And then 27,001, and these are all part of those bills. And most of the organisations would already be well on that path. So yeah, they're the key things. So, you know, our industry's for it.
I think just to pick up on something that you mentioned and move the discussion forward, something which we talk about a lot in security is using a risk-based approach, depending on the nature of the threat and the impact if a particular system was compromised. So as we've heard, this bill is applying the same set of requirements across all 11 sectors. So you talked about harmonization, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on, should all 11 sectors be treated the same, or should we have higher requirements for some sectors? For example, in the water sector, perhaps if technology fails, water services will still continue to operate as normal, just maybe with more human intervention required. Whereas for a cloud provider like Microsoft, technology is the core business, so it could be a little bit more difficult for them to continue if there is a cyber attack. So
someone's having internet concerns.
I didn't press the button, Terry. I didn't press it.
There we go.
Oh, sorry. Let me just repeat. I might. I'll just start with Tim, and if you can share your thoughts on whether the same requirements should be applied to all sectors.
Something we've really struggled with, I think, because throughout this process, you know, so there were 3 sectors that kind of were signalled as being as the early ones. We were one, but then we also found the other sectors came to us and asked us about how they were going to respond and some of the questions. So I think we have struggled with how we can be involved across all of these other sectors, because you're right, if it's central to our business, how we can participate without dominating the debate, and effectively it just being 11 times that the government speaks to, you know, big 10 companies and never gets to the critical infrastructure players. And I think we don't have an answer on that, to be entirely frank. I think that's a hallmark of a mature, regulated kind of environment, and we've still got, I suspect, many years to catch up on some of the much more mature regulated environments like energy and water, where they have that comfortableness of how it interacts. So our view is, yes, we want to be involved as much as we can, because we think we as a sector are critical as that horizontal. How that's delivered, though, I think that's a bit of a work in progress, and Home Affairs is our regulator, and the industry will learn from this, and we'll figure out next time how we can help be that foundational element without being the only person in the room consistently speaking to the government.
Thanks, Tim. I'm interested to hear your thoughts, Greg, particularly from the water industry.
Yeah, I think Department of Home Affairs is in a difficult position. They've got 11 sectors, and to have 11 different sector sets of rules can be problematic to actually manage and regulate and ensure where things are going. However, we'd suggest that you do need differences between each sector based on the maturity of the sector. So as Tim said, you've got differences in maturity depending on how long the sectors have been dealing with risk and resilience. And you've got some quite new sectors like food and grocery and the like who have been added into the bill. And so there's some areas where you can see that there would be need for a significant uplift, and others which have been dealing with the challenges for a fair while. And so the uplift will be different. So a one size fits all is probably not the best way to go. You need to consider the context of each organisation, the threat environment, the hazards they're facing, and how those hazards play out, which are all different for the different sectors. And so it's difficult to get a one size fits all. There's also a concern we saw yesterday that there is a move towards a harmonised version of the sector specific rules. And what that does is it tends to head towards a lowest common denominator approach, where rather than each sector assesses its current maturity and then applies the relevant controls as per the threat environment and the risks. And so it's all about that context and maturity that causes those differences. That's really hard to legislate. And so it's a really tough job for Home Affairs, but I think perhaps with the advent of the guidelines that might sit underneath the rules themselves might be an application where they can provide those nuances. So it's a challenge, but I think you do need to nuance it.
Lib, would you like to respond and provide the Home Affairs perspective on how you came up with those 11 sectors, I suppose?
Sure, Bronwyn. So the 11 sectors were actually relatively self-evident, I suppose, as we looked across from SOCI 2018. It was extremely important to make sure that electricity, gas, water, and those maritime ports were protected. It was very national security focused. It was around espionage, sabotage, coercion, and very much focused on assisting government to understand those threats to those sectors, but particularly focused also on our engagement with sort of Foreign Investment Review Board ownership and that kind of thing. So government, it became very, very clear across the interdependencies, as everyone has actually said, the significant interdependencies across many of our critical infrastructure sectors sort of made the 11 sectors as we currently have identified them pretty self-evident. So there wasn't a lot of disagreement from a government perspective as to what should be included in these reforms going forward, because if you look at each of those sectors of our economy, they are essential to our way of life. And what we expect to turn the lights on, we expect to be able to go to the supermarket and get food. We expect to be able to Zoom and talk to everybody. So we expect to be able to turn the tap on and have fresh water that we can drink. So that wasn't a hugely challenging conversation at the government level. In terms of what Greg said around the rules, yes, we have now moved to a more harmonised approach for the plan for the risk management program, which is potentially in what we'd be calling Bill 2, for lack of a name for that bill, because at the moment those elements of the reforms are not in Parliament. And that bill, the elements that didn't fit in, weren't included in Bill 1, that was moved in the House of Reps on the 20th of October, include the risk management program, the enhanced cybersecurity obligations, and the systems of national significance. We have worked from March this year with all of the sectors. In March, we worked together across the sectors on governance rules to sort of frame what a risk management program should look like. And then we moved into engagements with the electricity and the gas sector, followed by the water and the data sector. And every single one of those sectors and those businesses absolutely came to the party and worked assiduously with us over weeks and weeks to define sector-specific rules to their sectors. As a result of what we learned in those rules, it became very clear to us and to government that there was lots of commonalities around the way that those sectors are managing risk. And it became very, very clear that what we needed, and particularly given the importance of making sure that a Bill 2 is introduced relatively quickly into Parliament, given the fact that if we only have a Bill 1, there's a considerable amount of risk on government by, you know, sort of government takes the onus of the government assistance measures if there's a significant attack. We wanted to make sure that there was those preventative measures in place as much as the reactive measures. So the government is keen to introduce Bill 2. And so we thought the idea of identifying those commonalities and harmonising across the sectors is one where we can provide clarity, which the Parliamentary Joint Committee asked for and said that and industry asked for and said that it was really, really important. You want to understand before any bill is introduced and passed what you're up for, which is absolutely fair. So having a set of consistent rules across the sectors for those that we choose to turn on. And I totally take Matt's point. Some of these sectors are highly regulated. Finance sector, for example, has APRA, ASIC and RBA. We are not, for example, looking to duplicate the regulations in those sectors. So we would not be using the switch on to turn on the risk management program, for example, in the banking and finance sector, with a small cutout of the payment systems, which are not sufficiently regulated at this point. But the choice has been made to work with the sectors over the next few weeks on this harmonised set of rules, which will be, as Greg very rightly pointed out, underpinned by guidance, which will be very sector specific. What we don't want to do, and I take Greg's point, potentially, you know, we're not recognising, I guess, a difference in maturity, but what we're doing is we're trying to build up a baseline across the sectors. There are many businesses in many of these sectors and many sectors which are far more mature than what we're looking to expect in the first instance. But we want to bring everyone to at least a baseline point. The government has that assurance, that preventative assurance. We will work with these sectors. This isn't the end of the conversation. So we will continue to work with the sectors, recognise in guidance sector-specific things that the sectors are doing, but also over time, if we see that there needs to be differentiation and we see that there are gaps that still haven't been filled, then we'll work with those sectors in line with the requirements under the bill to recognise those. But in the first instance, we feel that sort of, you know, bringing up the baseline is the most important, provides the clarity and ensures that we can introduce a bill which provides that clarity in a sufficient time to ensure that those preventative measures are available.
Cool. Thank you, Liv. Last question from me, then we'll open up the floor. But especially for Matt, Greg and Tim, one of the things that is interesting about the operational aspects of the bill is the ability to be able to share critical security information and intelligence between the sectors so they can act on that information in a timely manner. I'm just wondering how do we go about the industries involved? How would they go about actually forming an incident response organisation, or do we let the Home Affairs people set that up and fund that? What would actually be the best practice in order to actually have this implemented? I think Matt's already on open mic, so go ahead, Matt, straight away.
Yeah, thanks, Terry. It's really interesting because, again, I'll bring it back to resilience. So we also look, obviously, at cyber physical systems. And so look at the bushfires, for example. And as I said before, cellular communications and the telcos, surprisingly, or not surprisingly, actually working together, even in places where power wasn't there, to get the towers back up and running so that the essential services and the community could actually communicate. Yeah, it wasn't perfect, and they did learn a lot of lessons from it, but it was really interesting from an inside industry perspective to actually see the working groups within the Alliance come together and actually build capability jointly rather than separately. So they all actually pitched in together behind the scenes to ensure that things were up and running. Sure, there's obviously an operational and business risk and reputation to them being down and being out, but at the end of the day, they did work together. And I think from a cyber perspective, it's another kettle of fish. It's really difficult, as I said, to identify those risks and highlight them when an incident is actually happening, and how does the industry work together. I mean, we've all worked on denial of service attacks, we've all worked on outages and things like that, but how do you actually call for that help? I think that's the question that needs to be asked. It's one thing to say this is a natural disaster, it's another thing to say that this is a physical attack on our systems, and who do we rely on to step in that case? Is it Home Affairs, or are organisations going to try and put out the fires themselves. And like Liv said, who's carrying the risk and who's bearing the risk on that? And as you mentioned, the cost, who's coming in to fund those programs? I'll hand over to Greg. I think Greg's.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. The water sector is is in some ways more organised and more complex. So we've been working. So we're jurisdictionally owned, geographically constrained, and so we work through state agencies, and we've got mutual aid guidelines and ways we can share resources and approaches across state boundaries. We also now within each state, particularly say New South Wales and Victoria at the moment, are setting up cybersecurity entities that are able to gather that information and disseminate it. So in Victoria, they've got under Department of Treasury and Finance, Chief Information Security Officer, a CISO, who's now in charge of disseminating a whole of government approach to cybersecurity. And so there's a funnel there. There's also the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, which is another conduit to sharing information. And so the key, I think, there is to be able to make sure we've got those lines of reporting correct, and so that if we need to act in a timely manner, we've got to be able to share quickly at a moment's notice. And so it's got to be very clear which entity people are reporting into and why. And so we get that rapid communication. A further complexity with the water sector is the Critical Infrastructure Act itself. There's two ways entities are declared under the Critical Infrastructure Act. One is they've got to have more than 100,000 property connections. That's easy. We can all know who those entities are. However, there are 29 entities declared critical infrastructure entities. Only 19 of them have more than 100,000 property connections. The other 10 are what's called declared under Section 51 by the Minister. That's a clause where the Minister just nominates a water utility as being covered by the Critical Infrastructure Act, which is great. However, there's also another clause which says it's illegal to know who those entities are unless you're part of government. And so the entities can't actually know who each other is. So it's very difficult to share with each other and to work collaboratively, particularly when a rapid response is required. You can't know that these entities are covered by the CI Act or critical infrastructure. And also, so I'm from the Water Services Association, we're a peak body. We develop guidelines and assistance tools for these organisations as well. And so we can't involve them in the creation of guidelines and other documents. So it's very difficult to get a full uplift because you can't know who these entities are. So you've got to try and involve them indirectly. And so getting their voice heard is quite difficult. So they're some of the key things we've got. Tim?
I think we've got to test them, right? Like the ultimate problem with most national security legislation when it becomes technology is that these are engineering problems written in legal language, and legal language encompasses all possible options, and engineers think about all possible options and then try and figure out a way to work through them, and no matter how likely or not. And I think the more the industry tests this and works through the scenarios and actually gets detailed processes with government, there's more comfort. People understand who they need to call, they understand the processes, they get the operating procedures, and a lot of the consternation leaves the debate, and we can start looking at how these things are more likely to be worked through. Because I think that's going to be incredibly powerful. I was involved in the mid-2000s counterterrorism uplift in skills, and that's how they became familiar with critical infrastructure providers and states and territories. Is they workshopped it, they worked it, and they went through the options. And I don't think that there's any simple way to get around that, to be honest. I think as the bill becomes law, really it's going to be beholden on us and the government to get the right engineering people and the legal people and all of the different elements together and start to work through the different meaningful scenarios and how they work. And that'll be, frankly, long and probably tough at times, but once we've completed that, then we'll be much more comfortable when an issue happens as to how these things will be worked through. Because the legislation, like most of these pieces of legislation, can be read a number of different ways. And when you actually sit down and you work through it, I think most of our experience has been that there's a commonality on outlook and approach, and we've just got to get to that and document it, to be frank, as well.
Thank you, Tim. We do have some questions from the floor. We have a really good one here for Lib from Vanessa Teague. But my question is for Ms. Clark. The powers in the critical infrastructure bill are extreme powers with the potential both for good and for abuse for personal or political reasons. Why are the normal process requiring officers to retain a warrant from a judge or magistrate not imposed when enforcing access to systems holding personal data? So that's obviously very much centered around a privacy question, but yeah, Lib, can you comment about the data privacy aspects of the bill?
Thanks, Terry. I think Vanessa's certainly talking about our government assistance measures, and she's talking about that final element of government assistance measures, which is the step in powers, for want of a better word. If you look at the bill, Vanessa, and there will be lots of sort of information that will be put on the Home Affairs website and the Cyber and Infrastructure Security website once the legislation is enacted and royal assent is achieved. There are many checks and balances in this particular element of the bill. So, in order to enact the final version of the intervention powers under the government assistance measures, the Minister for Home Affairs has to have agreement from the Minister for Defence and the Prime Minister. They must engage with the entity. They can't sort of unilaterally undertake action. There are checks and balances with the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, the Commonwealth Ombudsman. The thresholds to undertake these actions are extremely significant. I should have it written down somewhere what my thresholds are, but they really have to be sort of nationally significant, prejudicial to national security, prejudicial to our defence, or prejudicial to, I guess, so our economy. So extremely high thresholds, lots of checks and balances in place. The Minister for Home Affairs will need to sort of also report on this to Parliament, any actions taken under these laws. So I think that there are many checks and balances. I understand your point. They could be used for good or for evil, or for political purposes. But with the amount of checks and balances and the oversights that are there, government, we'll wait and see what the Senate decides. But for the government assistance measures, there are significant oversight mechanisms in place.
Yeah. Now we're actually right on 10:30 now, Bronwyn. So I think we'll wrap up.
I think we will have to finish up, unfortunately, but it was an extremely interesting discussion. And I'd just like to thank all of you for your time and for coming and contributing your perspective and insights on the critical infrastructure legislation as part of this session. I'm sure that the conversation will continue on social media and also between all of those sectors as you work out the best possible arrangements for the bill. Thank you all, and we'll wrap up this session now.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So that concludes our session on securing Australia's critical infrastructure. We're now going to have a 15-minute break. Feel free to grab a coffee or a bite to eat, or stay tuned, because Bart, Head of Cybersecurity Building at the International Cyber Policy Centre, will give us a brief showcase on the .au check test tool website.
Great, thanks, Elliot. I hope you can all hear and see me well. I hope no one's moving away for a coffee break or enjoying his or her coffee while I'm doing my demonstration and showcase. Thank you so much to the team at NetThing, Bronwyn, Elliot, and all the others for allowing me to speak today. I wanted to talk about .au Check, which is a joint initiative by my organisation, which is the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, and AUDA, really to help greater adoption in Australia of internet standards. So when we look at cybersecurity, because that's kind of the main angle, and taking this perspective of an average citizen or small business in Australia, you'll likely hear of cybersecurity, as we just heard in the previous panel, we talk about government policy, government strategy, Or, and presumably later on in the program, we talk about, let's say, basic cyber hygiene steps that individuals can take, talking about, let's say, password protection, multi-factor authentication, etc. But what's really kind of happening in the middle ground, that big middle ground, remains largely invisible, which is mostly of a technical nature and unknown to the general public. And obviously most people who are using the internet and their websites and emails are not technically skilled, not technically kind of equipped or knowledgeable to the extent of kind of really understanding what's all behind it. Now, technical and internet standards are obviously, let's say, a big part of that big middle ground. Actually, Ambassador Fegan talked about that as well in his opening remarks. So why do standards matter for kind of average citizens, average users of the internet and average users of websites, emails, etc.? That's because of this. These are just kind of a couple of headlines that we picked up over the last 2 to 3 years, which is looking at flaws in the adoption of internet standards. And you see things there like DMARC adoption, which is an email security protocol. You see a couple of even federal government websites which have not secure next to their URL, including the Department of Defense. I think that has been remedied recently, but that was the case not too long ago. So really, internet standards are significant for our basic internet security. And if you've read the latest ACSC threat report, you'll notice that most incidents affecting the bulk of victims have to do with quite basic level infringements, such as phishing emails, insecure websites, actually the things that are listed here on the slide. And the premise here is that if technical standards would have been followed, such breaches would have been much harder to commit and would have created a higher barrier to the perpetrator. In the words of Ian Levy, who is the Deputy Director of the UK National Cybersecurity Centre, we really need to step up and do basic things at scale. And technical standards are one of the avenues to achieve that. The biggest challenge with technical standards, however, is that they are voluntary. In our view, is not really pushed by a central body, such as the Australian Cybersecurity Centre. And allegedly, at least there's a strong perception that they involve costs for kind of the technical community, the business community, providing websites, hosting services, etc. But maybe most of all, there is just no real user demand for service providers to follow and enable relevant standards. And in a way, Australia is not an exception. Australia is, in fact, very typical for most economies. And that's where we were inspired by 2 initiatives. One in the UK, which is called WebCheck, as well as MailCheck, which is an initiative from the UK, the United Kingdom's National Cybersecurity Centre, but for government only. So they give, let's say, local government agencies a tool to check whether their online services follow technical standards. And the second one is a tool that was launched a couple of years back in the Netherlands, which is called Internet.nl. And that's really kind of a multi-stakeholder public-private collaboration between the non-commercial technical community, say the IGF community here represented today, and the central government to encourage, to encourage small business e-commerce platforms and the internet service provider community to pick up on the adoption of internet security standards, and by that creating a more healthy and more secure, in this case, .nl domain, and in our case, a .au domain. And that inspired us to develop .au check. .au check is based on the Internet.nl model and their source code, and I'll show you in a minute what it looks like. But not before I want to kind of stipulate that this project has been ongoing for about 2.5 years. And we've been consulting widely in the community. In the past, it's organizing consultation meetings with folks in different capital cities, as well as reaching out to representatives of the small and medium business community here in Australia. Now, I'm moving away from my PowerPoint slide, hopefully, and we'll share the actual tool, which is currently kind of in the final phase of development. So we should be launching that in a couple of weeks' time, hopefully. And this is how it looks like at the moment. I want to stress as well that the tool is explicitly a non-commercial, independent and free service. So our mission is really to empower users or end users, in particular Australian small businesses, to ask the right questions from their service providers and request the right level of security in the form of adoption and enabling of internet standards. So this is the landing page, as you can see, and we offer there 4 types of tests. So there is a test that checks whether your website is compliant or following internet security standards, whether your email domain is following standards, as well as your current connection, and finally, whether you have an up-to-date content management system on your website. Now, what are the standards that we're looking at? And you see them listed here. So there are a couple of very proper security standards when we talk about HTTPS, so HTTP secure, the TLS version, the encryption version you're using, and whether you're using adequate and correct certificates for your website domain as well as for your email domain. We also talk about common tools against phishing, and you saw them on the headlines. So checking whether an email domain is enabled with DMARC policy, DKIM, and something called the SPF protocol, the Standard Policy Framework Protocol. But this is just kind of a list of standards, and I think if you would ask 100 different people which standard we should follow, you will get 100 different answers. But this was kind of the basic set of standards that everyone kind of agreed to were the basic and the minimum required standards. They also derived, if you look at the information security manual that the Australian Signals Directorate is publishing, most of them appear there as well, in particular the security standards, of course. And they're also based on international good practice as advocated by a couple of global technical organizations, including APNIC and Internet Society and ICANN, also represented here in the meeting. Where we differ from some of the other tools is that we've adjusted our weightings to the actual situation in Australia. So the tool is really kind of meant also to address the Australian market. So not just to put things down in English, but also to refer to Australian references and to make sure that whatever we rate and grade and check is aligned with what's currently available in the Australian market and is aligned with the priority given to it by the Australian government in the form of the ASD Information Security Manual. As I mentioned, there are 4 checks that we offer: website, email, connection, and content management system. And we're now in a situation that in the future we can add additional checks to it if we think that's valuable and required. So now let me just show you how a test looks like when I run our own asp.org.au website test. And you will see that obviously we're scoring on 4 different things. It's the encryption and authenticity of the web server. It's the security of the domain name. In other words, whether we have DNS sec enabled, whether website applications are secure, and whether we have IPv6 adopted. And really what we're trying to encourage here is kind of sending a positive message. So we don't want to say you're bad at things. We want to say, you've got, let's say, most of the things in place, but there are a couple of things that you can improve on. So when you drill down to the individual tests, you'll find text explaining what it is about, what's the problem, and which steps you can take to improve your own situation. And obviously, it's given that the audience is mostly kind of individual people or small businesses who don't have kind of their in-house technical knowledge, is providing kind of clear messages about what can you ask from your service provider, whether it's your hosting provider, your registrar, or your email security provider, for instance. And that's where this layer of information comes in, because then we drill down more to the technical details of what we found, all based on open source testing. So we're just kind of checking existing public records, which and obviously doesn't include any penetration testing or something similar. It's really just checking the public records that are available anyway, and that can be amended and updated as well. So this is where you kind of can drill down to the individual tests. So for instance, this one shows whether you actually have HTTPS enabled, and it shows you the resource. So we're referring to the guidance note from the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, and it gives you the exact IP address that we checked and the result next to that. All this is weighted, as I mentioned. So the green one is intended as an essential requirement, and therefore gives you lots of points, so to speak. But there are also a number of tests that are really kind of optional or suggested or recommended, which don't follow exact guidance from the ACSC, and therefore does give you a result, but it doesn't contribute to your score. Again, the whole idea is to encourage people and businesses to uplift rather than say you're bad at certain things. The same test logic applies to the mail test and the connection test. The content management system test is slightly different, but again, there you will see whether the content management system is currently up to date. If this runs very quickly, I will be able to show you. So, for instance, our own content management system is recommended to go through an update as there is a newer patch available. Finally, I'm coming to the end of some of your coffee breaks and my demonstration. Your feedback is really very much appreciated. As I mentioned, we're going through the final round of kind of doing additions and checks on whether we're saying the right things and whether the message is clear enough. So any feedback, hopefully positive and constructive, is very much appreciated. And you can see an email here on the top right-hand side. Feel free to drop us a note, and we very much encourage any feedback from the community on how we can improve the information provided. And finally, what I also want to kind of flag is that obviously this is a partnership between ASPI, my organization, and AUDA, and many thanks for the AUDA team over the years for their incredible support and staying with us as we went through this. But if there are others who want to make a contribution, whether that's kind of in kind or be consulted, equally feel free to reach out to us. We really want to make this a kind of collaborative effort, a proper kind of multi-stakeholder or community effort to drive this forward over the years to come. That's 2 minutes before my allotted time. I'm not sure whether there were any questions. I saw lots of chat things popping up. I'm not sure whether there were any for me to talk about, but if not, I am handing back to the team. Thanks, Elliot.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bart. Very well done. Very well timed. Loved it. No, that's fantastic. I'll certainly be giving it a check with everyone I know. Be good thing to raise. So we're now going to go into our panel about vaccine passports and digital rights, which is sponsored by Electronic Frontiers Australia. And we're going to be exploring technology innovation in the current health crisis. So I'll hand over now to Rita and Angus, who will take us through this panel. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Elliot. Thanks for introducing us. And thank you to everyone at NetThing and all the volunteers. It's absolutely fabulous to put this together. And a big thank you to our esteemed chair, Bronwyn Mercer. I'm Rita Mack, board member of Electronic Frontiers Australia, and we are sponsoring this talk, Vaccine Passports and Digital Rights. Electronic Frontiers Australia is a leading volunteer-run independent non-profit association focused on digital rights. And we have been presenting a talk series called EFA Talks that started during the pandemic. And we are joined on this panel with my co-host, the founder of EFA Talks, Angus Murray, partner and trademarks attorney at Irish Bentley Lawyers, vice president of the Queensland Council for Civil Liberties, and others. Other panelists that will be joining us is Professor Hudson Burden. His specialty areas include epidemiology, control of epidemics, immunology, biosecurity, infectious diseases, bioethics, and health law. And we have Vanessa Teague, CEO of Thinking Cybersecurity and Associate Professor at Research School of Computer Science at the Australian National University. And we have Jim Musset, an open source software developer working on embedded systems and Bluetooth. And he has previous experience in large-scale distributed storage systems and management of private data. vaccine passports and digital rights. So the promise now is that our ticket to freedom relies on Australians receiving 2 vaccinations followed by regular booster shots. However, will this cause a biological divide, a type of health apartheid? Will the introduction of a vaccine passport create a formal sort of state-sanctioned opportunity for law enforcement to stop and question innocent individuals, which is already a serious problem for our First Nation peoples? Civilian monitoring would also require electronic proof of vaccine status using a smartphone or digitized health apps. And this certainly puts the personal privacy of every Australian at risk. And a recent damning report from the New South Wales Audit Office found that New South Wales government agencies are struggling to implement the essential 8 cybersecurity controls. Now, these agencies apparently have made completely insufficient progress to improve their cybersecurity safeguards. So with such a poor track record of solving pressing challenges with digital solutions, can we trust the government and corporations to get it right this time? But is there a solution that avoids the worst harms, both for our freedom and privacy and for the health of our communities? Angus, this is a big topic and the narrative just keeps changing.
It's a huge topic, Rita, and it's an incredibly important topic because these are emerging issues that are affecting every Australian, in fact, every person on the planet that is the subject of the arrangements that have been put in place around COVID-19 during the emergency, during the pandemic that we've experienced over the last 2 years and into the future, which is the really big question here is, what does this look like moving forward? And what is the consequence this has on democracy, but also on the freedoms of each individual in this country and in other countries? I think it's an important point for us now, before we've reached the end of the emergency, to talk about what ending an emergency looks like and what relationship citizens have with the state in a future sense, and how that might be recorded in a digitalized way and interacted with by governments in this country and overseas. I won't talk too much on this because we have brilliant people with us that have a wealth of knowledge. And I think you've got a couple of questions for our panelists, Rita.
So to start, we're going to start this by looking at the health story with Professor Hudson Burden, an authority on epidemiology. He is also the chair of the Human Research Ethics Committee and vice chair of the Research Development Committee at Townsville University Hospital and Health Service, Institute of Health Research and Innovation, and a member of the Australasian Association of Bioethics and Health Law. Professor Hudson, welcome. Now, the health story, and the complexities that challenges us. Can we just have a little overview?
Well, complexities indeed. This is an issue that has to be looked at through several lenses: epidemiology, economics, logistics, law and ethics, risks, and systems thinking. In academia, we're used to looking at elements of a problem one by one in isolation. And in a problem as complex as this, you just can't do this. It's also a matter of trust, which is in short supply. Government doesn't seem to trust us in that we see there aren't many voluntary measures, but a lot of restrictive measures. And certainly we don't trust governments and haven't done since the 60s. But starting with areas I'm most familiar with, epidemiologically, a vaccine passport is justified. And when I say vaccine passport, this isn't just a travel document. As we're already seeing, this is a document that employers are requiring. My employer employs 7,000 people, and we were told that anybody that didn't have their double vaccine by yesterday at 1 a.m. no longer had a job, and they've stuck with that. My employer is a healthcare provider, so I personally think that's justified. And we had no protests, no people out in the street with signs. People couldn't wait to get vaccines, which were in short supply, which is another part of the problem. But as I say, epidemiologically, this is justified with the caveats, as the World Health Organization has pointed out, that we still need to understand the extent, meaning the effectiveness of protection of the vaccine products available. We have efficacy data from studies, And we know that efficacy isn't 100%, isn't even in the 90s for some of the vaccine products. It's not as good as, for example, measles, mumps, and rubella, which do have 90+% efficacies, but far better than BCG, the vaccine for tuberculosis, Bacillus calmette-guerin, which has roughly a 50% effectiveness in populations. So we need to understand how much immunity is conferred. We need to understand how much time the immunity lasts. And we're already seeing that immunity does wane rather quickly, surprisingly, considering our evidence with other vaccines. Data out of Israel is showing that there seems to be a short time of effectiveness before a booster is needed, and we're already talking about that. We also need tests that can accurately determine immunity. And the vaccine passport is focused on vaccination, but it's not focused on proof of immunity, on an antibody test that shows what type and what lasting immunity is conferred. And it also doesn't take into account immunity conferred by natural infection. My stepson lives in Switzerland. He contracted COVID, recovered, and under Swiss regulations was only allowed 1 dose of Moderna. So when he travels and gets a vaccine passport, will that immunity, 1 dose of vaccine plus prior infection, be acknowledged? Probably not. And this brings in a problem of logistics and economics. There are many ways in which this notion of vaccine passport is being rolled out. And I provided some references for you if you want to trace back on some of the things I've talked about. So I could either put those up on chat or distribute them later. So we don't acknowledge actual immunity, and we haven't resolved the differential between vaccines as to what's going to be allowed, what's not going to be allowed. So going on to law and ethics, we do have precedents for vaccine passports, certainly. Pediatric vaccines required for school, the vaccine passport that's long been required for travel, mainly vaccination against yellow fever, but also vaccines for other illnesses depending on where a person is traveling and what the person's health status is. So we have that as a basis, but one of the things we must be aware of is what's been called status quo bias. A vaccine passport worked for yellow fever, therefore a vaccine passport will just work just as well and in the same fashion for COVID. And that probably is not going to be the absolute case. I personally think that the vaccine passport is justifiable for certain uses, travel, healthcare employees, etc. I'm very uncomfortable with venues requiring vaccine proof for entry to just a normal everyday vaccine, even including hospitality. Also to mention a few other legal bases for a vaccine passport, the international health regulations passed in 2005 expanded the scope of vaccines for which passports could be issued from 3, cholera, plague, and yellow fever, to include, and I quote, all events which may constitute public health emergencies of international concern. On top of that, the 1950 Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms is the legal tool that exists to protect international rights. And that states that freedom of movement can't be restricted except for the prevention of the spreading of infectious diseases. That's always been the caveat that's been allowed for government coercive efforts, and that is the stumbling block here. We've not talked enough about acceptability of risk with the public, and the messaging I've heard in Australia has been very poor. There are ways to talk to people about their risks. There are ways to acknowledge how people who don't have scientific backgrounds view and accept risks, and we haven't taken those into account. Nor have we taken account a systems thinking approach. And I would argue that through these different lenses that I've mentioned in isolation, we really need a more comprehensive, holistic look at the picture. That's basically the story from the health perspective, and I'm going to yield to further speakers.
Thank you, Professor Hudson. Virgin, that was really good. So we can see that it's very broad, and it also seems to be a very disjointed approach. So now if we look at the technology, I'd like to now introduce Vanessa Teague. So she's known for her work on secret sharing, cryptographic products, and the security of electronic voting, among many other things. Now, Vanessa, can we just explore a little bit about the technology that surrounds this?
Yeah, terrific. All of this was crystallized for me by a wonderful First Dog in the Moon cartoon, which I won't screen share because I don't know about the copyright, but you can all look up First Dog on the Moon. Do you have your vaccination passport and certificate of wokeness? And the author has written this awesome thing that sort of says, in isolation, proof of vaccination is a good and important idea, but people are worried that governments will bugger up rolling this out or misuse the data or probably both. And meanwhile, anyone genuinely worried about the vaccine passport is drowned out by lunatics and cranks who are squealing about vaccination making people magnetic and receptive to 5G mobile signals. Right. So I really agreed with this cartoon a lot. And I wanted in the next 5 minutes and in general over the year or two to carve out a space in which we can think about the technology, think about how it could have been done better and how it does still have time to be done better, reject the more invasive surveillance measures, and also still support those measures that genuinely protect us against the spread of disease. So I really wanted to try to avoid this wedge between, on the one hand, acquiescing to surveillance and the serious privacy invasions and undemocratic controls that I think have come with a lot of this technology, and on the other hand, supporting the necessary measures that really are helping with disease control. So I'm definitely going to talk about vaccination certificates. And if I have a chance in the next couple of minutes, I'm also going to talk about the QR code-based check-in, because I think in both cases, there's a particular set of technological choices that have been made in Australia in order to implement this concept, but it just didn't have to be done that way. So first of all, in the specific case of vaccination certificates, there was a really, really simple, easy way we could have done this right? Europe, the EU is doing it right. I believe New Zealand is adopting the EU standard. There are a couple of other similar kind of digital signature-based standards that are being rolled out across other parts of the world. As far as I know, no Australian state has adopted it. So the super simple thing to do is that the authority that knows whether or not you've been vaccinated makes you a certificate that says, you know, Vanessa Teague was vaccinated with the following thing on the following date, puts a digital signature on that certification, and then expresses that digital signature in a QR code or some other machine-readable format that can be verified offline. So I walk around either with a printout or with an electronic record of a digitally signed vaccination certificate. If somebody wants to check whether or not I'm really vaccinated, I show it to them, they scan it, and then they use cryptography to verify the digital signature, not the information itself, but the digital signature on the information without needing to go back to the server that granted that certificate and check online with them that that authority has signed the fact that Vanessa was vaccinated with a certain thing on a certain date. So they need the public key of the relevant authority. They don't need online lookup. As far as I know, most of the normal countries in the world have implemented something like this. Australia, by contrast, has implemented half a dozen different things, none of which are quite like this. If you're lucky enough to get one of the international vaccination certificates, then it's probably a fair bit like this. It has your passport number in it because it's intended for international travel, but it's basically a sensible, offline verifiable, digitally signed certificate of vaccination. If you're getting any of the local things from any of the state-based service, check-in apps, you're almost certainly getting some other crazy thing. So just as a short summary, based on a little bit of background fiddling that some of the geeks I know have been doing, it seems that if you're using the QR code verification in New South Wales, you need an online connection to the server in order to get that QR code. And then anybody who verifies the QR code needs to make an online connection with the server So the QR code kind of can't be verified. The fact of your vaccination can't be verified directly based on the QR code. It needs a server lookup. And that means that there's a severe privacy problem, right? That the centralised New South Wales state government server that is receiving all these pings all the time, except that in practice they never are because nobody actually does verify. But if anybody did verify, they would be the central New South Wales government server would be kind of constantly getting this notification. You know, the pub at the corner of whatever street wants to know whether Vanessa really has been vaccinated or not. So it just didn't need to be this way. I believe that the Services Vic app is subtly different and that you need to be online to generate the QR code, but that if somebody does choose to verify the QR code, all they get from the server is the public key, and that actually the server isn't learning who is showing their vaccination certificate when, in contrast to New South Wales. But my point is we've got half a dozen different complicated things with varying levels of privacy invasion when we could have just had one simple, sensible thing in which the probably Medicare or the Australian Immunisation Register simply signed a digital certificate like they do in every other sensible country. I think I'll leave it there, but I could say more or less exactly the same about the QR code-based check-in and the information flow there, right? There's absolutely no reason that QR code-based check-in needs to be constantly uploading where you are just on the off chance that you need to be notified. It could just as easily be local storage on your device of an automated diary of where you've been with the same kind of automated notifications that we're now getting.
Thanks, Vanessa. So, I mean, we're seeing that it's just all over the place. And it's not good privacy and security by design. It's very, very difficult to actually get a bit of a handle on our security process and our privacy process when we have such complexities in this country as compared to some of the more sensible things that you rightly pointed out that they're doing overseas. So now I'd like to go to Jim Massad, a former Google employee and software engineer, and he became interested in the government's use of technology for COVID-related initiatives after discovering several flaws and vulnerabilities in the COVID Safe app, as well as other apps. And Jim, you just keep on breaking in. So would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
Hi, thank you. So my interest started with COVID Safe, and I think what's been particularly interesting listening to the two previous speakers is it's just funny how the pattern repeated itself for subsequently QR code check-in and vaccine passports. What we seem to have done over and over again is doing things the hard way when other countries have already led the way, done the research, worked with the experts to figure out a solution that treads this fine line between privacy and efficacy, and yet in Australia we do it our own way, and then we do it our own way many times over in every state as well. And the result is that we have systems that are less effective, have a higher level of invasion of privacy for the same amount of functionality, and it costs us more, and it erodes trust in the systems that produce this software. In COVID Safe, for example, there was a tremendous opportunity here for the first of many initiatives that were sure to come in COVID, for the government to restore a lot of trust from the tech community. But instead, the tech community was pushed to the side. Their feedback was ignored. It was very difficult for people like me with very serious vulnerabilities in COVID Safe to get any headway in getting these issues recognised and subsequently fixed. It's unbelievable to me that in 2020, we launched an app and pushed it on every citizen of a country like Australia and didn't have any process in place for people like us to report issues. There was literally not a contact in place. This is not just a thing you should do, but it is an industry best practice. And as a result, the thing that we were trying to do here, the reason that we put aside our small amount of privacy in some cases and large amount of privacy in other cases, was that we wanted to help. We wanted to use technology to help with this problem, and we missed on especially on COVID Safe, right? Like while other countries were adopting what was shown to be a moderately successful solution based on the Apple and Google system, we just missed that opportunity entirely. what I would love to see is a better approach from the federal government to avoid this duplication of effort. Why did every state build a QR code check-in app? Why did every state do their own system to provide verification of domestic vaccine passports? The missed opportunity there, as Vanessa said, was that the Medicare certificates are still the weakest link. While we have a DFAT system for international travel, we have the state systems, we have the SMART system from some local health districts. You can still get anywhere with a Medicare certificate that is forgeable in minutes with no skill. It's and it's unbelievable to me that we missed that opportunity, and we still haven't addressed it, and we are not going to address it. And I constantly get asked this question, like, well, who cares, right? You know, nobody's going to fake a vaccine passport. We've got 94. We're going to have 94% double vax coverage, and that is wonderful, right? Like, forget technology, isn't that tremendous? But 6% of Australia is in the order of, you know, if we look at the eligible population, is in the order of 1 million people, and it doesn't take many to make this whole thing to further miss this great opportunity. And we should just do it right. We should work with the tech community to get feedback on how to do it right. And when we do it wrong, we should be prepared to adapt and improve. That's kind of my that's awesome. Mostly have to say.
Thanks, Jim. I mean, obviously, what we're looking at here, it's great, is basically we're not following governance at all when it comes to cybersecurity and privacy. And in a way, Australia is acting in a very immature capacity in terms of our cybersecurity posture, anything along those lines. And I think this is a cause of concern that really affects absolutely everybody, particularly when we think of the lines of booster shots and how we're going to have this ongoing surveillance, and which is not really, it's very authoritarian. There's a lot of pushback on that. So with this, I'd like to move across to Angus. Angus, what we're seeing here is a real cause for concern that when we've got all this disparate technology, our privacy laws are very lax in this country. Can we have a little bit of an overview?
Immature was the word you used, Rita, and I think that's the perfect word to describe Australia's human rights frameworks, and particularly the arrangements we have in relation to privacy of individuals. Just to tie in what Hudson, Jim and Vanessa have very wisely, I think very appropriately said, is an analogy that I had while I was living and studying in Europe, and that was why Australia is what Australia is from the perspective of a Swedish academic, and that was, in America, the people fear the government. In Europe, the people fear the corporation. In Australia, she'll be right. That's basically what we're seeing here, is a very relaxed approach by Australians about the things that are happening that require trust. And at the heart of all of this, and I think Hudson hit the nail on the head when he was speaking about the trust that needs to be built around this, and Vanessa, in her understanding and expression of the way that we could have done something, and as Jim just said, the lost opportunity. Trust is really the linchpin of this whole process. We are expected to trust government without a basis to do so, and the repeated failings of government in technology rollouts and the way that Australians are interacted with, I think, bespeaks a bigger problem than just the issue that sits around vaccine passports. I think it sits around a rot within the democracy and the framework of Australia that is exemplified when Australian governments attempt to bring technology into play and digitalize solutions, or use technology in a way that is in a blind abandon to the expertise that sits in Australia, and with reckless indifference to the consequence that might befall Australian citizens by using technology. The biggest point in terms of where Australia is at in a privacy sense and the protections of human rights in the digital environment, which I'd call digital rights, is our lack of a federal enforceable human rights framework. We're the only Western democracy that doesn't have a human rights framework entrenched either constitutionally or in a federal enforceable sense. And the reason for that in Australia is our draftspeople of the Australian Constitution in the 1800s made a conscious decision not to include and entrench the human rights that exist in other jurisdictions. And we left that to the courts. There may have been wisdom in the 1800s of doing that and leaving to the common law the human rights protections of this country. But a lot changed between the 1800s and now, and a lot has changed in the last 2 years that really brings into question whether that still remains fit for purpose and whether we ought to expect more as Australians. I think the big concern that exists around the COVID Safe app and vaccine passports, as Vanessa said, there is an opportunity to just certify the existence of vaccination rather than having to certify the individual with the vaccination. We lost an opportunity in the way this was rolled out. And we have a very weak framework that protects the rights of that individual. Vis-a-vis, most of these entities would be Australian Privacy Principle entities subject to the Privacy Act, or at least the information that's being dealt with here is health information, and therefore it sits in a special class in the Privacy Act. But we didn't need to go down that path. And had we adopted a more European-esque focus to this, it would be strange to want more data about individuals than the absolute bare minimum, because privacy by design principles requires data minimization. And I think that's a big loss in the way that Australia has rolled this out. I think what will be very interesting is, as I said at the start of this, what happens after the emergency and into the future. And I think, as Hudson was touching on, that plays into more than just human rights consequences. It plays into economic, social, cultural, and international issues. And part of the concern that the World Health Organization had about immunization passports is, does that create a barrier between classes of people? The classes of people born in countries that are able to expend public monies to be able to make vaccines available against countries that are incapable of doing that. Classes of people that are able to be vaccinated because they have the proximity, and this is a big issue in Australia, where someone might be rural and not have proximity, or someone who has the education or other access to a vaccine. And I would be very surprised if we don't take ourselves down a path, consciously or unconsciously, where it's not COVID vaccine in 2021, you have 2 doses and then everything's smooth sailing. I suspect that there will be boosters attached to this, and we've already seen a large number of things rolling out with the balancing act between human rights and other circumstances would resolve in favour of the prevention of spread of disease. Where that goes into the future has an economic consequence. There is a private company making money out of public hands. It has a barrier in terms of movement, and it entrenches a norm, which is my greatest concern, that is, it is acceptable to do things when the government tells you to do these things. It creates a norm, which is the media, and I choose not to watch mainstream media, and that was born out of the pandemic, where this is just constant fear in publications. And all of that is, as Vanessa said, lost opportunities where this could have been dealt with in a much, much more kind sense between the state and the citizen, based on information and based on here's how you can trust us as government, rather than here's why you're required to trust us. So I think we have an interesting time ahead in Australia. I think that there's always an importance to grab opportunities rather than problems. The problem here is Australia has taken us down a path that we may not want to go down. The opportunity is, it's a prime time to be having conversations about what we lack in Australia and why our colleagues and friends overseas have different things. And I think we should definitely grab that, Rita, and take the positive spin off this.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just going to go quickly to a question that's come on the Q&A before we go back to our panelists. And this is again from the anonymous attendee. Given the federal government's testing the waters of digital identification certificates at the moment and the previous public resistance to the Australian card, etc., are we likely to see strong resistance to any federal vaccination certificate scheme as opposed to the current state schemes? It could be argued that the state schemes at least provide a measure of decentralisation. Who would like to answer that? Vanessa?
Yeah, I'm sorry, anonymous attendee, but it is a federal government centralised vaccination scheme. Every state app gets its information from the federal centralised Australian Immunisation Register. So I think in this instance, the apparent benefit of federalism is completely non-existent. And the centralised register from which all of those state apps are getting their data should have just signed the thing from the federal government in the first place.
I'll just jump on the back of that, Vanessa, and wholeheartedly endorse what you just said. The problem that happens when media reporting and information is disseminated by states where the centre point is actually the federalised system, is there are many hands in the trough. And I have a huge, huge issue with the amount of money and resources that's spent in multiple people touching something that don't need to be touched, didn't need to be built by multiple people, doesn't need the number of people interacting with it. And there is a much, much more efficient way of doing something that focuses on the individual rather than focuses on the process of providing something. And I think that Australians probably are at the point now of waking up and going, this is enough. And the things that government do and the way that government spends money is intolerable. We'll have an election in the next 6 months. I'd suggest that the answer to that question is taken out at the election.
So Hudson, what's really interesting here is that we're seeing that there's a lot of complications in terms of how we can manage this and support this through the technology. And we're seeing that there's a real mismatch here of our technology and the way in which we're actually dealing with it in Australia. From a health perspective, if we look at the very sort of authoritarian type of atmosphere that the Australian governments and states seem to be having, how does this work with a sort of a more moderate sort of scientific approach to the health crisis?
Well, in public health, we've always walked a fine line between paternalism and individual rights. When is it necessary or when is it advisable to do something that really does restrict individual rights for the good of the population? And the decisions we've seen made throughout this pandemic have been those that have been to advantage the population and disadvantage the individual. As I've said, those decisions have been made without a lot of consultation and without mutual trust on either side. And it's a dynamic situation, will continue to be so. As has been mentioned, there are many schemes here in Australia, there are many schemes throughout the world, and all of these will change because we're going to realize shortly that 2 doses isn't enough, a booster will be needed. When are we going to incorporate natural immunity as well as vaccine-induced immunity into this system? And states versus federal, one of the stupidest things I've seen happen is closure of state borders here in Australia.
Yeah, it's really invasive. Now, Jim, you've done a lot of work with the QR codes and hacking into these systems. Can we talk a little bit about like how easy that was for you to do to fake a vaccine passport?
Fundamentally, this comes back to Vanessa's point. The only way to build a verifiable system is with digital certificates and cryptography. We need to get away from this idea that apps are secure and users' phones are secure. Anyone's phone it's just a computer, it can run any code it likes. And in this particular case, the argument was, oh, it has the animated hologram or the triangles or trust that the triangles are telling you that it's secure. But they've given me an app that has animated triangles in it. All I have to do is tell the app to show the triangles. And for me, it's not so much that it was easy to break the Victorian app. It was that we are educating people that this is a way to verify the security of a system. And this matters for voting. This matters for using your credit card online or all those other things. Just look for the tick, look for the box, whatever. No, you need to be confident that the system is working and we need to learn how to verify systems properly.
Just in terms of where this takes us into the future as well, I think that there's a lot of reason for pausing and being concerned about how pathetic our government's rollout of technology has been, not just in the sense of vaccine passports or the COVID Safe app. Robo-debt should still ring into everyone's mind of a mammoth fail of our government that caused death, which I think that should still sit in people's mind before we're just wandering down the path of, yes, we can trust government.
MyGovID. Just wait for MyGovID. That's my tip.
Exactly where I'm going. At the moment, sitting in parliamentary inquiry review is the digital identity legislation that allows Australians to have a digital identity and transact with a digital identity. In the 1980s, Australia proposed an Australia card, which gave people a single identifying point. An election was lost around that process, and it was very, very widely criticised. We've now wandered into the 21st century, or this century rather. We're talking about digital passports, we're talking about identity tokens, we're talking about increasingly more and more about a person in an app maintained by a government, developed by a third party, that is not open source, that doesn't have any external verification of the security features associated with security that should be associated with those apps, or any real external control around the way that government is using or interacting with citizen information. I'd just be very, very cautious about how much rope we give government before we end up hanging our society by something that ends up being a good idea for someone who has no technical experience, no on-the-ground knowledge, and is relying entirely on it seems like something that's good, rather than this is desirable, this is something that has efficiency, and this is something that will actually assist the future of this country.
Absolutely, Angus. You think, I mean, it's logical, isn't it? We have values, we have an understanding of these things, but yet it's all over the place. And just to go back to our chat from Nicola to Vanessa. Vanessa, you've made this argument for 2 years on the data flow, and unfortunately the government hasn't listened. So can we just talk a little bit about that? I mean, it's just going on, and here we are. Vanessa.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. I mean, I think it relates very closely to what Jim said about nothing ever being open source, and it takes you like 3 months to figure out how it works, and then like 20 minutes to figure out how broken it is. So part of it is just a total lack of connection between people who understand technology and people who build government IT, and probably people who make the decisions about what government IT gets built. I don't even know what more to say. It's bad.
Look, I'm hearing you. I think we're all at that point where we're just like, it's getting ridiculous, I think, is pretty much where we're at. And I think we really have to just name the game. Like, enough is enough. They do not have our privacy. They do not have security by design. They don't have a coordinated approach. We talk about security. We talk about internet governance, how important it is. But in the real world, we're not seeing it at all. So we're just going to go to a couple of quick questions here. Teresa, my son has epilepsy and doesn't drive, and he does not have a passport. He has had a lot of problems verifying his identity with MyGov, and because of this, he cannot get a digital vaccine passport, and he has to carry a piece of paper with him everywhere to prove he is vaccinated. What arrangements are being made for people in this group? So who wants to answer that?
Well, this may be tangential to the point, but here's the problem with people that don't have smartphones and so can't use QR codes or flash a digital certificate and have to carry around pieces of paper. I've yet to be challenged, so I don't know how it works, but there's not a whole lot of thought that's been put into these cases, and that's a big deficiency.
Exactly that, Hudson. The biggest problem is it's a one-size-fits-all by an idea that just because the people making decisions have the technology and access to technology, so does everyone. And that's a huge, huge issue. And part of the World Health Organization's criticisms of vaccine passports is their barrier between those who have and those who do not have. And reinforcing that barrier is not something the government should do. If I could just make the very quick point as well about what to do with this. I could sound like I'm full of doom and gloom and that this is all a problem and that there's huge issues and that we should just give up on the whole lot of it because it's so broken. I think that there's a really, really, really important opportunity here as well, and that is all of the things that are nice in the mature state, the European Union, that have done things well, come from a history of pushing and a history of testing. In Australia, we have the opportunity to look at that and learn from that without having to have the same atrocities run in this country. The biggest risk that we face in Australia is norms changing. So our acceptance of certain things happening without consciously sitting down and thinking, is this something I want for my children? Is this something I want for the future? Because all the human rights we're talking about here come from norms. It comes from people's general acceptance of situations. At the moment, as Hudson said, we are balancing a 1950s arrangement, which is human rights are important, but the preservation of life and the consequence of the spread of infectious disease is a justification to erode human rights. If these things that are happening while the justification of a pandemic is in place continue after the pandemic, that's where we have a serious problem in Australia. And that's where not sitting back and watching the world burn is important. And standing up and going, no, there are certain things that are fundamental to me and my life and fundamental to what I expect other human beings should be entitled to enjoy. And the future generations of this country should at least have a baseline of protection. And that's it's not doom and gloom and let's watch the whole thing burn. It's be optimistic about how we can frame this into something that is important for the future. I'm sorry, that did take away a little bit from the question, but I thought it was important.
To very quickly answer Teresa and to a certain extent Narelle's question, from the beginning, the Medicare certificate, as Vanessa said this a couple times, like Vanessa, the Medicare certificate should have been the one source of truth. We should be issued with a vaccine certificate from our central organisation that runs the immunity registry. And that printed out piece of paper, getting a printed piece of paper should have always included a verifiable QR code. We're talking a lot about apps and digital systems, but this stuff works on paper as well. We had a year and a bit to prepare for this. We knew we were going to have to verify verify vaccination certificates. We could have put the provision in place to put a QR code on the certificate. And the DFAT passport for international travel is exactly that. You're expected to print it out and take it with you traveling. And this solves all the problems of names and Medicare cards, stuff like that. As long as you can get your vaccine registered, then you can get a printout of the vaccination, which should be verifiable. And very, very quickly to Anonymous, yes, I completely agree. The effective and privacy preserving solutions are usually the most effective as well. And crucially, this is because you get the people that are concerned about their privacy by allowing them to feel like they're empowered to look after their data. They're more likely to opt in. And all of these systems work better when more people use them and feel safe using them.
Absolutely. And again, we need to focus on this privacy by design, security by design. And it's not difficult to do. Internet governance is what we're here. It's what we're talking about. And yet the government, the whole COVID has just been one big what you do not do. So I think we're all kind of in agreement on that. And we've only got a couple minutes left. So does anyone have anything quickly to add before we move on? Angus?
Just reinforce the theme that's run through this conversation, which is the importance of trust in technology and the way that government builds trust and technology. They're not good at either of those two things, building trust or building technology, and should be held to account. And the best way to hold a government to account is to talk to people and to inform people around you about these issues. I'm concerned that Australia could wander down a path where we stack more and more failures on top of each other and then end up in a place where we can't recover anymore. There are excellent people that have just spoken about all the things we could have done through COVID that would have made a simple and effective solution that would end up with this panel discussion talking about the pros of immunisation certificates rather than all the issues that sit around it. And I think if there's a takeaway, that's the takeaway. If there's something more than a takeaway, it's a conversation with someone about why this is important and what we do. And if there's an action that comes from this, it's holding a government to account for the things that they say they're going to do and requiring a government to build trust rather than expect trust. But I'd like to also offer my thanks to Jim, Vanessa and Hudson. I have enjoyed what each of you have to say. I always enjoy the conversations with each of you. So I greatly appreciate you being able to be on here, and Australia benefits by having people like you in the community and continuing to contribute to the work that each of you do. So thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you, Angus. And again, thank you to our panelists, Hudson, Vanessa and Jim. It has been an absolute pleasure. For more information, always check out efa.org.au because we will be continuing these discussions. And thank you very much to NetThing for giving us the opportunity to speak today.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rita, and thank you all our panelists. That was a fantastic session. Next, we're going to go to our session on Internet as an Essential Service. This is going to be a roundtable panel discussion, which I'm really looking forward to, where they're going to be discussing how the coronavirus pandemic has emphasised our reliance on digital infrastructure. And I think this will really highlight, some of the massive changes we've seen in this space over the last 18 months. So, Narelle, I'll hand over to you to take it away. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Elliot, and welcome to everybody. I'm pleased to say that I'm here actually on Camaragal land, where I expected to be at home on Wallamadigal land, but unfortunately, fortunately, I'm now here in the office, having been kicked out of my house by the family who didn't want to listen to NetThing all day. I can't think why, but they didn't. So welcome to everybody who's here. Over the last couple of years, we've had really reinforced to us that the internet is essential. There's no question about that. People keep telling me the internet is essential. The internet is essential. We couldn't have got by over the last year and nearly 2 years without the internet having been an essential service. But if we think about what that means from a technical regulatory perspective, what does that actually mean? The other services which are regulated as essential services are things like water, energy, and indeed these are regulated in each of the states of Australia slightly differently. Now, some other experts on this panel, or experts with deeper expertise in this than I do, will be able to probably, hopefully, unpack that a bit more. But the fact is, internet, at least at the telecommunications layer, is largely already regulated, well, debatably so, as an essential service, because we've got things like the Universal Service Guarantee, statutory infrastructure provider rules, and other types of regulation which mean that services need to stay in place, or at least there are rules around how quickly they are reconnected or disconnected and things like that. So we do have reliability issues that continue to persist with all of this. Now, I'm going to start introducing some of the wonderful people that we've assembled here for this great roundtable today. But first of all, I did just want to mention a couple of things. This is a roundtable at a NetThing, an Internet Governance Forum. That means we're encouraging the participants to bring their expertise to the table, to debate the possibilities, to speculate, to consider what might happen, what maybe could happen, what are the different impacts of all of these things. So the concept is that we want to explore the topic, and things may or may not come to be as they are speculated on in this session. So that means participants are here for their expertise and experience, and they're not necessarily speaking on behalf of the organisations that they may or may not be employed by. So if you happen to be press who are present here, can I just remind you that if you want to quote people directly, please follow up with them specifically and validate what the quote, because they may well have been speaking in that theoretical possibility type of term. So let me just run through some of the people that we've managed to get to come with us today. And they're in no particular order. I'll try and say whether or not they're from a consumer or a civil society or an industry or an academic perspective, but you might have to figure that out for yourselves. First of all, we've got Richard Senna, who's the founding director of YourLink. Richard, where are you? I can't see you on my screen. Hopefully you are there. Richard works in the caring sector with his organisation YourLink. We've got Alexandra Rumore, who's a senior solicitor on disaster and response legal services with Legal Aid New South Wales, and I'm hoping she'll bring a good perspective from the consumer and particularly the vulnerable consumer perspective. We've got Anna Brakey, who's a commissioner with the ACCC, who's got magnificent experience right across the energy and telco sector, to a level of detail I can just only gasp at. Christiane Gillespie-Jones, who is from Communications Alliance, the industry body that my own organisation works closely with. And of course, also Christiane has got a very long track record in industry regulation. Erin Turner. Now I saw Erin putting her hand up in the chat. Could somebody please promote Erin, because Erin is a wonderful contributor from Choice and has been working in the consumer space for quite some time and should bring some wonderful thoughts to this discussion. We have Alan Arnott, who I must declare is my actual solicitor from Arnott's Technology Services. And I expect him to advise me. And if he tells me to shut up throughout the day, please tell me, promise everybody that I'm not ignoring him. We have Janine Sines, who is also an accredited financial counsellor with Legal Aid New South Wales. Thank you, and it's lovely to have you present here. Karen Lee, a senior lecturer from UTS, who is working closely in rulemaking areas in technology regulation. We've got Jane Van Beelen, who is with NBN Co and also had a lengthy career with Telstra. So her expertise in the area of essential services is really wonderful. Peter Colicino, he's the Chief of Policy and Research from Infrastructure Australia. And I have to say that Peter's recent report on the 2021 Infrastructure Australia plan, which has gone to government, is the one that triggered this whole discussion. They have recommended that telecommunications be classified as essential. So we could blame him for our presence here today. We've got Matthew Enger, hopefully, who is he runs a small ISP out of Victoria, and hopefully he's with us today. If not, hopefully somebody will promote him soon. He's here. Could somebody please promote Matt? Matt is also my vice chair with the Internet Association of Australia and has been running an internet service provider for some time. And we have Craig Memory, who is the project director with the Energy and Water Consumers Advocacy Program in the Public Interest Advocacy Centre. So he's got some fantastic expertise also in what the rules are and how they affect consumers and the public interest. I think that's all who I've got on my list here. If I've missed anybody, I apologise. And once again, I must, of course, acknowledge that here I am happily on Camaragal land and with all my respect for our elders past, present and emerging. And thank you all here for coming. So let's kick off our discussion, shall we? Okay, the question I want to start with is, so what is the fundamental nature of an essential service? Well, how should we kick this off? Who would like to go first? What's an essential service? What are the key characteristics of something being essential? Oh, I can see Karen's off mute. Karen, do you have a thought?
Yeah, I suppose I'll get started from an academic, a little bit more of an academic question than perhaps some of the more practically oriented questions that might follow during the discussion. So I think the first thing with definitions about essential services is that there is no inherent thing that is essential. I think what is essential changes and evolves over time. And I think kind of certainly in the academic literature, there have been numerous attempts to try to pin down what do we mean by essentiality. And I think that's almost a bit of a fruitless task. But I think what is emerging, I think, is really themes that are running through, say, the Infrastructure Australia paper, this idea of having kind of a minimum level of connectivity. We are also kind of seeing notions of affordability, although I think that we need to perhaps start thinking, if we deem to be internet service so as essential, I think maybe we need to stop thinking necessarily about affordability and trying to focus more on, kind of a guaranteed provision of service, even in the face of financial difficulties. And I think the pandemic really has highlighted, what was a kind of important disparity between kind of the digital haves and the have-nots. And then I think we're also seeing kind of notions of essentiality centering around, having or giving people the skills and the know-how to actually use the multitude of technology that we're confronted with today. And then I think one area which, and this may spark some discussion, I don't know, is I think one area that I think we also need to get a better handle on here is also the kind of the devices question as well. There is a lot of emphasis on the service element, and there is increasingly a regulatory framework around that to ensure that the service element is robust. But I would really, I think we also need to have deeper look at the actual kind of device question as well.
Well, that's an interesting one, Karen, because in a water service, taps are standard. The taps you turn on and off are standard. Jane, I can see you're off mute there too. Do you have any comments on what makes an essential service?
Thanks, Narelle. I just want to check you could hear me and hear me only once, because I'm dialed on 2 devices to make sure.
I hear you. I hear you once. I hear you once.
That's excellent. But once is enough. I think it comes down to the ability to participate in social and economic life when we're talking about broadband as an essential service, and I think that is evident from the recent history that you called out in your introduction, where the provision of broadband has really enabled our society, our economy, our communities, our health, to all be, continue to be managed, and during a period when we were all forced largely to do that from home, certainly to the extent possible. And so I think if you were to ask for an NBN perspective, we see our purpose as lifting the digital capability of Australia. So we've been set up to do just that. And certainly that was very much recognised, I think, by many following the pandemic, because people were very grateful that the NBN was there and that they did have that ability to continue to engage, in social and economic life.
But while there are a whole bunch of provisions around NBN, though, that you have standards around minimum performance levels. You've got to deliver 25 megabits per second with uploads of at least 5 meg. You've got rules around how quickly things need to be connected, how quickly they should be carried over to somebody, cut over to somebody else. You've got to come and fix things with so many days. Aren't these the sorts of characteristics we want to see in an essential service? I think I should pick on Peter, because you're the guy who started, you actually kicked it off again most recently. And then I want to come back, I think, to Anna to ask what she thinks rules might be.
I'm glad I could be the troublemaker that brought this group together. So I'm really pleased with that badge. But look, this is a really critical discussion in the mind of Infrastructure Australia. So for those that don't know, we're an Australian government agency. We're charged with providing independent advice to government, industry and the community on both investment and reform priorities. And coming off the back of the pandemic and, of course, the black summer of bushfires, we really saw how critical telecommunications and digital, to be clear, broader than internet, has been and will be in our economic recovery. And when you look at communities affected by the black summer that have bounced back, it's digital connectivity that's really been a backbone of that experience. And look, I'm going to tell a story that's a little bit more romanticized than perhaps some of this discussion. And I want to create an image in your mind of the US Postal Service and, the Pony Express, through snow, through desert, through, Death Valley. There's this obligation that's existed over hundreds of years to get mail, to get information to consumers on time. And, you have this image through the Great War, through World War II, of soldiers at the front line, really having this vital access to information. And so true, really, that's the conversation that we're talking about now, which is regardless of the environment that you're in, and perhaps most particularly if you're dealing with crisis, access to information is critical, as is the ability to communicate. And with changing technology provision, for instance, the direct relationship between telecommunications and energy that has been, strengthened and entrenched through the NBN, but also is critical to our mobile networks. We see an interesting environment where electricity is an essential service in all jurisdictions. So this is a state and territory obligation. Excuse me. We see health and education as being viewed as essential in many jurisdictions as well. But it's only Queensland where digital connectivity, which is the platform for, of course, the provision of education, the provision of health services during pandemic, which is actually acknowledged as an essential service. So what we've got, and we have this in a number of places in legislation and regulation in Australia, is just out of date acts, out of date regs that don't really accommodate for how critical digital and telecommunications connectivity is to today's society. And what we're saying is it's time to catch up, because without the digital connectivity that we had during the pandemic, or for that matter, the enablement for the communities affected by Black Summer, the economic recovery would have been slower, the effects of the stimulus would have been less, and frankly, the health response would have been poorer. And so too, the ability for people to work from home as the kids are home educated. And that was tricky enough with internet. You know, imagine if you weren't able to have your children participating in those VC opportunities. So the opportunity is critical. And really, this is not something new and shocking. This is a return to, you know, the Pony Express experience of the past, as I've said. And just to add, I think one final thing on this notion is really the idea that what we're after here is rapid recovery, as I've mentioned, but more importantly, careful planning to make sure that if you have lines that are overhang with vegetation, that there can be a proactive process, and for that matter, an obligation of clearing that vegetation to make sure that outages aren't something that occurs regularly. And as I say, that is something that's in place around a number of other utilities already.
Okay, so we've hit on some of those practical things. I want to go now to Anna. Anna, if you were regulating us as an essential service, what would you do?
Look, I think that it's, you know, nothing in particular hinges on whether or not we deem it essential, whether we give it that label, if you like. I think Karen was right when she said things change over time, and what is essential today probably will still be essential in 5 years' time, but, you know, or 10 years' time or 50 years' time, but other things can come and go. And so really what we as kind of an economic regulator look at is what's the importance of it. And obviously, you know, the NBN broadband and telecommunications more broadly is very, very important, and increasingly so, as we've seen over, in particular, the last few years. But even before that, you know, it was important before the bushfires, it was important before the pandemic, but it's kind of, you know, become more important as we've already recognised. So I agree that we do need to have a look and make sure that, you know, what we're doing is fit for purpose. Not just because it's important for a start, but also because that is good practice. So I agree that we do need to have a look and make sure that we're regulating things in the right way, and recognising the value that these services bring to the community. And so in that vein, at the moment, we are going through quite a big process to have a look at the way that we regulate the NBN. We've been working closely with Jane, but also with UNREL and with the RSPs and some other key stakeholders. And that will be really important, because what we want to do is to set the NBN up so that it's, you know, maximising its value to Australia, that it's being used in an efficient way, and that we are also encouraging efficient investment into the future, so that it's serving the community in the way that it needs to.
Okay, so for you, it's more around the levers that ensure that it invests into the future. Okay, so I can see Alan's gone off mute. Does that mean you've got a point to make here? Alan, what are you going to tell us to do if we have to be regulated like this?
Yeah, look, just from a statutory perspective, I just wanted to point out that we already have the Telecommunications Consumer Protection and Service Standards Act, which we've had since 1999. And that act established a universal service regime for Australian telecommunications. The main object was to ensure that people, wherever they reside or carry on business, have reasonable access on an equitable basis to standard telephone services as well as payphones. So we already have that regime for those types of services. And we also had previously what was known as the Digital Data Service Obligation. And that required Telstra to supply not only telephone services and payphones, but also ISDN services at a speed of 64 kilobits per second, which is nothing compared to what we're all used to now. But nevertheless, there was that regime, and in November 2009, that was scrapped because the government determined that there were sufficient alternative services available at that time. But I think now that we've sort of come full circle and we've all lived through the pandemic, that it might be time to revisit making internet access part of this universal services regime, in addition to telephone services and payphones.
Okay, so that's a challenging one. Now I need to come across to Erin because I know she's got great experience from the consumer perspective. How well does this actually work today? We've got all these rules, we've got all this legislation. Does it work?
In bits and pieces. And I actually think there's something really interesting to go back to a point that Karen made around devices. Part of this discussion is about what do we mean by the internet? What are all the things that people need to get online? And I think it's really easy to focus on poles and wires kind of discussions or NBN infrastructure discussions. There are some rules there. There are some relatively clear rules. Whether they're good enough, I think is worth another hour of debate. But when you think about what an individual needs to get online, it's so much more than that. It's the RSP, it's the device. And it's worth thinking about it not just as what's the minimum level of stuff that they need, the guaranteed minimum access, but also do they have all the support they should have when something goes wrong? Are there requirements for complaints to be dealt with well? Is there an ombudsman that can deal with all the problems that are likely to arise? And devices is a really interesting thing there, because while our TIO service can look at some parts of device related issues, a lot of the stuff they can't. And it can be really hard to make a complaint, if you're phone fails or if the laptop you use to get on the internet isn't working, you're going through tribunals, which are really hard for an individual to navigate. So if you think about what does everyone need to use the internet well, do they have all the protections? We're not there yet.
Well, and it's not, let alone its security. Actually, I know that our energy folks, Ben and Craig, are likely to have to step out soon. So I want to just ask Ben if he could perhaps give us some thoughts from his point of view. How does it work for energy?
Well, I think similar to what Erin was saying there, that the key aspect of essentiality in energy to me is the expectation that you have access, and the expectation that when something goes wrong, it is fixed in a timely manner, and if it's not, what your kind of compensation is in that scenario. And we see things that happen in the distribution space, so the poles and wires, when a tree falls in a storm and falls on the poles and wires, the impact that has on customers, and that really sort of critical effect that getting that power back on as soon as possible has on the well-being of that household. So when we think of energy being essential, I don't spend too much time thinking about the quality of the energy or how the energy gets delivered through the lines or what it even means behind the scenes. It's more about what the customer expects. When that translates into the real world, it really translates into a very high obligation on energy retailers to make sure that their processes and practices are clear and fair and sort of adequately protected, I guess, within their own systems and frameworks, that nothing can go wrong. And when something does go wrong, the regulators are very strong and quick to take significant action. So I think it's more about shifting that mindset to an expectation that you have access at all times. And when I think about broadband services, there are certainly different ways that you can access broadband services, and I'm probably not that interested in whether it comes through a line or whether it comes through a mobile broadband. It's more about, if I've signed up to that service, I've signed up to it because I need it. And it is critical, as we have proven over the last 24 months, where people have been unable to return to offices, and things that you might otherwise think are avoidable are not avoidable anymore. So I think we are starting to shift away from internet services as being a nice to have to being a must have. And I don't see too many differences between energy and internet in the sort of 21st century.
But I mean, there are still a lot of rules in the energy side of things. I expect the electricity to turn up at 240 volts. I think it's 240 still. There was a slight, was it 220? I expect it to not, well, it might electrocute me, but there are rules around the circuit breakers that will jump in and disconnect if it is a surge like that. I don't expect brownouts, or that they do occasionally happen. There are those sorts of rules in place as well. Craig, could you perhaps enlighten us some more on what it means to you as an essential service?
Sure. Oh, it's a really interesting discussion. Thanks, everyone. From a consumer perspective, it's interesting because often the discussion about essential service gets lobbed at the infrastructure. What consumers are interested in is often not the infrastructure or even the service, it's actually the outcome. So to use an example that's not specific to energy, PAC, the organisation I work with, we run a homeless person's legal service, and that involves a series of clinics around Sydney to provide services face-to-face to people experiencing homelessness. And during the pandemic, of course, there were restrictions on being able to do certain services in a face-to-face way, and a lot of other providers of other types of services were able to get around that through using communications and so on. Now, people who are homeless have no access to reliable NBN of their own that they can control. They often lack digital devices and so on. If you think of essential services from an outcomes perspective for people like that, then it really shifts the conversation away from, is broadband, hardwired network the specific thing that we need to have made essential, or is it the outcome? Does it almost occupy more of a rights framework? Picking up on that is this idea, I think, of substitutability. And it's interesting to note in energy that electricity has, for a long time, and without debate, being considered an essential service. Even though a lot of people use gas, gas is not actually considered an essential service in the energy space. And the reason for that being that it's substitutable. And so when we think about communications, information, digital services from an essentiality perspective, that's something that comes to mind for me. Is it what's essential? Is it the right to access the thing that is the outcome, or is it the infrastructure itself? And I would say if we focus too much on the infrastructure, there's a risk that we miss out on really hitting the consumer interest and the people's interest in the outcome and the rights that they have to access that. I would also note, with your point on standards, people, you're right, there are standards around electricity. It's got to be a certain voltage, frequency, and so on and so forth. There are also safety standards around gas. There are safety standards around other things, and those things are met well by the businesses that provide them without them needing to be classified as an essential service.
Okay, so I'd like also to hear from Janine Sines or Alexandra from Legal Aid, particularly Janine, with your work, I know in regional New South Wales, what do you see as essential, and how does it work for you? How does this discussion work? And you're on mute still.
Yeah, sorry about that. Well, I see a lot of it's actually with access, when you've got some consumers out in remote areas and they can't get access to the internet, or their mobile phone's not working because of the coverage. They haven't got most of the coverage that the people in the city got as well. So that's very challenging for people out in remote areas. And I find that, if you're getting on a phone to a energy provider, clients at risk of disconnection, their electricity, and you can't get access to that service. So it's about access to services when out in communities, especially remote areas.
Alexandra, did you want to add something there?
Yeah, so Janine and I have been discussing this quite a bit about the concept of the internet as essential, and we have discussed that obviously during the pandemic that there has been an acceleration of a shift towards engaging with many essential or core services like government agencies, your banking, Centrelink, Medicare, telehealth, all those things, online learning now, and the reliability of access to a stable internet service is key to that. And what we often see in our client experience is that where that service either isn't available, isn't affordable, or isn't at a reliable standard, where people aren't able to access those core services through the internet, what may be a simple problem is then compounded and made a lot worse. So one example we had was a person in a remote area where they didn't have reliable internet access. They didn't receive a notification saying that their license was due to expire. They don't have access to a Service New South Wales to go and renew it easily. They then drive unlicensed. That then compounds with fines. They lose their license and then have fines that they have to engage in.
Just adds up, doesn't it? Yeah.
So, from a consumer perspective, that's something that we regularly consider.
It's just sounding more and more essential the further we get into this discussion.
The pandemic has just absolutely sped that up, and we can't see a situation where that's going to be reversed anytime soon. And of course, there are advantages that come with that, but we need to just turn our minds to making sure that access is available to everyone, especially our vulnerable consumers, people in remote areas and low socioeconomic users as well.
Yeah, so I'm hearing these themes of available, affordable, reliable over and over again here. If I might just go to Matthew, who's an ISP in this space and a retail service provider over the NBN. Matthew, what do you do to make it reliable, affordable, available, which is what we need for Essential?
Yeah, it's been an interesting movement over the last 18 months because all of a sudden, if you want to do maintenance, I can't do it during the day because the businesses are using it, people are homeschooling. I can't do it at night in the evening because everyone's trying to use it. That leaves me a small window in the early hours of the morning. So I think all of my technical staff are turning into owls. It's been interesting. I mean, the pandemic has forced us as a provider to work from home, to be more conscious of everybody, what's going on, their financial circumstances, making sure we're supporting people who are going through difficulties to try and remain connected, because I'm very conscious of the fact that if I cut their internet off, they can't search for a job, they can't engage with government services, and that doesn't help anybody. And it's been a challenge that we've all got through as an industry, and I think the industry has done very well, and actually been able to get through this together, and it's kind of worked for us in the most cases. But the interesting side of it is going to be how do we deal with faults? Just going back to the electricity scenario, a lot of the retailers who are selling electricity are selling somebody else's product. They don't actually have to fix the poles and wires. In the internet game, I'm buying internet connectivity from NBN, and then I've got to convert that service to make it internet. And it's a lot more of a complex scenario. So how you manage the support scenario of an essential service 24/7 is a very interesting conversation that we'd have to have if we're moving forward, especially for a small organization like mine who doesn't run a 24/7 call center. We only support during certain hours. How's that going to work for somebody who's got no internet at midnight and it's an essential service?
Well, and there's some very big implications on price there. So if you need to install 2 lots of equipment to make sure that you're reliably delivering things, then you can take one down while you've got the other one still up delivering that essential service, work on that, and then bring it up again and swap it over. But that potentially could double the cost of your service delivery. I think, Janie, were you wanting to cover off back on some of that commentary?
Yeah, I'm happy to pick that up, Narelle, because just as I think about essentiality and the Digital Inclusion Index, I think uses these same broad headings of availability, affordability, and then digital ability, which I think would probably extend to, things like ability to use the devices and to understand, what getting online would mean. But yes, you've highlighted some of the challenges there. NBN is one infrastructure service provider. There's other infrastructure out there. And certainly availability relies on there being that investment in infrastructure. And telecommunications infrastructure does have that need to be constantly updated to continue and upgraded to continue to deliver, on the increasing demands, on the increasing usage and expectation of customers. And then, of course, you want to best deliver for consumers. And indeed, NBN's focus, as I said, is on lifting the digital capability of Australia. We're very motivated to actually drive a great customer experience, as are all of our retail service providers. And we all have competitors. The NBN has competitors on other networks. Our retail service providers have competitors. So there are a lot of incentives there to actually do the best thing by our customers and to promote continuity. And of course, we do see that come to life, particularly in times of crisis. Even in the Victorian storms last week, there were hundreds of thousands of premises, and including much of our infrastructure, that was without power. We quickly rolled out generators and other sort of facilities in order to be able to continue to provide service. In fact, we had over 150,000 customers without power, but without service because of largely the absence of power. So there is this interdependence with the services as well. But we have, put in place some more mobile facilities and generators in order to back up our infrastructure in that way. And also, helpfully, we've received some money from the Commonwealth Government, which has further allowed us to invest in mobile, Sky Muster trucks and things like that, to actually get into emergency situations.
Okay, I've realised now I've neglected to bring Christiane and then Richard into this discussion. I apologise there. Christiane, what's your thoughts on this?
It's not a problem at all. Look, I go to the same point that Matt made before, and partly also Jane. Affordability is certainly a key point, and I hear the voices here loud and clear. Having said that, if we have certain features of an essential service that need to be addressed by all providers, then there's a natural tension for that to increase the cost of the provision of the service, which might be especially a problem for smaller providers, but also for larger providers. It's not like margins are specifically big for providers. So that is a tension that we need to think about, and that is also a tension that maybe government may need to think about in terms of what it can do in the context of making telecommunication or broadband an essential service. It is relevant in the context of investment, specifically also investment in infrastructure, for example, 5G infrastructure, which is a massive investment in the future. It goes then again to coverage, and it goes to further broader regulatory framework that we need to think about, how we design our frameworks so that investment can go together with an essential frameworks, the essential services framework. I think a number of speakers before mentioned that we do have a number of regulatory instruments, acts, determination standards, etc., that already are at play to go and shape telecommunications in the direction of an essential broadband as part of that. So we would need to step back and actually maybe kind of do a stock take of what is already there, and see how well that aligns with what is potentially intended to be the outcome of the call for an essential services definition for broadband. And then we also would need to define actually what is it when we say broadband as an essential service? What is broadband?
Yes, that's a very good question, and one we have been grappling with for a number of years. And what does make internet? I know I've certainly had that debate with a number of people. But Richard, you work a lot with carers and people. We touched a little bit there on the digital skills required to use this essential service. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think it's a really interesting. I've been hearing the great insight from everyone, and I think when we talk about service, I think we mentioned before about the output and the outcome and the application of it. And I mean, we work with seniors and carers on the ground, and particularly in the last 18 months, there's been a lot of intense pressure on them, but then having that access to people who can help them navigate what this service might open up for their world is something that I think is quite overlooked in a way. A number of people had the service, they might have the internet at home, but they don't know what that can be. And I think if we talk about water, we don't think about the water infrastructure. We think about watering the garden and showering, the ways we use it. And the same when we talk about electricity, we don't really think about the electricity infrastructure. We think about how we use it. And I think this conversation around internet access and as an essential service, shifting it to is it essential? I 100% agree. But I think the consumer, the people we're working with, need to understand and the help in understanding what it opens up and what it can do for them, the work environments, the life changes. If we think of residential aged care, and when someone gets to that stage, internet should be an essential service at that stage, or palliative care, and it shouldn't be a nice to have. That might be the access point that someone has for an emotional or social connection in quite a end of life stage. So it should be a no-brainer that that is an essential service and is there straight away. So I think I'm always thinking about it from the skills, the capacity, and all that sort of things. I think it's one thing to turn it on and have it available. It's how people use it, and I think that's a really important part of the pillars as well.
Thank you for those thoughts. Peter, I see you've got your hand up there. Did you want to further comment on this?
Yeah, I just want to sort of detangle a couple of issues here. So in the conversation, we're talking about the importance of telecommunications and digital connectivity for unlocking economic benefits. And that's a really important thing. And so too, social and education opportunity participation. But a lot of the issues that we're touching on really go to the notions of community service obligations and a basic provision of service. And I just really want to be clear that that's quite a different concept to the essential service concept, which is about provision and recovery, particularly during periods of outage. So one goes to reliability, being essential service, and the other goes to minimum service levels, being community service obligations. So both very important issues, both absolutely touched on in the Australian Infrastructure Plan in the context of telco and digital, but quite different. And I did share something in the chat that points to the AMA and the Law Society's summary of essential services, which gives a little neat background for people who as I'm sure there are many in the audience who might not have really heard this essential services concept before.
Oh, thank you for those good pointers. I see Anna's got her hand up. Perhaps she's going to further enlighten us on some regulation.
Look, I guess I wanted to draw another distinction, and that is between what we might define as an essential service and what is a monopoly or something that has market power. And I guess I'm responding in part to one of the questions that's in there, to say that, you don't want regulation to come in and stifle innovation in any way. The case for regulation is really about, making sure that nobody has market power that they're abusing, and therefore we're not getting the most out of the system. So just because something is really important to society doesn't mean that it needs to be regulated, like, provision of food, for example. I mean, there's safety elements to it, but, you don't have to have an economic regulator regulating that, subject to, there being sufficient competition. So I just wanted to draw that distinction between essential and there being a monopoly position or a reason to introduce economic regulation.
That's a really good point. So if the market's working and delivering things in an effective way, then perhaps we don't need any extra regulation. We certainly, though, do seem to have an awful lot of regulation in this in the telecommunications space.
And I think that's because it is really important, but there are also some kind of market power issues that exist. And so it's the combination. So what you don't want to do is over-regulate and then stifle innovation. We don't want to slam everything down with regulation. We need to regulate the right things.
Okay, we've got 1 minute left, and I see Craig's got his hand up. So Craig, if you could get that in there so I've got just enough time to say thank you.
Oh, look, I'll leave last comment to someone else who's got something more insightful to say.
That's probably
I'm happy to do the last.
Go, Erin.
I just want to say I love regulation. Regulation is great. We can often talk about regulation stifling innovation, but I actually usually see it's the biggest deliverer of equity and equality in Australia. It protects people. It makes our markets fair. And I think competition and consumer law are very different realms. Competition, regulation, you don't want to do too much at all. You want to let those markets flourish. But when you think about the consumer protections, clear and fair rules make it easy for businesses to understand what they need to do, and they make sure that everyone can get the right things that they need.
Yeah, and that sort of level playing field too, that we all need to abide by these certain basic standards. And certainly when I turn the tap on, which I'm lucky enough to have at home, recognising that level of privilege, I can turn the tap on, I do get clean water. I don't expect it to come polluted and weird and wonderful. But then with the internet, it might come with viruses. It might come. So I think perhaps that's another discussion that we'll have to have at another date. So hopefully we're all nicely enthused with this topic, and I'll be able to have another session perhaps in a few months' time and get you all come back. So I need to say, yes, thank you to everybody who's attended, both at the roundtable itself and our broader participants that hopefully we will be able to get to more so into the future. This discussion cannot end. It's my job now as the MC of the next session to do something. Now, let me just read what it is, if you'll excuse me here. Yes, so thank you to everybody. We're moving across now to a fireside chat, I believe, if you'll excuse me. We have a fireside chat between Rosemary Sinclair, the CEO of OUDA, the Australian Domain Authority, and Sandra Davey, who's an executive director with OUDA. We're also having a lunch break whilst this is also happening. So there'll be a 45-minute break for that, but please sit around and listen to the fireside chat between Rosemary and Sandra. Rosemary also has a long history in the telco regulation space and the energy space, so she's lucky I didn't rope her into the last discussion. So you're in for a relaxed and informal conversation with Rosemary, CEO of OUDA, and Sandy, one of OUDA's non-executive directors. They'll unpack OUDA's new 4-year strategy, how it sees itself contributing to domestic, regional and international internet governance community, as well as bring some local focus in how OUDA is working for Australians. And I suspect they'll touch on the .au direct registrations as well. Again, thank you everybody, and enjoy your lunch and enjoy this wonderful discussion.
Righty-ho, thank you, and good afternoon and hello everybody. I know that it is a lunch break, and let me first announce that I have had an incredibly unstable internet connection today. I'll switch to my 5G connection if I need, so maybe Rosemary, I'll rely on you to give me some visual feedback if I start.
Yeah, so far so good.
Great. Good afternoon. Hi, everybody out there in the NetThing and the internet governance community. My name is Sandy, and we've got Rosemary, the CEO of OUDA, joining us today. I've got 2 hats, so I just wanted to contextualise the hats. Firstly, I'm a volunteer with the NetThing community, have been for the last few years, and I'm on the steering committee, so I'm here in the background helping speakers and moderating various bits and things over the next couple of days. So that's my main hat. But right here in this lunch break with Rosemary, I'm switching hats because I have the privilege and honour of serving on the OUDA board as a non-executive director. And so I'll be wearing that hat today. We've got about 40 minutes, Rosemary, and we thought, given it's lunch, we'll keep it super informal, super chatty. Right. Many of our audience, and it is a little hard to gauge who's out there. For those of you that don't know OUDA, we'll spend a little bit of time, Rosemary will contextualise that for us, but really keen to have your participation. So through the Q&A or even through chat, I'll be watching both of those. Please participate in if you are joining us in your lunch break. So with that set up, Rosemary is the CEO of OUDA. OUDA, I think, has hit 20-year birthday. Rosemary, correct me if I'm wrong. And so I want to kick off with just giving some background and context to Outer, because we're one of those organisations that does something that, well, certainly Rosemary and I think is super important, but often in the background, right? And not many people know about Outer. So maybe, Rosemary, could you start by giving our audience a bit of an insight into who Outer is and what we do?
Yeah, sure, Sandy. Thanks for that. And yes, I think Outer is a unique little organisation, and in many senses we do our best work in the shadows. You know, when everything is going right and people are using the internet the way they want to, whether it's websites or email addresses, then nobody takes any notice of Outer, and that's a great thing. So in many ways, the simplest way of describing what Outer is where Australia's part of the internet. So we run the technical platform and the policy framework for .au, which is Australia's bit of the internet. We do that here in Australia. But we work, of course, very closely with our international colleagues through the international coordinating body called ICANN. So we're a little organisation. We're a not-for-profit company. We've got 35 people, so small in number, but large in mandate. We're endorsed by the Australian government to administer a trusted .au, importantly for the benefit of all Australians, and we champion an open, free, secure and global internet. So when we say open, we mean globally interoperable and accessible to everybody with a free flow of information. When we say free, we don't mean costless, but we mean free of undue restrictions. So the conversation in the last session about regulation was really interesting in our context. A secure internet is a reliable and resilient one, and we're putting quite a lot of emphasis on security standards and work to bring down abuse of the DNS system that is harmful to the community. So there are lots and lots of aspects to security, and security is important to us because that builds the trust of Australians in the Australian part of the internet and beyond that globally. And of course, we've seen and discussed in the earlier session just how important the internet is to Australians, how the context of the internet as an essential service is really gaining currency as we see over the last 18 months, the amazing digital pivot to online ways of doing almost everything that you can think of. Because there wasn't any other way of doing those things for many, many months in many locations. So that criticality is understood by the community. So we talk about essential services. It's also understood very much by government because we're in the middle of a great big discussion about critical infrastructure and how to support and secure that on behalf of Australians. And we take all that very seriously. The last thing I'd like to mention, Sandy, just when I'm talking about what Outer is and what we do, is that we also have a very particular way of going about our work. And that is referred to in shorthand as the multi-stakeholder model. Stakeholders are incredibly important to Outer. We could be technically excellent, which we are, but if we're not working effectively with our stakeholders, then we're not doing our job properly. And we've got all sorts of stakeholders. There are the easy ones. So there are, internet industry stakeholders, domain name stakeholders. They're kind of easy to see. But when you think about the importance of this kind of connectivity to the community, then not-for-profit organisations, small businesses, consumer groups, government bodies, education agencies, anyone who uses the internet, we regard them as a stakeholder of OUDA, and our multi-stakeholder processes mean that we try to listen to all voices and balance perspectives and consider a whole range of things when we're building policies and thinking about more technical and security type matters. And we do all that very much with this lens of doing what we do for the benefit of all Australians. So we're very pleased to play our own role in supporting NetThing. We see NetThing as a hugely important annual coming together of such a diverse range of stakeholders with such a diverse range of perspectives that we're really proud to be part of NetThing and very, very much looking forward to all the conversations that are going to happen here over the next couple of days.
Rosemary, you've said a couple of super juicy things. So I want to come back and unpack our new strategy. I want to unpack one of the key pillars of that strategy, which is around trust. I might loop back to the notion of critical infrastructure off the back of the conversation that a panel session covered this morning. We'll also cover something quite extraordinary that's happened over the last year in terms of the increase in registrations, domain name registrations here in Australia, and what kind of value that delivers for both the community and sectors like the Australian small business. So lots of things and of course the multi-stakeholder, the fact that we live in a multi-stakeholder world and what that really means for OUDA. Before I get there though, and forgive me for those in the audience that kind of know OUDA and know domain names, but Rosemary, because we're often so quiet and no one really knows, because consumers or retailers won't really engage with us. So for those that are new to us, imagine all web domains under .au. So you've got your www.company.com.au or your .org.au. We are the delegators and the administrators for the .au. But for someone who was registering a domain name in Australia and wanted an Australian address, Rosemary, just describe in simple terms how that works, because they wouldn't come across us, would they? They'd go through a reseller.
Yes, so they'd go through an OUDA accredited registrar. And then those registrars work with a much bigger number of resellers. So we sit behind all of that with the technical platform and the policies. So if you want to register a domain name in .au, it's not as simple as saying, I just want a name in .au, because we have a set of rules described as our policies, which require you to have an Australian presence and then to be eligible for particular parts of the .au domain. So, for example, if you want to register in com.au, then you have to verify that you're a business. If you want to register in org.au, you have to be a validated not-for-profit type charity organisation. In edu.au, you have to meet the requirements of an education provider. In .gov.au, you have to be a validated government agency. So there are eligibility criteria for all the different namespaces, which have over time, Sandy, created enormous confidence and value recognition. So .au domain is seen as a very trusted domain because of those rules which are applied by the registrars when people turn up to get a domain name. And the registrars operate under agreements with OUDA, which are, if you like, our form of regulation. We use contracts rather than legislative-based regulation. But nonetheless, we have a set of rules around how this market operates. And the reason that we do that is we want to sustain and create that value for Australians by enabling them to be confident in the .au domain. There's a whole lot of other things that we're doing to build that trust and confidence, some of which is discussed later in the program, I know, around what we're doing, for example, around abuse of the domain name system through phishing and malware and so on. But that's the simplest answer.
Thanks. I think maybe Jordan Carter from Internet NZ is maybe participating today. And just to finish off that contextualisation, we're referred to as a country code top level domain or a CCTLD provider. We are the group for .au. Internet NZ is the equivalent for New Zealand .nz, and so it goes around the world. One of the things that you said before, I think, is a really lovely segue into both strategy and trust, but I might kick off with a conversation about trust. The new strategy, and if there's anyone from Outer online, maybe you can paste the URL to Outer's new 4-year strategy for participants to take a look at. There's 3 really core pillars, and we're going to unpack a couple of them in our conversation today, but I wouldn't mind kicking off with trust. It's a big word, it's a nebulous word, it can mean a whole bunch of different things to different people. How do we think about it at Outer? What does trust mean to us? And can you play that out in a few scenarios for us?
Sure, no trouble. And before I do that, Sandy, I just want to note that the very first conversation that we had about Outer's refreshed strategy was at NetThing 2020. So I'm really delighted, actually, to be back here at NetThing 2021 discussing the final form of the strategy, because this is where the conversation with the community started. So when we think about trust, it starts really with the outcome. What we want when we're thinking about trust is we want Australians to feel confident about what they're doing when they're online, whether that is business or economic type activities, or whether it's community, social communications type activities. So that's the outcome we want. If we step back, then we think to ourselves, well, how can we contribute to that outcome of people feeling confident because they trust .au domain? And the 3 things we can do are firstly to provide a secure platform. So we worry a lot about cybersecurity, and over time we have moved not only ourselves but our whole ecosystem of registrars to international standards for cybersecurity practice. So the ISO 27001, we adopted that, but now through our agreements with our registrars, we're requiring that as part of what it takes to become an accredited registrar in the .au domain. We support that, so we lean in and provide audit services, and we're building training services and information services. So we don't just kind of point a finger at someone and say, you've got to do blah. We really lean in to make sure that that happens, because we want .au to be a trusted domain. Second thing we do is we worry a lot about the integrity of the .au domain in terms of the policies. So what I was talking about before, about what you as a registrant have to do to hold a domain name license in .au, again, we take that really seriously. It's about Australian presence. It's about meeting the rules for the category of name that you've got. And again, we respond to complaints, we investigate, we undertake audits. We've undertaken a transformation of our compliance function. We let everybody know how we go about our compliance task, which is to educate, facilitate, and then if need to, we enforce our rules so that everybody who is in .au domain can trust that everybody else who is in .au domain is doing the right thing. And then our third element to trust in our strategic plan is if people are not doing the right thing in terms of abusing the domain name system, phishing, malware, botnets, spam, if it is used for any of those purposes, we have, I would say, a global leading ambition in this area. We are already at global best practice in terms of the number of domain names being used for abuse of the domain name system. So we're at about 0.05% of our domain names. So we've got 3.3 million domain names in .au, and about 1,100 of them in a given year are identified as causing trouble. Our ambition over the next 4 years is to reduce that by a factor of 10 to go to 0.005%. And we've got a combination of strategies. We're engaged in the global discussion on what to do about this through the DNS Abuse Institute. We're looking at a range of technologies that we could use. And we're looking at very much being on the front foot in terms of identifying abusers of the domain name system and working with law enforcement agencies. So this is going to be a really big program of work. It's being led by Bruce Tonkin, our COO. But really critical to us to build further trust, which will enable confidence in users of the .au domain, because as we have seen over the last 18 months, and as was discussed in the previous session, use of the internet is really just exploding. And we're at the beginning of an amazing digital transformation of the economy. And when I think about it, I think it would be like being there when electricity was first a thing. It's like being there, and in some senses, many of us were, at the beginning of the whole discussion about broadband being a thing. Where in internet terms, we're just at the beginning of all of this. So this whole discussion about what do we need to think about in terms of policy and regulatory reset to support a digital economy is related to the significance of this change. And I was talking in some other forum the other day, and I said, I mean, that's all very conceptual, but if you think about automobiles, the first automobile turned up in round about 1896. And in Australia, the internet is 35 years old. So that takes me from 1896 to 1921, right? It's not very long. And if you think about automobiles, in the first 35 years, there were all sorts of clunky things that happened, and people were getting used to them and trying to figure out, well, what could you really do with an automobile? And as the decades went by, the uses of automobiles just expanded. Which of course reflects what we know. Once you put a piece of technology in the hands of the users, they think of all sorts of things to do with that technology that the developers of the technology didn't really think about. Time goes by, use expands, and then all of a sudden we find we need a few rules, right? We've got so many of these things on the road, we need a few road rules. And then we've got so many of them travelling so fast that we need a few people rules like seatbelts. And so it's that kind of development of the policy and regulatory framework that is emerging as a discussion point, because the internet has become an essential part of people's lives, and the expectations of the community have changed, and we're going to have to adjust to those expectations. So, whole other discussion in itself, of course.
There are quite a few interesting things, and that when I think about trust, there's been some research that indicates that .au is among the more trusted of the domain name spaces around the world. So we know we can go and register direct into .com, or if we meet other eligibility criteria into other spaces. And there's always contention here in Australia about how trusted is the domain name space? What happens when there's contention around .com.au, for example? Can you just give us a little flavour? Like, if we feel confident to say we're one of the most trusted parts of the DNS, how does that play out for you? How do we defend that? How do we kind of provide comfort and confidence that actually the .au and the .com.au space is a more trusted space than, say, others direct to .com?
Well, in many senses, Sandy, I don't focus so much on others. I mean, what we want, for the benefit of consumers is a range of choices. We've had a whole discussion, work done by the ACCC about digital platforms, and the thing that they're worrying there, back to the comment that Anna Brakey made in the earlier session, is they're worried about competition and, monopoly power, market power being exercised against the benefit of consumers. So choice is a good thing. And there would be a range of reasons why people would choose to register domain names in other domains, including not only country codes, but generic domains like .com, .net, .org, and that's fine. So what I really worry about is delivering the promise that when you register in com.au, you're registering in a trusted domain. So my focus is on two things. It's about the inputs, what we can do to make .au a trusted domain, and then measuring the outputs or outcomes, which is whether people trust .au domain. What do people think? And so we're building a research capability to make sure that we stay in touch with what Australians are thinking about .au domain, certainly. But more generally about their online lives. And we're doing that because of that simple statement, you're supposed to do what you're doing for the benefit of all Australians. And that takes us to the question of, well, what do Australians think is in their benefit? And how do we measure and understand that so that we can make sure that we're focusing on those outcomes that Australians want. So we've got some early indications, and trust is one of those things that Australians want from the internet, and we're working away on that with the information that we have at hand. But we've got quite a large research project in field now, where we're trying to really unpack much more deeply Australians' experiences online, what matters to them, what they're enjoying, what's getting in the way, what could make it better. And when that research is finalised, we're really hoping to share it with everybody. Very importantly, of course, our members, but we want to make that research available to anyone who's thinking about improving the internet in the interests of Australians. And we're really hoping that that might be a support for NetThing 2022 to, have that research and to maybe build it into some of the discussions, because we're hoping to do that research every year, and doing it longitudinally like that would then enable us to say, well, that's a problem that Australians have identified. So what can we do in terms of bringing that problem to the attention of policymakers in a way that says, here's the problem, we think the solutions are here, and get responses so that over time we see the dial shift on matters that are getting in the way of Australians really enjoying and getting full benefit and value from their online experiences.
So thinking about, we have this kind of internal discussion all the time around our core business, and some would advocate that we just look after the DNS, keep the .au domain namespace secure, safe, reliable. But we see our role as bigger than that because we're such an integral, critical part of the Australian internet ecosystem, which is connected to the global ecosystem. And so thinking about how we provide and shape up value for Australians. I loved what you've just described around our foray into research. I'm wondering if we could allude or just bring the community up to date a bit on Foundation. Still early days for the Outer Foundation, but it has been around for a while, and maybe just a quick update on sort of where we're at with Outer Foundation.
Sure. So the Outer Foundation, pardon me, Sandy, is really important to our work to bring value to all Australians. And we've done some work this year to refresh the foundation in the sense of identifying a consistent way of contributing to the funds that the foundation has available to it. And we launched an interim round of foundation grants calling for applications from research and education bodies in 3 areas: young Australians, digital inclusion with a particular focus on First Nations people, and cybersecurity for small business. And we were really thrilled to see that we had somewhere around 45 applications for 5 grants of $40,000 each. In preparing for that round of foundation grants, we actually went and had a look at the previous applications for foundation grants, because the foundation's been around for quite a while, and it's the most fascinating history of the internet in Australia. If you look at the history of grant applications, the things that people were interested in. And I think where we're at now is people are interested in making sure that everyone has access. So the whole conversation about essential service is just so relevant to what we're seeing. So the foundation is really around a community, if you like, bottom-up look at what's important, what needs to be understood, what needs to be tried, tested, piloted in terms of people's experience and use of and access to the internet in Australia. So that's one way of giving back to the community. We've got a second element, which is really a more industry-focused scheme. It's called the Co-Marketing and Innovation Fund, and it's really about ideas from industry for letting Australians know about the internet and the different sorts of services that are available, and also for innovating those services. So we're really looking next year to strengthening and making more of that particular fund. So we see the fact that we sit in the middle of this internet ecosystem. We have the capability, connections and resources to actually explore and unpack the use of the internet by Australians, to identify, what we need to do more of, what we need to do less of. And we're really looking to the foundation as a lead indicator, if you like, of where we and others should put our effort so that the internet can be a valuable and valued resource for all Australians.
Thanks for that. I want to shift to what we've seen during the COVID pandemic and the increase in registrations. But I want to loop back. There's a question from the audience back to the research, and I know it's only early days, but the question from an audience member, Rosemary, is are we able to give any information at this stage on the community research that ALDA will undertake? Is it, for example, something that ALDA will undertake in-house or perhaps a different model?
Yeah. No, we've actually engaged Newgate Research, so a very robust market research firm to undertake the research. It's going to be a statistically valid look at consumers rather, and small businesses across a range of different questions, trying to understand how people access the internet, what sorts of things they do, how well equipped they feel, are they confident, have they got the digital skills that they need, what might they like to do more of, what they find challenging, what they worry about. So it's going to be, a very holistic picture of the experience of life, I guess, on the internet, but from the view of the household and small business. And that was quite an interesting discussion because, of course, and this is a bit of a segue to the question about what we saw during COVID, many households are running small businesses because the internet makes it possible. So all the little side hustles that go to Australia as an entrepreneurial economy, came out during the discussion of, well, is someone with a side hustle a small business or are they a household? So it just led us to reflect, even during those discussions, on the changing nature of our economy and our community that has been enabled by access to the internet. People are doing things now, from their front rooms that were not possible without the internet. And I'm only talking business. We could equally talk education. We could equally talk health. We could talk support services of all sorts, providing, of course, you've got that fundamental access and confidence. So that's as much as I can say about the research. I haven't seen the results. As soon as we, get and understand the results, we'll put on a webinar at least. But then we'll be really interested, Sandy, to talk to anybody who might be interested in understanding this research because it supports the work that they are doing on behalf of the community around all the issues that are relevant to the internet.
It is a perfect segue, and I'm conscious we've got about 9 minutes. I want to keep encouraging questions. I want to get to .au briefly, to multi-stakeholder engagement, and also just quickly thinking about the pandemic. And I know and acknowledge just the awful things that have happened to many of us around the world, but one of the incredible things that happened here in Australia was the dramatic increase in domain name registrations. Can you give us a couple of secs on that? What did we see there?
Yes, no, it was absolutely fascinating. We saw month by month, and relatively directly correlated to the rigidity of the lockdown, was an uptick in domain names being registered. And so we saw about 50,000 new domain names every month, and in some months much more than that, of people pivoting their business or establishing a little business online. And one of the most important things that we realised when we looked at this data was, of the business registrations, quite a significant percentage were from businesses that were more than 10 years old, who had not up until COVID seen any reason to move online, but suddenly did, because that was the only way of doing business. And I was looking at some research that government does, the Australian Innovation Monitor, And essentially it was going to the point, in part, it's a big piece of research, but essentially saying businesses that have gone online, have some sort of online presence, overall doing so much better across a whole range of factors than businesses that have not gone online. So going online supports growth, supports productivity, supports profitability. The numbers are absolutely in. So when we think about that, we think, well, you know, there is so much more opportunity for other Australian small businesses that are not online. And then you go from that, Sandy, to thinking about micro businesses, back to the earlier discussion about households, you know, wanting to explore a little side hustle. You then get into migrant communities where English is not the first language. So, you know, mainstream employment opportunities are limited. So the micro businesses that support their own communities become really relevant. And we've started having some terrifically interesting conversations with international communities, so Vietnamese, Chinese and the like, supported by local leaders in those communities. And it's really fascinating to unpack the opportunities that might come when we get to the stage of introducing internationalized domain names in .au. So hugely exciting prospects ahead of us.
And that's a lot of work that I know that will be coming up for Outer. But one other opportunity that's come up, and I think the community's talked about it for about a decade, and that is the ability to register direct into .au. Yep. So most of us will know how to register at .com.au, at .org.au, at .net.au. Mm-hmm. But now, or from next year, we'll be able to register into direct.au. Can you give maybe just 1 minute or so on that one, and then we'll shift for the last few minutes to, I think, one of our most passionate topics, which is the multi-stakeholder community.
Sure. So .au direct, which is what we're calling, what has been called for a decade, I think, direct registration. So .au direct is the new namespace that we're opening up in March next year. And for us, it's all about increased choice and enabling the possibility of innovation for a large group of Australians that have not seen that possibility before. So in many senses, COVID, you know, has been the catastrophe that you never would have wanted to have, but once having it foist upon us has driven amazing innovation. So we see now .au direct as really being the product that is needed to unlock the next round of innovation in Australia by enabling more members of the community to participate. So you will still need a valid Australian presence, but there are no other eligibility requirements. So you don't need to turn up with your ABN number. You don't need to have registered with the Australian Charities Commission, as long as you have a valid Australian presence. And we're doing a lot of work to make sure that our registrar community has what they need in place to validate presence. Then you'll be able to register in .au. There's a whole bunch of refinements around that, Sandy, that relate to people who are already in one of the other namespaces in .au. Post-February 2018, people who have registered a name will be able to apply through a priority allocation process. The only thing they need to do is to make sure that their registration is kept up to date. And on the basis of the create date, the .au name will be allocated. For those people who have registered before February 2018, there's going to be quite a carefully managed process to enable decisions to be made about which of those folks should get the .au direct name. There's quite a bit of information on our website already, but we will be doubling down over the next few months in terms of information and communication to make sure that everybody understands the opportunity and what they need to do based on their own preferences and choices.
Yeah, thanks. And Chris, question from the audience. I think, Chris, we might have answered that, but and there's a fact sheet there in chat. And in our last 90 seconds, I can't believe I've only left 90 seconds for a topic that I know you and I are both passionate about. NetThing's a multi-stakeholder community. Outer has spent a lot of time expressing how we feel about that, and it's certainly started to articulate itself in our strategy. So I'm just when we think multi-stakeholder, when I do, I think kind of two things. We live in such a complex world. And when it comes to internet policy, we accept that not only do we live in a complex world, but the only way to deal with that complexity really is to bring all voices to the table. So having adequate conversation and dialogue with members from civil society through the technical and academic community, the private sector. Briefly, in your 60 seconds, what do you reckon that means for us at Outer? And have you got a taste of where, obviously we'll play in domain name policy, but in the context of multi-stakeholder engagement, what does that mean for us?
Yeah, it means that we have to play in other fields, so not just domain name policy, but the technical rules and standards around domain name policy, for example. It means we have to play not only in Australia having conversations amongst ourselves, but also making sure that we can bring the Australian voice to international conversations. And it means very, very importantly that we have to promote and work to make sure that the multi-stakeholder model stays the preferred model, and that we don't get into a world where governments through formal regulation run the internet, because back to the point in the earlier session, that would kill the sort of innovation that we have seen over the last 35 years.
Thanks.
That's the nutshell answer.
Thank you. And next time I do this, I'm going to put multi-stakeholder at the start of the conversation. Narelle, firstly, Rosemary, thank you for being so gracious with your time. Narelle, back to you.
Oh, thank you, Sandra, and it's lovely to see you both. We're heading now into our next session, which is yet another rock star panel. We've got some really great people lined up over these 2 days. We've got, Peter Lewis from the Centre for Responsible Technology will be moderating this session, so you won't have to listen to me. We have Michelle Howie, the developer advocate from Telstra, speaking, Alex Pendashte, the Vice President of Linux Users Victoria, speaking, and Ellie Rennie from RMIT University, another great person to hear from. So over to you, Peter. Oh, and once again, I'll acknowledge that I'm on the land of the Camaragal people of the Eora Nation, and hopefully you will all similarly recognise your elders past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thanks, Narelle, and good afternoon, everyone. And I'm joining you from Gadigal land. And I also recognise the land I was on was never ceded. And it's great to be part of this event and really excited to be running this session, Tech and Environmental Sustainability. My organisation is a satellite of the Australia Institute, an independent think tank which looks at sensible ways of supporting government regulation and broadening the understanding of the politics of technology. My chief executive, Ben Oquist, is actually over in Glasgow at the moment as part of the thriving throng of humanity who are pushing for meaningful action on climate change. And we've all been watching events, I think, in Glasgow with a degree of trepidation and also hope as our world's leaders attempt to collaborate for a greater good. Our own glorious leader has been making much about doing little, but what has caught my attention was his technology will save us mantra. It's got a number of angles, doesn't it? Technology, not taxes, as if the two are totally separate worlds. Technology to allow us to keep digging up fossil fuels. Technology as a driver of human progress, as if that wasn't part of the problem. But implicit in the narrative is a blanket acceptance that technology will allow us to find a way. So we thought this session would be a great way to interrogate some of those assumptions with a very diverse panel, all coming at this question from different angles. So welcome Michelle Howie, who is the development advocate at Telstra, where she bills herself as an unconventional engineer and specialising in the Internet of Things. We also have Alex Pendashta, who's from the Linux Users of Victoria, where his mission is to build a tech economy that is circular, not linear. And we've also got Ellie Rennie, who is a member of the RMIT's Blockchain Innovation Hub. So I thought the format for this little session would be that we would break the discussion into 3 sessions and have one of the panelists lead the thinking in each of those. We'd also encourage you guys to weigh in, ask questions as we go along. Use the chat, but keep it nice. So let's start off with the first section, which I've titled, "What is the problem we are trying to solve here?" And we thought we'd get Michelle to lead this discussion. So welcome, Michelle, and thanks for being part of this panel. And I might just sort of throw out to you, the rhetoric around tech and the environment is that we just need to build new machines and we'll be okay. This has been a consistent trope through the 20th century, which is only accelerated with the internet. But I guess my first question to you is reducing emissions a good enough framing question as we look over the horizon?
Peter, Michelle's not online at the moment.
Oh dear.
So
well, there we go, because I was not looking at the room. So let's start with section 2. Alex, we're going to jump straight into the next bit. Let's talk about how we deal with problems. We'll park the, is this the right question? How do we deal with problems? It seems each new problem requires a new tech solution when there is so much value, both in hardware, but in systems as well, already in front of us. How much does the business model of startup and scale up and IPO shape the way the tech sector approaches problems?
Thank you, Peter. You guys hearing me well? Didn't do a sound check first. A great question. You earlier mentioned the meeting of the leaders in Glasgow at the moment is happening. And one interesting thing to be noted was the fact that e-waste, which I'm mainly going to talk about today, was removed from the agenda. So that was also a bit controversial as well. So sometimes we're not even allowing that to be discussed. It's not even discussed as a problem. There are different ways at looking at it. I'm not coming from, I am right now in the circular economy, let's say, space, but my expertise is coming from more from tech, so I don't pretend that I know much about circular economy. My approach to this problem personally is to looking at opportunities. So there are problems, of course, with speaking of e-waste, about the hazard to the environment, about in terms of chemicals and materials, about how much of a household waste that ends up in the landfill, it's actually ends up being e-waste, which I think is around 70%, which is quite a large number. Those are about material part of thing, but what actually I noticed and got my attention was the opportunity and the potential that we are totally missing out on, which is about how what's being categorized as waste can actually enable other things. I'll give you a simple example. One of the programs that we're running is to install Linux on laptops and older machines and basically bring them back to life, so known as upcycling. That can immediately trigger other waves. Not only that enables certain group of people that was discussed in the previous panels about inclusion, but can also create a culture of those who basically know how to tinker with their machines using the open source technologies that enable you to do things with your technology. So I don't want to go longer on that, but I pass it on to you. That's basically my main way of looking at problems like this, looking at this problem and looking at other problems. And sometimes 2 or 3 problems, when you look at them laterally, they can basically together turn into an opportunity. And that's my way of looking at it.
Ellie, to what extent does your work build on what's come before it? You're on the frontier of imagining a really exciting new technology, is it just running headlong into the future, or do you start with building blocks?
Look, I think we do start with building blocks. If we're thinking about Web3 or the future of the internet, that has a lineage that goes back into this open source movement that Alexa's part of, and I think open hardware is definitely also part of that story. And I'd love to hear him talk a little bit more about that, in fact, because one of the things I've noticed coming out of the blockchain world, which is particularly interesting, we tend to think of NFTs in terms of artworks or bottles of wine or whatever it might be. But where they become particularly interesting, in my view, is where they do enable, I suppose, the tracking of items or products or things, not just at that supply chain side, but consumption and beyond. And what happens to that object after it's been purchased, and what kind of infrastructures and open data, in fact, do we need to enable that? So there are some really interesting organizations out there that are starting to trial some things. We have a relationship at the Hub with an organization called Kong, which is one of the earlier blockchain Internet of Things company, as in hardware, creating chips that you can then use to not just track things in supply chain, but of course, have NFTs associated with whatever item that might be. So I think there are questions which here, and I suppose these are circular economy questions around what's going to enable people to start behaving that way towards e-waste or even other kinds of resources and consumption items. Alexa, do you have thoughts on that, or am I being idealistic?
You make great points. I was about to put it in the comments. Definitely open hardware is related, and one of the things I wanted to mention, I mentioned in the comment, I just said for those who are not don't have access to the comments, EU has mandated manufacturers of large electronic devices to manufacture it in a way that is repairable, and they also committed to supply parts for over 10 years. That will be pushing for the open hardware, like what you mentioned, Ellie. And
Brad's also mentioned how important right to repair is. Maybe just sort of, where is that idea in Australia at the moment, Alexa?
Well, there's a good, bad, and ugly. We can look at it. I'm doing another project. It's basically about history of Linux. As part of that, I'm learning a lot about how things have been in the 70s and 80s, and it's really fascinating to kind of hear where Australia has been in terms of technology, how pioneer it has been, even manufacturing, advanced manufacturing of electronics. And the point I wanted to get to is now, as we see, it's my personal observation. I'd like to hear if people in the audience agree or not. In the comment I will read, we don't have much of a hacker culture or repair culture as we could have easily. Like, a lot of us have access to the internet, and we just tell kids off screen and technology and everything, but there's just so much to play with. I see when a simple electronics, it's just like a bit of an electronics, it's not working well, it's just like thrown out in this nature strip. Whereas it's I'm not saying everyone needs to kind of pick up a screwdriver and do that, but a lot more, I believe, if they're exposed to things like this, will do that. And especially when you compare, in the past, there was literally no information. Like, there was no place to go to access information. There's like YouTube videos and everything. There's movements. However, we're not doing as much. So that's the part that I think we can do much better, especially because of the history that we have. And once we do that, there's a lot of problems that won't even exist to even need to be talked about and be addressed, where 98% of an electronics can be totally recovered. Most of it can be recycled, upcycled. Sometimes I don't want to get much into that, but if you talk about creativity, you can pull apart electronics if you know what you're doing and just do some more interesting things. Now that I got into that, now let's talk about regional, right? And we talk about IoT and tech for farmers. Sometimes, and the way I've seen most of these solutions are, which is great, and innovations are about designing and thinking and deploying it to the farms or selling it to the farmers, whereas there's a lot of local issues that you can just address yourself if you know a bit of a technology, if you know how to put things together. We have sensors, we have APIs, and sometimes even simpler machines and computers. You connect, you create a network, and there's so much you can do, basically, especially I think if there are people in the audience who are kind of hackers and they play around, they would, I think they would confirm what I mean.
To what extent do you, sorry, but isn't our problem that the business models change? So the hacker culture was a product and also a driver of a very open, collaborative approach to working through technology. But the proprietary systems that lead to the sense that you can't even get your iPhone fixed, and every time there's a new model, you've got to change all the, it's all consumer driven and all vendor driven, right? So are you just swimming against the tide, or how do you actually unwrap what's going on here?
That's a great question. There are competing basically trends. And also there are multiple factors that at the beginning you may not necessarily see them, but once you dig deeper, and there's some good research out there that I would pass on to the organizers if there's a follow-up email to the attendees to have a look at. So firstly, manufacturing has become way more easier because of technology. This is how a snake bites its tail. Then because of technology, a lot of population of mainly around the earth, unevenly spread, but lifted off poverty, they're more disposable income. And now we have the open market that incentivizes for doing any trick that you can in terms of marketing and making it harder for things being repaired. We have sometimes there's a technical term for that when Apple recently confessed, where basically for a period they kind of decapacitate your iPhone with the hope that you buy one, and if you don't want, it kind of comes back to keep you in the ecosystem. So there are all sort of tricks that is being played. There's some of them are natural trends, but at the other hand, there's some trends that we can basically leverage on if we are a bit more intentional, and especially in forums like this where people from different sectors and different ways of looking at things, policymakers and entrepreneurs are together. There could be programs and solutions devised that kind of allows us to tap into better trends. For example, a lot of programs that we have right now that makes it much easier for people who want to pick up some tech skills if we have more computers accessible. So some of the solutions are really easy. One of the things we want to do with the laptops that we're recovering is to basically distribute it in the regional areas. I personally know kids who don't have a computer. They're just full stop. So you can't really code on a smartphone. You can't use these brilliant programs that exist out there. Girls Geek Academy and there are other the coding programs that I've seen. They're great programs. If we don't give the basic tools that is needed to the kids, then they can't really use that. I mentioned that also even. Yeah, I think it will go on a different direction.
Thank you. I'll bring, yeah, that's fantastic, Alexa. I'll bring Ellie in. If Alexa's in his workshop with his tools and a penguin behind his back shoulder and refurbishing and reworking old bits of hardware, tell us a bit about what you do at the Blockchain Innovation Hub. I assume it's not just how to make money out of Bitcoin, right?
No, it's not that at all. I mean, there are a large number of economists in the centre, I should say, but they are more focused on how to understand the implications of what they see as a new economic infrastructure. So what changes in the world when you're able to move value across the internet in a peer-to-peer fashion. My research is more focused on how people are using Web3 technologies and the different practices that are arising around that particularly looking at cooperation. So how do these decentralized infrastructures enable new forms of cooperation or coordination among different actors? Mostly I'm looking at civil society and the creative industries, but also some deep online Web3 groups, for instance, one called SourceCred, which is a fully decentralized workplace where an algorithm effectively allocates who gets paid for the work that they do. They in fact they dog food their own product, and their product is used within a number of distributed autonomous organizations and other blockchain communities. So
how does it fit in? So how does this fit into saving the planet? How does
Okay, well, I mean, I think why I was brought into this discussion is one of the things that I've been looking at recently is more at that infrastructure level and at even at the hardware level, although that's not particularly what I'm looking at, which is this question of the carbon footprint of Bitcoin. And for me, my interest in this came out of a group set up by a colleague at Harvard, where we've been discussing, you know, what is legitimacy of blockchain and of different blockchains. And I became interested in, well, does this moral question about Bitcoin's energy use cause it to become illegitimate? And I'd been reading and keeping up with what was going on in the Bitcoin mining world and started talking to miners. And it became clear through that work that really, I think if Bitcoin ceases to be legitimate as a store of value, then we may actually be missing an opportunity in relation to renewable energy, which sounds counterintuitive because yes, this network does consume energy, and that is required by the proof of work algorithm, which secures the Bitcoin blockchain. Ethereum is moving to proof of stake, but many Bitcoiners reject that method. So they would see it as illegitimate. But what's interesting that we're starting to see occurring increasingly, well, there's a number of things. Firstly, the models out there that try to measure the carbon footprint of Bitcoin, they generally will make generalizations based upon whatever energy mix is used in that region of the world where they are assuming most of the Bitcoin mining is taking place. In fact, we know that a lot of Bitcoin mining actually happens at the source. Bitcoin mining installations are highly mobile, so you can transport them wherever you want them to go. And that, of course, you know, there's a whole ideology behind that Bitcoin needs to be able to move when it's not wanted somewhere in order to be resilient. However, it's also been the case that Bitcoin miners, for instance, will co-locate with a hydropower station where there's a wind farm, often where there's gas flares, which is a really complex one that I might come back to. But also, for instance, where there's been, you know, a solar infrastructure, solar farm built, but where it's too costly to transport that to the grid, or where it's going to create massive fluctuations that would make that grid unstable. Bitcoin mining is actually useful in those situations. So you can have the kind of behind the meter situations. So where it's actually using waste energy. So it's not contributing to the carbon footprint because it's using things that would just otherwise will be released into the atmosphere. In the case of gas flares, it's actually better because you're reducing methane if you can convert those gas flares to electricity into carbon dioxide, which is not quite as toxic, and reduction in soot and other pollutants.
So you're making the case that it's not a massive drain on energy. So help explain to me how it actually does the other side.
Okay, so the other side of that is that what Bitcoin mining is also a service to energy markets. Where you have high use of renewables, or where you want to be using renewables in your energy mix, in your energy market, you need your supply to match your demand. And if that doesn't happen, you get a situation where you have blackouts, and things like solar and wind, and even to some degree hydro, are going to create some instability there. Bitcoin mining can switch on and off as required. So what we're seeing is Bitcoin miners entering into contracts with energy markets so that they will be responsive to whatever demands are being made on the grid at that time. For instance, you know, if it's a really hot summer's day and everyone's using their air conditioners, they'll switch off, that kind of thing. But one thing I found really, really interesting was, in fact, in Australia here, but I did see some US companies doing this too, the cooling, they call it immersion technology, which has been developed in particular for cooling Bitcoin mining ASICs, is creating new innovations in cooling technology for data centers in general. And there's also, you know, an indication that Bitcoin mining can be used to create greener, more viable data centers through these similar dynamics in terms of being able to switch on and off to make it viable for those data centers to be able to use renewable energy. So what I'm generally saying here is that it's a more elaborate story than what we hear in the media. And in fact, it can also have a negative consequence, which is that I've read of instances where Bitcoin mining, similar dynamics are being used to show that, say, oil exploration is viable in a site by being able to show that that site is active and in use quicker, because the Bitcoin mining can just go there and start, say, using those gas flares or whatever it might be.
When you say the Bitcoin mining goes there, what do you mean?
Literally these kind of shipping container-like, you know, infrastructures, buildings full of what are ASICs, which are essentially really, really fast hard drives that are performing this software process, which is solving the puzzle that the Bitcoin algorithm requires them to do in order to participate in securing the blockchain.
Wow.
And for which service they receive Bitcoin in return.
Yeah, Michelle's joined us. Hi, Michelle. We'll bring you in to your core bit of framing the conversation after we've finished looking at the future. But this is a way of thinking about technology that I haven't done before, which is I'm still trying to process, and I know you've just put something similar in the chat.
Yeah. And I was loving to hear from Ellie when we were learning about this all before, because I thought I knew exactly what Bitcoin was about, and I thought I was above everyone because I knew that it uses too much energy. So I was, you know, withholding from getting my own Bitcoins. And then
now you're going to go hard.
Yeah, I think so.
No,
no, maybe not. At least I'll think about it, right? No. This advice is general in nature, and past performance is not indicative of future performance. You know, all that. But I think no, it is really interesting, because from what I do know about Bitcoin, anyway, Ellie, it was founded with people with really strong ideologies to make the world a better place, and so that is really. You know, it makes sense to pair that with also being a little bit more energy conscious than we kind of put them in the bucket of Bitcoin bad, too much energy. So this is really uplifting to know that the ideologies haven't all been lost. Yeah.
Yeah, and look, Bitcoin is still driven by other ideologies, but I should also say that this is not an inevitably good thing or bad thing. We just don't know yet. And I think this is where it becomes difficult, because you could say that, well, perhaps a regulatory response is required here, so that Bitcoin mining is using renewable energy. And in fact, one of Senator Bragg's recommendations from the recent Senate committee was that Bitcoin miners that use renewable energy will receive some kind of discount, 10%, something. Interesting tax discount. But so I think that, you know, that there's there are policy responses, but of course, Bitcoin doesn't want to be tied to the nation state, and it certainly doesn't even want to be tied to one place. And what's just happened with China, with them shutting down Bitcoin mining, is shows that there's probably good reason for that Bitcoin needs to be nimble.
In the chat, we argue in that sense, on one level, Bitcoin is money laundering, crime gang, ransom groups. On the other side, it is a way of tracking securely movements of money and other information. So it's how you do it. And I guess for this discussion, it is also, in more broader sense, it's not technology, is what the parameters you put in place. What are the guardrails? What are the red lines? And what is the sense of the endpoint you're trying to reach? Alexa, you were saying in the chat, I don't think you would have come into this initially saying, yeah, we should really be mining a whole lot of Bitcoin to save the world. But you're also, I think, as an electrical engineer, sort of seeing the constraints and the opportunities within the existing power grid, that if it's used properly, right?
It can be. And the other thing I also want to add as a information architect is I can see the Bitcoin and blockchain movement has excited a lot of projects, and that's a lot of use cases right now. But I can see that a lot of them in the longer run would end up using purely peer-to-peer technologies that would not require on a globally maintained ledger. So I suspect that after a while, especially after the hype goes away, we fall back. The global ledger that's already that right now is consuming a lot of energy would kind of be shrunk down to its core purpose, and that might also help.
All right. Well, look, let's bring Michelle in now. And thanks, guys. So we've kind of gone about this end on up. So we're going to start the discussion, and we might end it with, how do we define the problem we're trying to solve? We've critiqued the idea of just building new stuff as the answer. And I think we've also talked a little bit about there are different paths you can take when you pursue tech. But Michelle, with your work, I'm interested in that whole idea of how important is establishing the problem you're trying to solve before you make a call on whether you're on the right path or not.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. And I just want to acknowledge that I'm dialing in from Ghana land today, and I'm going to blame the time zones for why I thought I was dialing in 15 minutes early. So that's Adelaide time for you guys. No, but in my role, so I'm a developer advocate, and so I'm really here to help empower developers that are outside of my business, outside of the work that I do, to actually, harness technology and use it in the ways that makes most sense for them. And also bring those insights back into the business to make sure that developers' needs are being met and the things that they need can actually be answered with other solutions and software. So I actually got into engineering and into technology because I was really passionate about all the problems in the world, and I saw that a lot of them do have, technology as an answer to help us get to the end. So, the world's to-do list, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we're not going to be able to tick all of them off without incorporating technology into some part of the solution, right? But that's not the end goal, isn't to fix them with technology and put a band-aid on them, right? So some of the things I see that are really encouraging and uplifting, and why I got into tech in the first place is, I see things like drones that are being used to sow seeds for reforestation, thousands of seeds a day, and new trees are going to blossom out of that. Or things like renewable energy technology. We've got a lot of that in Australia, especially in South Australia where I am, where a lot of our grid is already on renewables. But I do feel like there's a risk, and exactly what you said, Peter, in missing the point of some of this. So have you guys been to a hackathon before? Has any of you been to like a hackathon? Yeah, Alexa, you've definitely been to a hackathon. Yeah, Ellie's been to a hackathon. Yeah. And so when you're at a hackathon, you only have a couple of days to come up with a solution to a challenge that's posed. And for any of you guys that have been in one before, you know that the most successful teams are not ones that are made up of developers, right? In the hackathon context, they're the hackers. In any successful project, you have to have, there's 4 elements, I think. You have the hackers, you have to have hipsters who are really designing the solution and making sure it's usable, user-friendly. And you have hustlers who are making sure that there's actually a need to be met. There's actually, we're going down the right path to meet it. And a 4th element that I like to add is people with lived experience. So if you're trying to solve a problem, and you don't have someone there in your team or at the table that's actually lived that problem before, you're probably going to go off in the wrong direction. And too many times we do see technology that's kind of like brought up because it's nice and new and shiny, and then trying to fit into, a round hole, so to say, square box, square problem, So yeah, it is really important to think of it holistically. Some of the things that I get really frustrated in seeing is, I'm work in the Internet of Things space, so lots of sensors and meters and data, which is great. Everyone loves data, but too often it's kind of being utilized to just delay some inevitable problems. So using water meters to make sure that there's no leakage in the tap on big farms, or so that they can optimize the water usage for things that probably shouldn't be being grown in the driest state, in the driest country in the world, right? So I've talked about this a little bit to some regional friends of mine, and I said it's not that easy, Michelle. You can't just we have to use those technologies because that's where the market is. So if we take almonds, for example, that take a lot of water to be grown, it's easy enough for me to say, oh, okay, you should grow yams instead, right? Yams have been grown on this land for tens of thousands of years, but there's no market for that, right? So people aren't going to go out and create a supply chain overnight. So that's where technology is used in a good way to help kind of optimize existing processes. But how can we use technology paired with other things like systems design, policy, market drivers, investment to actually shift that whole system and create something better that is new and is not sort of just delaying the problem down the line?
So without wanting you to solve what our world leaders can't solve in Glasgow, what is the retort? How do we change the way the world consumes power and lives their lives if it's not through tech? So if technology is not the answer, what is the way of framing the question?
Or have you guys got an answer for that? Alexa, maybe? Leader? Yeah. Go ahead.
You go.
No, you go.
Okay, that's okay. I think looking at technology as what it is, as an enabler, if we bring it back to home to people, like what you were saying, Michelle, before, and more focusing on that culture that we were talking about earlier, then the lived experience, the problem owner, whatever you want to phrase it, that person, if we give more agency and more access and inspirations, then people would work it out. They would find the right technology for themselves. And that's where, like what we talked about it earlier, open source and open hardware helps. Not because it's great, it's open and all that. It's because it allows you to pick the right solution for yourself. Maybe that's how we can approach technology, not just thinking of technology layer, leave that to the people on the ground, whether literally or in that problem statement that you're addressing, and helping them with being more competent in helping themselves and giving them more agency.
Yeah, that's where I get a bit lost with, you go, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, Alexa, I love that, giving people agency and sort of democratizing the access to this technology. And in my role as developer advocate, I do see a great shift in the democratization and access to technology with things like APIs and software development kits, low code, no code that can be copy and pasted. You don't need an engineering degree to be able to do a lot of these things. But I think a lot of people get scared because they don't have the agency and the encouragement to do it. So that was, just wanted to touch on that.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Ellie?
Look, I think what we need is open data, not just open hardware, and we need to do it well. And APIs, I don't necessarily think are always the solution, because that's the developer's idea of what information they want to make open to the world. So, for instance, there are actually some interesting Web3 data experiments going on, which make things far more accessible. But I think it's only when we can start to see beyond siloed proprietary systems that we're going to be able to use technology effectively to solve challenges of the scale of which we're facing. So that would be my response. And I don't think that will happen without decentralized tech.
So this is where I think we hit the conundrum, and bringing all of your guys' positions together. If I hear you all right, it's if tech is the enabler, it is the problems we're trying to solve that's important, but the more people involved in the problem solving, the better chance you've got of coming up with a good solution. Yet the models of business that drive a lot of tech is all about coming up with an idea and then hoarding off any access to it because you want to personalize the benefit of your great idea so you can go and float and go to wherever you go, Silicon Valley or wherever. It ends up being really a question of the whole economy of technology, doesn't it? If we really want to harness tech.
I think so. I think it's the whole ecosystem, definitely. And I really see positive aspects of it. I see a greater number of diverse people getting involved in engineering and software to be on that side of the hustler, hipster, hacker, but also the opposite, having people who are in business and in design actually understanding and appreciating technology a little bit more, so you can not be scared and not sort of shut some ideas down when actually the technology might actually be complicating things. I think that's a real risk too. Some of the best technology is simple and easy and accessible. Like I love the stuff you do, Alexa, with that side of things.
Oh, absolutely.
It doesn't need to be expensive and big and complicated.
How would hackers approach the problems that are emerging from Glasgow? It'd be very different, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I can comment on that. May I just build on what Michelle
just
said?
Sure.
Just make me remind me of something, that sometimes when you, as I said, two problems can cancel each other out. One of the problems we have right now, for example, like what you said, Peter, if we look at it holistically, smaller businesses having access to services, you have to pay for Dropbox and this and that and all the cloud services. And sometimes you're running a remote, a manufacturing setting that it doesn't have like good internet connection, but now every tool, everyone expects the project management tool and all that. Sometimes with a computer locally, you can just have it all and that's it. And now imagine that you're even providing the energy for that computer using renewables. So with using open source, sometimes like settings like this can just fix a lot of issues at one go. And also that also creates a local economy of those who would provide services for those computers. It creates a more competent open source industry that we desperately need, I believe, here, so that we stop giving contracts in form of $1 billion to IBM and AWS and similar, so that we can basically distribute that money more to the open source industry here locally. I think that's how the holistic approach really helps if you look at it that way, and you put it really well.
And what about you, Michelle? Your mission is to get more collaboration going from within Telstra. What are your green shoots?
Yeah, I think there has to be a mix of short-term and long-term vision too, right? Like some of the exciting things that I've seen, even like in Telstra recently, we were testing a 5G powered helmet for cyclists that will help let them know if there's a car door opening, or even connect to cars that are coming around the corner so that they can be safer. And I think that's a step in the right direction of prioritizing active transport and making cyclists safer on the road. But I think we'll all agree that that's one of the things that is a sad reality, that it even has to be a technology, right? Shouldn't we be having roads that are safe for cyclists and pedestrians are prioritized and things like that? So I think when you look at it from the hacker mindset, that we were trying to solve the problems that are immediate, and their immediate needs and things that need to be solved. I've seen some really cool things like in agriculture, which is one of the industries that is some of the highest emitters of carbon dioxide and things like that, right? But you need to have some short-term addressing the short-term needs. So I've seen cool things like autonomous robots who are going through crops and weeding by picking them out using AI to see if it's a weed or not, instead of spraying everywhere. So there are some cool technologies that are being applied for the short term. I just think what I would love to see more of at a national scale and global scale is those more utopian, looking to the future. If we can invest in submarine tech for it's not going to be built for 30 years, what else could we look 30 years into the future and see that we could start building now? And that's when I think the technologies that are emerging, like artificial intelligence, 5G, Internet of Things, they're all going to play a big role in that roadmap. So let's look to that 30-year utopia and see what we can build now to help get us there. Because I think that the sad thing is that a lot of the technology that is going to get us to net zero, sooner than 2030, right? It's already here. We've already got the technology. Smart people with good passions have already been working on it, especially when you look at clean energy. So I recently joined the Telstra Energy Group, and there's such great things I've been seeing in renewables and clean energy in Australia, but I don't think it's the technology that's holding us back. I think it's, a bit more systemic, and things like this where we were talking about it. Hopefully some people who are listening today have learned something. They can do a bit of Googling and find more, tell a friend. I think that's
I don't think we could have come up with a more diverse series of angles. Internet of Things, blockchain, and recycling. But my final thought is it just reminds me of the Talking Heads song "Road to Nowhere." We know we're on a road, but if it's not going anywhere, then what's the point and where are we going? So thanks, guys, for this session. We've only got a minute to go. If you enjoyed this discussion, come back at 1 p.m. tomorrow, where I'll be hosting our regular Burning Platform session, which is a new webinar and podcast I do with the Lizzie O'Shea from Digital Rights Watch. Our special guest will be author and academic Benedetta Bravini, who has just put out a book, Is AI Good for the Planet? So these themes will probably be built on with a little bit more depth then. But for now, thanks for being part of it, and look forward to the next session. Cheers, guys.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Peter, and your fellow panelists, Michelle, Alexa, and Ellie. It was great to see you and hear all of those great thoughts. Our next session is Data in Whose Interests? It's another panel. We're exploring the ever-expanding data economy, a legal and ethical framework for companies, and the idea of a fiduciary or best interest duty to data holders. That's a really fascinating topic, isn't it? So the data economy is ever expanding with more companies gaining access and trading in consumer data than ever before. But with so many new and diverse data holders, what is keeping them accountable to the people whose data they hold? So this panel discussion will explore the idea of a fiduciary or best interest duty to data holders. Who would benefit from such a duty, and how? How would industry respond, and how could it work? So we're in a really fascinating context with all of this today, aren't we, folks? We've got Erin Turner here back again, great rock star from Choice, Director of Campaigns. We've got Kate Bauer, a consumer data advocate, also from Choice. Professor Jenny Patterson, co-director of the Centre for AI and Digital Ethics from the University of Melbourne. Hi, Jenny, great to see you again. Philip Zorab, the Managing Director of Ground Control Data, and Vivica Wiley, the Founding Director of Little Owl and Strategic Program Leader of Reinvent Science at CSIRO. So I'll hand over now to Erin, and off you go.
Thanks, Narelle. I'm really looking forward to this. I think it's going to be a really lively debate about data. First, I want to acknowledge that we're all on Aboriginal land and sovereignty has never been ceded. Personally, I'm on the land of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and I pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. So we're talking data, specifically consumer data or people's data. Who has it? What do they do with it? And what rules should be in place to keep people safe and make things fair? Now, this is interactive, like all of the sessions. We want your questions, we want your thoughts. If you put them in the Q&A or the chat, I'll bring them forward and help our panelists respond. Also jump on Twitter, hashtag NetThing. Love a Twitter conversation. It can go well beyond the 45 minutes we have today. So we've introduced our fantastic panel, and I just want to acknowledge the diversity of experience and views here. I'm so appreciative that we have their time. Now, I'm going to ask Phil if you can help kick this off. Others are very welcome to contribute to this first question, but you're someone who works with data really regularly. Can you help set the scene for us? Data's, it's a huge conversation. It's a lot of different things, but very broadly, what kind of consumer data or people's data do businesses regularly have and use?
Yeah, and look, it's a really, really kind of big topic, so I'll try not to take up all 45 minutes just with this one response. But it's really interesting. There's probably less data held by the average company than you would expect, and it's really obviously diverse according to what kind of business you are, how you operate, how you interact with customers, whether you own that customer relationship or whether you sell your products through a retailer. But if we think about your kind of average kind of retail business or e-commerce business, and we think about the data that they've got, they can see their customers and they know what kind of products they're buying, how frequently they're buying them. They might have segmented them based on those those kind of product purchases, and they might have an idea about the next best thing that we want to sell you. We know where you live, and there might be some additional segmentation and insights we get from people that live in that particular postcode or SA1, and that, and connecting that data up to other various sources with profiles around people who live in those kinds of areas. But they don't, unless they've asked you a survey when you've kind of signed up, they don't really have much in the way of actual demographic information about you. Like, they can probably tell from your name whether you're male or female. They probably don't know your age. They probably don't know whether you have kids. They probably don't know what your various interests or your work things kind of are. So they've got this limited panel of data of what they kind of know about you. And then they've obviously got all the other people that they're trying to kind of prospect and get in, where they're kind of working on this kind of anonymous field. So the data they know about you might be fairly limited, but the data that they want to use in order to be able to target might be much, much bigger. And that's where these other bigger businesses kind of come in. So there's lots of companies who have a lot of data about kind of people. And it's like, if you think of your supermarkets, kind of airlines, and actually this is a surprising one for me, Ticketek with all of their kind of event information, have got an incredible database of virtually all of the adults in Australia. They've got a profile on them. They know what kind of events they go to. They've probably segmented whether you have children based on the fact that you might have bought some tickets to a Wiggles concert or something like that. Airlines have a lot of data, credit bureaus. So whenever you apply for a credit card or a loan or any kind of financial product, you're essentially releasing all of your info to these credit bureaus, who do a very good job of patching all these various different data sets up together, and kind of connecting the dots for these kind of rounded usage. You've also got location data. So a lot of the apps that you're using will be essentially not so much selling your location data, but they have an SDK in their app which provides location kind of capability, because you might have some personalization or tracking data which requires that location, and in exchange for that capability, they're sharing that data up to that SDK provider, who will then aggregate it up and then create products and services off the back of it. So location data around where you work, where you live, where you play, kind of is available, and then essentially nobody really, publishers is the other kind of really key one. So all the content that you read, when you go to a particular publisher, you're giving off kind of signals of intent of what you're interested in, what you're wanting to kind of buy, what your politics kind of might be, all these various kind of interests kind of gleaned from these various different kind of publishers. And then obviously you've got your social networks and your big apps where you spend a lot of time and you're transacting all these you're sharing all this data about kind of what you're doing. But what's interesting is that it's really, really difficult, expensive, and legally risky to connect all these data sets together. And so while all that data kind of exists out there, very, very few companies, if any, actually have the ability to bring it all together. And I know from my life previously in one of the big global agencies, my job was to build a platform that essentially did all this. And I spent 2 years in legal hell trying to negotiate all of the licensing rights and or basically trying to thread that line around what was ethical, but also kind of legal, and how do we kind of connect all these data sets together. It is an incredibly difficult and expensive kind of process to do. So companies, when they want to use this data for targeting, it's a bit of a one-way street. So they'll go, I've got this group of people that I want to target. So they might be my existing customers or people I want to target. And then they're kind of finding places where they can match records and then find either those kind of people or people that look like them in order for targeting. But it's a one-way street. So that data will go to a data aggregator or an ad tech platform or a Google or a Facebook, and they'll use that for reaching the audience, but you don't get that data back. So as an advertiser, you can't then enrich your records about those customers with all that data that those other providers going to have out there. So I think that's probably a little bit of a misconception that a lot of people have, because they're all worried about this data and where it exists and floats out there, but it doesn't always kind of, it very rarely will float back to those advertisers. So for the most part, it's pretty benign from from an advertiser point of view. And clearly there are edge cases around, ways that companies are using this data for targeting vulnerable parts of society or people with particular medical conditions and things like that. But in the most part, I think another key thing I want to get across is that it is really time consuming and expensive to create personalized campaigns with lots of different assets, lots of different creative variations, targeting all of these different kind of different segments of society. It is much, much easier and more cost effective. And then from all of the kind of advertising science, more effective to do large scale campaigns where you're essentially kind of reaching everyone. Now, obviously, lots of use cases where that micro targeting does work, but in general, it probably happens a lot less than you think.
It's kind of, the answer is lots, but it's not connected, and companies aren't using it as much as they want to yet.
Look, and they all love to use it, but they're they've mostly got really conservative legal teams, and it is really like I was trying to. Okay, you've got all this great data. Can we enrich our data? Like, nobody wants to play in that game. Everyone is really, really kind of risk averse.
So I might throw to Kate and Jeannie now, because you're, as advocates, academics, you're often from the outside of company practices looking in. Interested in kind of the reverse answer to that question is, what don't we know about how companies are using data and what they have?
Yeah, it's always a really interesting question. Is my microphone working okay? I'm getting a bit of echo. Oh, good. Excellent. Yeah, it's always an interesting question, like, we don't know what we don't know, right? And Phil started there with like the very, very small, it's hardly anything, into actually some businesses have a huge, massive amount of data. It's just that not everyone has access to that same level of data. So I guess what we don't know is we've got a pretty good idea of how marketing and advertising and analytics works. Those are businesses that have been around for a long time. Kind of what we don't know are these newer uses of data for training data sets, for machine learning and for AI, and where are they getting that data from? Sometimes that's proprietary data, sometimes that's data owned by those businesses, sometimes it's data that they've bought, sometimes it's open source, sometimes it's scraped straight off the internet. And then going into machine learning models. So I think when we think about it, we've got data that's created from a customer relationship, like your publisher that you engage with or a product that you purchase. You expect them to have that transactional data on you, but it's what happens if that data is then used for a different purpose. And that's where consumers are really left in the dark. We don't actually know, what happens after the point that it's left that original business.
Jeannie, can I get your thoughts on this? So, like, what don't we know? What's the transparency challenge here? Sorry, Jeannie, you're on mute.
The transparency challenge is just about everything, as Kate and Phil have mentioned. There's lots of data being collected. It's sitting in all sorts of places. A lot of the times it's either sold or scraped and then used for other purposes. And I think the key takeaway I take out of both Kate and Phil's comments is there's a tendency to both overestimate what can be done. Like, we often hear, advertising knows me better than I know myself. Nah, it doesn't. It's just very widespread and sometimes hits the mark or hits the mark badly. And also there's things that happen that we go, wow, how did that come about? Australia First sends me misleading information about what's happening with COVID vaccines. How did they get my number? I'll tell you, they got it from a data broker. So it's both worse than we think and more crude than we think. I think that's precisely right. And what we need, as Kate said, is more transparency.
Yeah, I think we've all had that experience of I keep getting the same pair of shoes advertised to me and I bought them 3 weeks ago. So worse and better is a great way of thinking about it.
Just one thing to add in there, like a really kind of common complaint is this advertiser knows too much about me. How could they know possibly to target me with this thing? I was just talking about with a friend, my phone must be listening to me. The reality is people are a lot more predictable than they think, and they're a lot less unique than they think. And it's really, really easy if you have this particular kind of you're in this demographic, you live in this particular area, you have these interests, there's a pretty good chance we're going to know exactly the right kinds of products and services that you're going to be interested in. And because your friends are talking about them, they're probably also interested, and you're giving off signals around, that you're going to be a good prospect for it. It's not anyone trying to target you specifically. You just happen to fit a profile, and we've done a good job as an advertising agency to reach that.
Viv, I'm going to throw to you now. You think a lot about the future. How do businesses want to use consumer data? Like, what do you see coming down the pipeline?
Yeah, so at CSIRO, I use a lot of science fiction to try and envisage the future and shoot towards it. I also see a lot of startups using dystopian sci-fi kind of as a user manual, which is not such a great idea. Like literally. I think at F8, which is where Facebook first announced their move into the metaverse a few years ago, which has now become their #1 corporate priority, and everything's around this. Their head of reality was quoting from The Matrix and Snow Crash, dystopian sci-fi, to set out their plans for the future. And it comes down to, I think a lot of what Phil was saying, there is a kind of a myth around the power of data, and it has this kind of, and the lack of transparency feeds into that myth, right? So companies want to use it to do everything, and they think it will do everything. Zillow just spent, I don't know how much, few $100 million, few $1 billion on real estate in the US, because they figured they had, so this is the big real estate listings company in America, they thought they had better market intelligence than everyone else because they do all the buying and they do all the listings. They lost a hell of a lot of money. It didn't work. Data is not intelligence. Intelligence is not wisdom. The market happened to be on a bit of a down when they were doing that. So as smart as they thought they were, they've had to shut that division down and fire 25% of their staff, right? They thought, and a lot of people were worried about the power of that data that they were aggregating. And it was a lot of data, but it wasn't wisdom. And I see the same problems. Not so there's intended consequences. There's all of these kind of dodgy ad tech things that the big aggregators want to do. And as everyone has been saying, they don't sell your data. They broker access to the results of calculations done about you, because that's a more powerful market position for them to be in. Right? If they just sold your data, they wouldn't be cornering the market anymore. It's kind of a power law effect. There are these small number of organizations that have a huge amount of information about you, or data about you, and some they might be able to derive some information. What Facebook wants to do is to beef up their existing business model, right? To take it to the next level, to create a new internet where microtransactions are baked in at every level, and every single thing that you do and every brainwave that crosses your mind is monetized. And I've been talking to, and it goes, but one of the issues is, as Phil was saying before, you have to be really well resourced to handle the risks of data, or you have to be beyond the law one way or another to handle the risks of data. So, all of the ransomware people who are generating Bitcoin through ransoming hospitals, they're managing risk by staying away from the police, and then money laundering the ransom money through NFTs. Just in case you're wondering, why is a JPEG of a badly drawn ape that looks like a Gorillaz album cover selling for $15 million? It's not. That's just money laundering. That's what's happening. It's being sold to an associate of the person who bought it. Anyway, this is I don't know how long you want to hear about this for, but there is this extra legal community building up where distributed autonomous organizations, for example, might want to become data brokers, and there is nobody to sue.
Wow. And I think there's a lot of scary kind of potential and things that are happening, including the ridiculous prices for a badly drawn picture of an ape that you're describing there. I'd love to take the panel now to think about the rules that people expect to apply, not necessarily the ones that do, but and open to all of our experts here. What do you think consumers expect from businesses that hold their data?
I'll jump in here. Look, this is an easy one to answer because we actually know, because people ask them all the time, like, how comfortable are you with this use of data? You know, when a business is using this, how aware of it are you? How concerned are you? You know, and we know that customers, when they deal with the business, expect them to hold data on them that help the business service them. Like if you buy a product, you need it delivered to your house, you give the business your address and you expect them to have your address. You know, so there is a minimum level that people expect. I'm dealing with the business, I'm going to give them the information they need to deliver the product or service that I'm purchasing. They're also actually fairly comfortable with the idea of advertising, particularly if you're getting a service for free. So if you've downloaded an app for free or using a social media service for free, you know that they have to make money somehow. So most consumers are actually still fairly comfortable with the use of data to sell them back products, to advertise, to segment the market, so they can do that. It's when the businesses start sharing that information, whether that's sharing it through a data broker or using it for different purposes than which they intended when they gave over that data, that's when consumers get concerned. And that's when they start, I guess, you know, freaking out over this big scary world of data and thinking, why is it listening to me? Why is it doing this? So it's when those businesses do something unexpected or beyond the scope of what they either thought was possible or they thought was like beyond the reasonable expectation of how the business might use that data.
And I agree, if I can jump in there, but I think the other point is that consumers have very little understanding about what happens with their data or can happen when they leave us. I mean, we've just talked about the fact that some businesses have realms and realms of data that they're just sitting on, possibly not using, and some businesses have kind of sold their data and it's been used for other purposes. Consumers don't know. They simply don't know. They can't. We're bad at understanding future risk. We tend to put a lot of weight on things we've experienced. There's shark attacks. We're worried about shark attacks. More people get killed by cows than sharks, but we worry about shark attacks because they're in the media. So it's very hard for consumers to assess the risk of future harm from agreeing to uses of their data. And anyway, in most cases, consumers aren't asked about what's going to happen to their data because we don't have strong privacy protection in Australia. So on the one hand, we need to think about consumers' expectation on the understanding. On the other hand, we know that consumers are palpably badly placed to make decisions about what might happen to them over data sharing in the future. And as Kate said, data is increasingly used not merely for targeted advertising and not merely for political advertising, but to inform machine learning neural networks, AI, which increasingly is making decisions that is going to affect the lives of citizens. And that's where we should be worried, and also where consumers don't have a lot of expertise or insight into the harms that might occur.
Just want to stay with you for a second, Jeannie, and pick your great legal brain. A lot of the protections we have in place at the moment, they rely on consent and notification. So they rely on the consumer who, as you say, isn't always great at predicting the future. No one is. What are the challenges with this model?
Well, the consent model is based on this idea that we as consumers should have the capacity to control our own lives, which is a great idea, except that, as we know, our lives are rich and complicated and we're overloaded with decisions and we're busy with day-to-day tasks, and we can't possibly exercise understanding, free will choice over every decision we're asked to make. So often giving choices to consumers about what's going to happen to them is a regulatory cop-out. It's responsibilising individuals who aren't in a position to really make full use of those choices. And at the moment, if we think about privacy protection and data, most of the time we're not even asked to consent to the type of information that's collected about us. Strictly, consent is only required from us for information to be collected in a very narrow range of circumstances. Most of the time it can be collected provided we're giving some sort of notice about it. And we have no, even if we wanted to, we couldn't exercise control. And even if we could exercise control, we don't know how to do that. I'm going to give one example. If you go down to your local shopping centre today, when you go in the door, you will see in a small sign, basically a sign that says, by entering this shopping centre, you're agreeing to being tracked as you move around the shopping centre. And the shopping centre is picking up the Bluetooth beacon in your phone and looking at where you go, what shops you pause in front of. Now, you've consented by entering the shopping centre. None of us know what that means. None of us know we're consenting. We need better controls than consent over data collection in an age where data is being used for AI. I'm much more worried about AI than I am about targeted advertising, except in the context of political ads.
Thank you. Viv and Philip, anything to add here? I'm seeing some great comments come through.
Yeah, there's the fatigue issue with consent. And then there's also the kind of problem of network effects and multi-party transactions, right? So you might, if you're a renter and you need a property, you're going to use one form. You didn't choose that, right? You don't really, it's not a true consent. And if you've read the privacy policy of OneForm and the 7 or 8 other brands that fall under the same privacy policy, they can use your data for purposes. Like they disclose it, they disclose that they will use it for their partners who are not named to improve their services, and for parties who they deal with to improve their services to you. It's extremely broad. It wouldn't fly under the GDPR, but it flies here and people don't have a choice. Facebook's the same. I don't want to have a Facebook account, I really, really don't. But I can't, find out what's going on in my kid's PNC without one. And so that's not a true choice. So what I have a Facebook account that's under a false name that has no friends, that's against their terms of service, right? But it's the only way I can stay connected to my community. And I think in Australia, actually, there's the potential. We have a public broadcasting model and we should apply that to digital services. We should have a kind of a universal basic digital service that lets people do these kind of basic community functions without having to sell that, sign up for whatever's going.
All right. Phil, do you want to add anything here? Oh, Jeannie, go.
Erin, can I just say something briefly? I think it's a really good point that's just made. It's easy to say turn off Facebook. And for lots of people, you're quite right. You can't turn off Facebook. You need Facebook to know when sporting events are for your kids. You need it. For some people, they communicate with their employers through it. We can't just turn off Facebook, unfortunately, but that's the reality. I mean, it's really interesting. The doyens of Silicon Valley won't let their children play with technology. They just get beautiful wooden toys. Most of us don't have that choice in our lives. So, we need to work hard to make laws that protect the interests of people without making them responsible for decisions that they actually cannot control.
I feel like we're moving into a really interesting conversation. It's not like what is the world, it's what should the world be. So I'm interested in thoughts around what rules should apply to how businesses use data. And should they be laws? Should they be regulations? Should they be voluntary or ethical frameworks? And Phil, you've operated with the current laws that exist. I want to go to you first. What do you think about this?
Yeah, so look, I think it's really clear that there's vast differences across society in how they think about data and how that should be used and whether they're paying any attention or whether they actually care about kind of what's happening with their data. Like for me personally, I've always really liked the idea of the blockchain with that ability to be able to control your data, and then you can choose and get the individual kind of benefits as to how you share your data out and what portions of that data, and I will give you this window into this little bit of my data in exchange for some value that I'll get from. But I'm a geek and I love that stuff. But I know that that would just be beyond what the vast proportion of the internet population would be able to deal with, have the interest or time or inclination to deal with. Like a lot of people they just want easy, they don't really want to be fussed and bothered by it. And, and we can just tell from who actually looks at privacy statements and who cares about them. It is, the younger population that go like, free for all, I don't really care, I want that thing. I'm as we've talked about, I'm not worried about the kind of future harms that come from it. And so trying to put the responsibility on the user to be responsible for their data and how they use it, I think it's a great idea, but I think it's just not really particularly practical. So how do we kind of create things so that we are minimizing those harms, and we are making sure that protections are in place, but we're also not making it impractical for a vast majority of people to be able to use all the things that they're used to.
I'm going to invite other panelists to dive in here.
I just wanted to kind of, bring a couple of those points together. Is I think, this idea of opting out, it sounds great in theory, and there are certainly things that you can opt out of, but increasingly opting out is not an option. Like banking now is online banking. During lockdown, the last bank branch and last ATM in my suburb closed, and I was lucky to be in the LGA of concern in Canterbury Bankstown Council in Sydney, and there was a moment in time where the 7 closest supermarkets to my house all had COVID case alerts. So really online shopping was the only available option to me. So increasingly we're relying on those sorts of services, which you shop at Woolworths online, they suddenly have all your transaction data. They know what I bought. They know how frequently I bought it. So it's not really a safe option for me to try and do my banking in cash in person and always pay cash at the supermarket. That's just not realistically how we live anymore. And we're very, very quickly hitting the limits, I think, of what the notice and consent model is of handling data at the moment, because just the sheer volume that we have to deal with, not just the volume of data that's being sent across all of these services, but just the number that we have, like the number of apps we have on our phone. We've got smart homes, we've got devices in our pockets, in our bedrooms, our smart TV, our smart light globes, our doorbells. It's just becoming unmanageable. The number of, if we were to read every single one of these privacy policies, I think Sandra just mentioned the time that, Choice, we did read out the Kindle's terms and conditions that took 16 hours. It would be a full-time job to even try and keep track of the amount of information that we're handing over on a day-to-day basis. So I think we do need to think more broadly about what are the big kind of principles-based ideas that we can use to give people a better control over how they share that information and to restore that trust. And I think that's why a best interest duty is a really interesting idea. The idea of a fiduciary duty comes from the Latin to trust, fidere. So it really is about a trusting relationship between, the people who are giving the information or seeking the information and the people who hold the data. So I think it's a good way to think about, okay, we've reached the limits of how much information we can probably ingest and consent to. So what's next in thinking about what is the appropriate level of relationship? I think businesses who are doing the right thing, who want to use data to make better products and services, should be supporting an idea of a best interest duty because it's in their interest to do that. That's how they serve their customers better. If you're really in the business of scraping up people's data to make, Clearview AI and then shop it back to law enforcement, then you're going to run into trouble. As we've just seen yesterday. So, I think it does actually help the businesses who are doing the right thing continue to do the right thing and actually restore that relationship of trust between consumers and the people they're giving their data to.
Jeannie, I can see in the comments, you're like, I'm interested in your thoughts. Should we go down a GDPR route? Should it be about regulating AI? Should it be picking up this idea of a fiduciary or a best interest duty for data, or all of the above?
Well, I totally agree with Kate that we need a duty that sits on data, people who are using data rather than the individual. I think people probably pick that from my comments. I'm interested. I think that we will get something more like the GDPR, which is the data protection law that's in place in the EU, in Australia.
there's a review out at the moment, and certainly there are proposals for strengthening consent processes, but also giving rights to individuals. Now, one of those rights that I would like to see and that's being proposed is something like what Kate's talking about, which is an idea of fair and reasonable processing. And what that means is we shouldn't have processing that harms individual autonomy or welfare. Best interest goes a bit further. It says not only do you not harm individual interests in welfare, but you should be positively doing some good, benefiting people by the service you're offering. Doesn't sound too tough. There's a really snarky little technical legal question in there that I know Kate and I've discussed, which is about conflicts of interest, which would need to be overcome. Probably the audience doesn't necessarily want to hear about the ins and outs of, statutory qualifications on fiduciary duties, but it is a great topic.
I mean, I do, but I won't speak for everyone.
I think
another 2 hours of discussion.
Yeah, that's right. Delighted to have a seminar on this with you enthusiastic co-contributor panelists. I do want to say, though, this isn't a pie in the sky wish. Increasingly, we are seeing around in many countries efforts to flip this focus on individual responsibility to collective responsibility to the corporation, because it's not fair to constantly be burdening the individual consumer. And that might be through a best interest duty, a fair and reasonable processing duty. In the EU, they've now gone beyond the GDPR. There's a new AI Act, which is about ex ante or proactive responses to make sure that any AI using all that data that goes on the market is fair, safe, reliable, robust. So that's taking some of the ideas from the Human Rights Commission inquiry we had last year with Ed Santo and operationalising it. So even in the US, which we tend to think about as the vanguard as anything goes, is starting to think about things like bot disclosure laws, more robust privacy protection. So there's a wave, I think, of reform here, which says we need to make business responsible, not put all the burden on consumers.
Viv, you work in ethical tech. How do you think it should work? Should it be voluntary? Should it be about culture and framework? Should it be laws?
Well, tech moves fast, and it is hard to come up with specific regulations that are effective, right? The more specific you get, the easier they are to supersede. So I'm no expert in this, but I like simple general regulation. So, the kinds of things that Ginny were just talking about are the right, principle-based regulation is the right move. I would advocate for an interoperability law. I think that kind of, when part of the problem of choice is competition, and without interoperability, you don't get competition. Facebook used to let you download your social graph, and that's why Instagram exists, right? Because they let people, as a separate company originally, right? Because it was possible for people to bring over their friends list to Instagram. Facebook then bought Instagram and changed the rule, right? Because they realized that it was a threat to their monopoly. And they're not the only one. They're just they're the caricature, they're the easy one, they're the kind of the story that it's easy to understand. But without interoperability, none of this stuff is really executable, I think.
I think there's a really interesting idea with interoperability that is worth exploring as a whole panel, which is what data is yours? Particularly thinking, there's some data that's definitely mine, my name, my date of birth, personal data. But when we get into behavioral or personal data, data where businesses have added value, who owns it?
Well, this is incredibly fraught. I want to jump in with one example. When I was on the consumer data right panel, I won't name the bank, but I'm going to go so far as to say it was a bank that was the existing data fiduciaries, people like banks. They have a conflict of interest, right? They have all kinds of commercial relationships that they need to uphold. They like to think that they are trusted by their customers, right? But the customers are not their only stakeholders. I was in a situation where I was listening to a bank executive explain that downloading your own a list of your own direct debits. Finding out what direct debits are going to happen to you would be a breach of the privacy of the entities that you are transacting with, because the bank has a duty to them not to tell you this. I think that was an example where they were drawing a long bow, but it is that, like, it's not simple at all. Yes, I don't have the answers, but it's about in the end, it's brokering power. So it has to be, it has to be democratically decided.
Oh, that's a great phrase. Phil, what do you think about this? You work with this data set. What's the line between what a consumer owns and what a business owns?
Yeah, it is really tricky because it is up to if you're a publisher and you've got all the content which is that you are reading, without them providing that content, then you wouldn't have you wouldn't be able to build up that profile around the kind of behaviors and giving off all those signals around intent. So it is very tricky. So look at definitely your personal unique details, your kind of email address and phone number, kind of location, which is kind of unique to you. Absolutely. I think a lot of the other stuff is it's really tricky. There's lots and lots of competing interests, and there's also lots of players that are involved in basically look at different dimensions of looking at the same data as well, and they can all lay claim to it. Like even just thinking about like the bank data, you've got the FPOS kind of transactions, you've got the kind of credit card kind of companies and all the different kind of intermediaries along the way who all can lay claim to that data, as well as the individual, the retailer, and so it is kind of super murky.
And Norelle in the comments has made a good point. Data isn't necessarily something you own. Maybe access is a better way of talking about this. And Jeannie and Kate, I'm interested in your views. Should I have the right to access data that business holds about me? Say, should I be able to know what they think about my behaviors and what they do with that information?
I think this is an interesting intersection between ethics and law, right? So I think there's a really, it's important to think about the different ways that individuals experience the way that they move through the world and use products and services versus the way that businesses interpret those same things. So businesses talk about users or customers, and they're looking at button clicks and time spent on screen and scroll depth and all these measurable things, location data, etc. But that's not how we use the world. That's not how we experience being online. So what we experience as our data is just ourselves, so that's not just our behaviors, but they're the qualities that we promote about ourselves. They're the aspects of our personality. They're the things we like to do, the people that we like to spend time with, the kind of events we like to go to. We see those and experience those as part of ourselves. So, I think there is a legal problem here, but I think it's also important to think about like that ethical relationship of having sovereignty over your individual self and your individual identity, and that we can't always just frame things in terms of that business relationship. I think we can both accept that we both want different things. Businesses want something, we want something from businesses, they want something from us. And that is a transactional relationship, but it's not simply a matter of who owns the things. For us, of course, we own ourselves, we own our wants and needs, but we behave online, we click buttons, we scroll this far on this page and not that far on the other page. So we kind of need to think about it in ways that we can make sense of our own experience and also business needs.
Jeannie, would you like to add? Yep.
Yeah, so it's such an interesting conundrum, and I think it is precisely an area that collides with ethics. But I also think that some of what we're talking about, we live in a liberal democracy, so we're thinking about our data in a very transactional sense, and we're encouraged to do that. That's why we're worried about ownership. But in fact, what we're talking about here is privacy. We're talking about a human right to privacy, which is that we get to control who we are, how we are perceived in the world, and how we interact in the world. And that is a fundamental right which can't be given away. To come to Kate's point about, how I present myself in the world is somehow integral to me. That's what privacy rights are about protecting. Now, privacy has come under a huge challenge in recent years because of the way data slices and dices us. Garen Jung, who's a fantastic theorist from the UK, talks about the fact that we as living, breathing entities have been reduced to a digital or data-based representation of ourselves, which isn't actually a representation of ourselves, but is collected from little bits of data gleaned from all sorts of interactions. Now, the answer to that, I think, is actually not to give us ownership over data, but to have protections about what can be done with that data, because data is just a thing. Consumer data right tries to do this. It gives us rights over how data can be transferred. It's a very contractually based model of dealing with this issue. And I think it's useful, but I think at the end of the day, this is actually about human rights.
I think that is a wonderful statement to round out a really like a wide-ranging discussion. So with just a few minutes left to go, I first of all want to thank our panelists for their excellent expertise and thoughts. This was fascinating. I learned a lot. I'd like to let everyone know that there is currently an inquiry on about privacy, the Privacy Act. You should dive in. Submissions are due end of January, and I think Holly has linked to it in the channel. If you care about any of the issues we've talked about or raised today, talk to the government about what needs to change. And thank you to NetThing for hosting us. This isn't possible without all of the volunteer effort and the work, so we really appreciate it. All right, Narelle, I'm handing back to you, I think.
Oh, I get the magic talking stick again. So once again, thank you to everybody. This has been most illuminating. I wonder if we ever will get any privacy back or if it's gone for good, who knows. We're now entering into a 15-minute break, so I would encourage everybody to get out of their chairs if they can, to spread your arms and do some exercise, to stretch, to move around, to get some refreshments if you can, and we will be back in 15 minutes in whatever that time zone is for you. It's 15 minutes hence from now, and I would make that, for me, it will be 15:45, and that's Australian Eastern Daylight Time. It's at a range of other time zones around the world today. So thank you all for tuning in from all your different zones and places and traditional lands. Once again, hi here from the Camaragal land of the people of the Eora Nation. It was never ceded, and my respects again to our elders past, present and emerging. Thank you, everybody. It's now time for a 15-minute break. See you in 15 minutes. think it's time we got back into it, didn't we, folks? I hope you all had a nice break and had a good stretch, a nice glass of water. We're heading into our session this afternoon, a workshop on misinformation and disinformation. Well, that's going to be a fascinating one. Again, a very, very topical one. So the workshop is on, yes, misinformation and disinformation, its impacts on society and the roles of organisations and individuals in helping to prevent its spread on social media platforms. What is the impact of disinformation and misinformation in Australia? Does the Australian Code of Practice on disinformation and misinformation adequately address harmful disinformation and misinformation across emerging and decentralised social media platforms? So think of some of those newer ones such as TikTok, Gab, Signal, as well as the traditional ones that we all know and love, or love to hate or love, or whatever the emotion is that we have for them. We've got speakers, Raj Burley, our Global Ambassador for Digital Peace Now. We have Bridget Smart, a researcher from the University of Adelaide, Sunita Bose, the Managing Director of the Digital Industry Group, that's Digi, Elliot Mann, who is from a graduate of Swinburne Law School, and Erica Lee, National Board Director of the Legal Forecast. So I'm not clear who exactly is supposed to be emceeing this besides me. So who do I hand over to first? Is it Raj?
I'll take it from here. Thank you, Narelle. So thank you everyone for coming to our session on misinformation and disinformation. Our focus really, for this session when we were coming up with it is really to just walk through on both a local level and more regionally the issue of misinformation and disinformation. And we're going to unpack really what misinformation and disinformation is, what each of them mean, and really on an individual level as people, but also within our local communities, what we can do to combat misinformation and disinformation. So we'll start off, if we go to the next slide, and this of course is our very talented panel, and we're going to walk you through exactly how we see misinformation and disinformation in Australia as a country, but also locally within our communities and as individuals. So I'll start off by handing over and talking about how we define misinformation and disinformation.
Perfect. So before we can start to talk about solutions to misinformation and disinformation, I'm going to begin by defining exactly what misinformation and disinformation are. These terms have been around for a while, and they're increasingly being used when we talk about issues like fake news or information which we see on online social platforms. I'm a researcher, and defining these terms is key to knowing how to build solutions and conduct research properly. And we're seeing these terms come up in many different areas, some of which you might have seen in both your work and your day-to-day life. Let's begin by showing what we think misinformation is. Can everyone take a minute to think about how you define misinformation, or maybe even the difference between misinformation and disinformation? And then in the chat, please just share your thoughts. I'm going to give everyone a few minutes to do that. Yep, so we've got a few people, well, Mick in the chat is talking about how misinformation means miss and error are really similar. So information's false, dis being deliberate, and that's coming right down to the heart of the issue. But I think what's really key in this area is it's really easy to confuse the difference between mis and disinformation. Both are false. So let's really clearly define what that difference is. And Mick pretty much got the nail on the head. Essentially, misinformation is information which is false or misleading, and disinformation is the same, but it's intentionally designed to deceive. We often think about this as that the share of the information is a way that the reader will take a certain message away from seeing that information, in particular, a message which the sharer believes or knows to be false. We can see in the chat that Edwin's talking about how misinformation and disinformation are most damaging when they come from respected sources. So in that vein of thought, let's talk a little bit about how misinformation and disinformation actually spread. So they can be spread maliciously or non-maliciously. And here are 4 examples of methods which disinformation does spread online. Often a disinformation campaign will not only spread disinformation, but will create trust and credibility as well as building uncertainty or distrust in the environment which they're sharing it in, as this creates the perfect setting for their false information to be received and believed. For example, censoring information or discrediting certain parties can aid in spreading disinformation. Manipulation of search rankings can build false senses of credibility. Hacking can allow malicious accounts to share information from other parties' accounts, which we've seen in some cases before. Well, these malicious actors can share that information directly from false accounts they've created. We often see that disinformation and misinformation coming from individual accounts, so we often find it safe to trust traditional media channels. We can see that sometimes misinformation is shared unintentionally. Think about Facebook, for example. It's increasingly being seen as a news source where news providers are being pressured to share content much more regularly, and so they often turn to reposting content from other sources. A piece of news which is misquoted or misunderstood by a journalist can really quickly become a prolific fake news source. So it's always trying to find the original source of any information or news you see online, which might make you question it. There are many examples of disinformation campaigns. We can see this across the world and in many aspects of our lives, from politics to health. Some examples are the Russian disinformation campaigns from the 2016 US elections, which we tended to see as a network of these fake malicious actor accounts. These pose as real users on both sides of politics, creating fake arguments with discussions which are designed to push a particular story. We've seen Indian disinformation campaigns which occurred both online and in person. They also involve WhatsApp, a messaging app, to directly influence users. Perhaps more recently, we've seen a lot of misinformation and disinformation around COVID-19. Fake treatments are being promoted, misinformation about vaccines and causes of the virus are being spread online. I mentioned that before, that disinformation campaigns are often most effective in the environment of fear and distrust. So it's perhaps not unsurprising that the stress which a pandemic places on people and the rapidly changing messaging about vaccine safety in various age groups makes people particularly susceptible to these campaigns. So let's take it back down to an individual level. Misinformation often looks like fake news. So which article would you be more likely to click on? Make a decision, hold it in your mind. And did you choose the TCW article, which looks less legitimate? We're much more familiar with the ABC, and defending freedom isn't the most trustworthy tagline, but its title, COVID infection in vaxxed 40 to 49-year-olds double the unvaccinated rate, is much more intriguing. It plays on your concern around COVID-19 and potentially even the vaccination debate. Whether or not you believe in that article, it's been shown that fake news often preys on your strong emotions like fear or jealousy. And by clicking on these articles, it builds relevance for the article. It's more likely to be promoted to someone else, or you might start to see more similar articles on your Facebook feed. That can change your perception of other people's opinions. You might start to see a lot more of these articles and begin to believe that those around you hold a very different view from your own. So while it's important to think about disinformation and misinformation not just as a problem which people far away face, but something as what you've been likely exposed to in your day-to-day life. I'm now going to hand over to Raj to talk a bit more about the individual impact of COVID-19, of disinformation, not COVID-19.
Thanks, Bridget. Appreciate it. If I can just, hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name's Raj, as Bridget mentioned. Obviously, misinformation, disinformation does impact all of us in really nuanced ways. But my colleague, Gomahar, has actually been the subject of a disinformation campaign, and I asked her if she would, care to share her story, and she very kindly agreed. So if I can just get that played, I think what I might do, or if it's up there, that's perfect. Thank you.
Can you hear that?
I can't.
Hi, my name is Gurmehar Kaur. I'm the Global Ambassador for Digital Peace Now, and today I want to share an incident of having a misinformation campaign carried out against me. I was 19 years old and I had started a campaign of my own against campus violence, and the group that we held responsible for carrying out violence in our university campus started a misinformation campaign where they took a video of a young girl drinking and dancing and spread it across the country saying it was me. It was so worrying because that same video with the claims that it was me in a car underage drinking was then put on national news channels And for a very long time, whenever you would Google my name, the first thing that would come up is a video where it claims that I'm underage drinking and I'm doing an illegal activity. On an individual level, it worried me because I was scared. I was just 19. I was yet to have my entire life ahead of me. I was going to apply to jobs and I wanted to apply for universities, and that was the thing that would come up. But I think on a more societal level, we had started a campaign against violence on campus. But one small piece of misinformation undermined the entire campaign in such an exaggerated, terrible way. Which is why it is so important for us to speak up against misinformation, especially on the internet, because not only does it destroy individual lives, it just takes away, it is a tool that can destroy multiple important democratic campaigns and hurt the society.
So obviously that was quite a severe and I guess highly specific use of disinformation and misinformation tactics. And unfortunately, Joe Mahar still to this day has challenges with combating the articles and online content that were like prolific, widespread across India. But I think I'd also just briefly like to touch on the impact misinformation and disinformation can have on you without you even knowing about it. Now, something that I would find really fascinating if it wasn't just so worrying was the way in which fake information and fake news can covertly modify the behaviors of individuals by targeting, as Bridget mentioned, implicit attitudes and emotions. Bridget, if I can just jump to the next slide, please.
Hi, my name is Gurmeher Kaur. I'm the global.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, there.
Cool. So obviously, like just some information there, but research that I found by Zach Bastick that was published in the Journal of Computers in Human Behavior showed just how subtle those impacts can be. So I'm going to be a little bit reductive here, but basically in the experiment, the researcher asked students to tap a button as fast as they wanted in a pre-test. Just simple request, right? Then while waiting for the second phase or the next round of the experiment, they were shown a fake article that implied faster tapping was a sign of higher intelligence. Now, I'm sure you can guess what happened, but people just started tapping faster, like very aggressively. And again, I very much, simplified the experiment, but the point still remains. Behavior was impacted, and there was no evidence to suggest that they were aware of this change. Individual autonomy is just assumed both as a normative principle of liberal democracies and a functional prerequisite of collective decision making, like elections. But the impact of fake information, disinformation, misinformation, it's subtle. The impact is really subtle, it's cancerous, and leads to a lack of trust in our institutions, the fourth estate, and society more broadly. One of my all-time favorite quotes from a TV show called The Newsroom by Aaron Sorkin, I recommend you check it out, is that there's nothing that's more important in a democracy than a well-informed electorate. Well-informed electorate. When there's no information, or much worse, like wrong information, it can lead to calamitous decisions that clutter any attempts at vigorous debate. I think, combining the lack of trust in institutions, governments, with, individuals being unaware of the subtle impact that, misinformation and disinformation has on their behavior and their perceptions, we end up just with a really polarized debate that neglects facts in the pursuit of being right. This is a very serious issue and requires significant action. So in saying all that, I think, Sunita, I'll hand over to you to talk about those actions and what organizations are doing about this really crucial issue.
Thank you, Raj, and thank you, Bridget, for such a helpful overview of the context of these issues and the challenges that both occur at a societal and individual level. So hello, everyone. Just to introduce myself, my name is Sunita Bose. I'm the Managing Director of the Digital Industry Group, or DIGI for short. And as Raj said, I'm going to talk a little bit about what organisations, technology companies specifically, are doing in the mis and disinformation space, and just sort of to situate that as, I suppose, a policy approach to these really challenging issues that we all confront. So if we just want to move forward to, another slide again. So just to, there we go, that's the one. So just about DIGI. So DIGI is a non-profit industry association. We advocate for a thriving digitally enabled economy in Australia, but also, a thriving digitally enabled economy that also protects online safety and privacy. And I've been the managing director of DIGI since early 2019. And the big focus of my approach has been around how the technology industry partners with governments around sort of shared goals in this space. And so the code of practice on mis and disinformation that I'm going to talk you through is just one of many examples that we work on in that sort of broad endeavour. So look, I won't belabor the issues because I think Bridget and Raj have done a really great job of highlighting those for you, but I'll just, I guess, highlight two key points. Just want to move to the next slide. And the first is that disinformation is not new. So in a book about the French Revolution, which is, where the French monarchy collapsed, Thomas Carlyle called the period 1789 to 1795 the age of pamphlets. And this is because the number of printing presses in Paris tripled around that time. And so what this saw was a huge increase in printed pamphlets. And much like the disinformation that we sometimes see today, a lot of those pamphlets were anonymous. And they had this political agenda of undermining King Louis XVI through attacks on his wife, the Queen Marie Antoinette. And so in popular illustrations of the couple, Marie Antoinette was depicted as a demon, as an Austrian whore who was basically trying to, manipulate the king. And this was used to undermine the monarchy. So I use this just to illustrate that disinformation and, of course, misinformation too are not new concepts. But what is new, if we want to move to the next slide, is the scale and spread. And I think this quote by First Draft, who are an expert organisation in this space, who DIGI actually partnered with in the development of our code of practice, puts it best. Rumours and political agendas and fake content, these all are not new, but what is new is the speed of communication. We're accustomed to being able to instantly air our views online. And, that means that false information can spread faster and wider than it has before. So the other thing that I think is interesting and, is challenging, I suppose, when we're thinking about what are the right proportionate policy responses to these challenges is the fact that there's no agreement on the definitions. I think Bridget did a great job of sort of outlining kind of, the broad elements of mis and disinformation. And what we found in trying to, and I think, Bridget, you touched upon the idea that, unless we have like a really shared understanding of these challenges, it's really hard to address them. And that's one of the things actually DIGI grappled with in developing the code, is that as we dived into the literature, we also found that there was a lot of different views, with across academics, but also regulators and media and also users. And I think, perhaps that's not altogether surprising. You'd be hard pressed to find two people that agree on the truth. And, therein lies, I suppose, one of the big challenges here. But we've also seen terms like fake news be used to attack opponents who hold different political views. So look, if we just move to the next slide, these are some of the many challenges that we as industry faced in developing the Australian Code of Practice on mis and disinformation, which I'll turn to now. So very briefly, just in terms of the origin of this area of work, it was December 2019 that the Australian government asked the digital industry to come up with a code of practice on disinformation. It's funny, actually, because December 2019 was almost that moment where we were all blissfully unaware of what was all about to hit us with the pandemic. And so DIGI put ourselves forward for this task around March, in the heart of Australia's first wave of lockdowns. And I think, the result of that timing was that the pandemic stress tested the code in a way that we might not have otherwise achieved through outside of a time of crisis. It was a time where everybody was sort of trying to step up and trying to navigate these unprecedented challenges. I'll just say quickly that we didn't arrive at this alone. It's such a difficult body of work, and collaboration was key for us. We engaged with academics and experts. I think I briefly mentioned that we partnered with First Draft and the UTS Centre for Media Transition on the actual development of the code. We did a public consultation. We actually evolved the code quite considerably through that public consultation. So, for example, actually the government tasked us with coming up with a code on disinformation. And then, given the timing around the pandemic, misinformation was becoming more and more of a challenge. And we heard loud and clear from the public that they wanted to have this addressed in the code as well. So we updated the scope. And then also we worked really closely with the ACMA, who are the regulator that oversee the code. So I'll just briefly walk you through what's in it. This is a real complement to, I suppose, it's an added layer of accountability to what platforms, to encourage, continued action and transparency for what digital platforms are doing in this area. So every signatory agrees to safeguards to protect Australians from harmful mis and disinformation. And so that includes publishing and implementing policies, providing users with a way to report content against those policies, and a range of scalable measures that reduce its spread and visibility, kind of harking back to that issue I mentioned before, where the real issue here with disinformation and misinformation, one of the many issues, is the scale and the speed and the spread. The other set of mandatory code commitments, if we just move to the next slide, is annual transparency reports. And the reason that this is so important is that a big part of the code of practice's theory of change is around transparency. These are such new, challenging issues. And, if we take a long view, if we take a step back and we look at what we need over time in order to better understand them and come up with better policy approaches, it is more information. So if we can have a greater understanding of these challenges, and industry and government and society and academics are all better equipped to address it. So every signatory agrees to annual transparency reports about the safeguards that they have put in place. And the first set of reports were released in May on Digi's website. So if you want to take a look at digi.org.au/disinformation, you can actually read about how all of the various signatories to this code are addressing their code commitments. And in addition to those mandatory commitments, if we just move to the next slide, there's the opt-in code commitments. And so this recognises the fact that the digital industry is incredibly diverse. I actually think there's so many different companies doing so many different things that get called the digital industry. Some of the signatories to this code are marketplaces like Redbubble. Others offer software like Adobe, and others are social networks like Google and YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and TikTok. And so not all of the approaches to disinformation are going to be relevant to them all. And so there's also a set of opt-in commitments that platforms can adopt where they're relevant to their models. And so on our website you can also see which signatories have adopted what. And so those include addressing disinformation in paid content, addressing fake bots and accounts, transparency about the source of content in news and factual information, also promotion of media literacy and partnerships with fact checkers, and sort of similar measures in relation to political advertising, also where they offer for platforms that offer political advertising, and also partnering with universities and researchers to improve understanding of these really challenging issues over time. So these are the 8 companies that have signed it: Twitter, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Redbubble, TikTok, Adobe, and Apple. But I will say that this is open to any company in the digital space that wants to act on these issues. It's a blueprint for best practice. I used to work at a smaller platform that grappled with some of the challenges that these larger platforms face, and we deliberately designed the code in mind so there is that proportionality, that if you're a startup or a scale up, you don't need to have the resources of many of the initial signatories in order to be able to adopt the code. And I think that's one of the things that's really important, because the better that the signatories get at addressing mis and disinformation, the more that content will spill over to other platforms. And so we need to actually improve the landscape across the board, and that means widespread adoption. So having 8 major technology companies sign on to this code is a great start, but ideally we'd like to see it go much further than that. I won't do this in the interest of time, but as I mentioned, the transparency reports are all on our website, and here are just a sprinkling of some of the insights there that I encourage you to take a look at and read. We also wanted to make sure that there was some independent oversight of the code. It's not unusual for industry associations to oversee self-regulatory codes. It's pretty common across a wide range of industries like media and advertising. But, you know, it is an interesting position it puts the industry association in, because you're also advocating for the industry. And so we wanted to make sure that there was a level of independent oversight so there's not a conflict of interest for us. And so we recently announced, we took some time actually to develop these mechanisms, you know, to make sure that they were really robust, and we recently announced them. And we announced an independent complaints subcommittee, and we've got some amazing experts in the misinformation and disinformation space, but also in consumer organisations with Anne Kruger, Victoria Rubinshon and Christopher Zinn, who will resolve complaints about possible breaches of signatories' code commitments. And there's a portal also on the Digi website where members of the public can raise those complaints. And we've also, you know, given the importance of those transparency reports, we've also appointed an independent expert, Hal Crawford, to independently fact check the statements within those to make sure that they're based on truths. And the code will be reviewed after a year. So, you know, we'll continue to assess the landscape and make sure that we're making adjustments, you know, as needed. So look, I do want to put this instrument in context, and kind of almost to come back to sort of the broader context that we were talking about earlier. So first I'll place it in the context of policy approaches to this issue, because this is obviously an issue of key community concern. And, you know, we often hear that we need a strong policy response. And I want to sort of take a moment to look at, well, what does that mean? To situate Australia's response, Australia and the EU are the only places in the world that have codes of practice such as this. And so the EU code is a voluntary code also. It's all opt-in commitments, and it has that focus just on disinformation. Our Australian code goes further than that. It's obviously also a voluntary code. It has those minimum commitments that I mentioned around the safeguards and the transparency reports, and also that set of opt-in commitments where they're relevant to the models of the different signatories, and also focuses on misinformation. Now, some countries in the region have opted for direct regulation, and so I've included on this slide Indonesia and Singapore as two examples. So Indonesia requires digital platforms to remove content against the public order within 4 hours. Singapore, any minister can force the publisher to apply a correction notice or remove material if it's false or misleading and considered also against the public interest. So similar wording there. And look, it's an interesting space. Dr. Andrea Carson has some really interesting research on this that found that legislative approaches in other countries have actually been used by governments to silence political opponents, journalists, human rights campaigners and other activists. So getting the policy balance right on these sorts of issues is quite tough. You know, I'll just say very quickly, like, I think, you know, given the community concern on this, some people say, well, is a self-regulatory code enough? And I think the reason why I think it works really well for this sort of issue is because it offers that flexibility. You know, what we're increasingly seeing is that perpetrators of disinformation, they're either really sophisticated state-based actors, or they're actually, like, you can actually hire a PR firm to be your disinfo for hire agency. And so they're, you know, constantly watching what the technology companies are doing. They're rapidly of updating their responses. And so this is a way for having a code is very outcomes focused and actually allows technology companies to have the flexibility to deploy measures proportionate to the threats that they're facing. It can also arguably be updated faster than, you know, a legislative approach can, and also requires constant, you know, commitments from signatories. You know, there are some codes which kind of are more reactive in nature. You get a complaint, then you've got to take a certain action, but this one is more encouraging continuous action across these different issues. So having said that, having explained the code, I will kind of draw to a close by saying, you know, it's not a silver bullet in solving mis and disinformation. You know, obviously we need continued strong action from digital platforms in this space to make sure that there is, you know, adequate, you know, investment in these issues. But, you know, these sorts of industry approaches are one piece of the puzzle because, you know, this is not just a tech issue. I think technology, as I said at the beginning of my portion of this talk, you know, technology has brought some new challenges to mis and disinformation, but, you know, it goes well beyond technology. And encourage sort of, I guess, a broader viewpoint in relation to these issues, because governments, media, digital platforms and the community all have a really, really important role to play when it comes to mis and disinformation. So I'll just briefly touch upon those at a very high level. Media and platforms. So UTS and First Draft, who are our partners in developing the code, did some really great foundational research that we've also published on our website, actually, that we use to underpin the approach in the code. And they looked at the interplay between media and digital platforms. And so many people in Australia, those of you in Australia, I think most of our audiences in Australia will remember the devastating summer of bushfires that we had at the end of 2019. And UTS and First Draft found that the hashtag #AskAnEmergency was propagated by 300 inauthentic social media accounts as disinformation about the cause of those bushfires. But what was interesting was that claim was also repeated in traditional media. So that kind of, I guess, is one example that speaks to sometimes that challenge in the interplay between those two mediums. There's also an important interplay between government and platforms too. We need clear information from governments to build community understanding that can be elevated on digital platforms. And one of the things we saw with the most recent set of transparency reports was just the extent of work that platforms have been doing to try to elevate those government messages to make sure that people know, what the latest health advice is from credible sources. But this is also an area where governments have a role to play. I think I mentioned earlier that, the better that certain platforms get at addressing this, the more the challenges will spill over to others. And so governments and intelligence agencies have quite a important role in terms of seeing, is there malicious state-sponsored activity happening across the board? And that's something that is always going to be beyond the purview of individual companies. And finally, and I won't emphasize this because I know that others are following me in their program today will focus on this question, but obviously the community has a really important role to play too, not only in reporting problematic content to platforms, but also just continued efforts around building media literacy. These are the kinds of partnerships that we also encourage under the code, but through the various kind of forums that we have, and I think that's quite key in terms of how we really sort of scale the approaches to these issues. So I'll end, but on the note of just sort of saying that while I think the disinformation code is a really important tool in our toolkit against mis and disinformation, it's a public and consistent and transparent framework for digital platforms in addressing these complex problems. It's also, it's a blueprint that many companies can use to look at to sort of see, well, where do I start in addressing this? If you're a technology company, but I will really encourage a wide policy lens in our policy approach to this issue, because if we just focus on technology, my fear is that it will blindside us to some of the underlying issues at play with mis and disinformation.
Awesome, thank you. And if there's one thing we love to hear in this space, it's the word multi-stakeholder. So that's the correct approach. So here, after hearing about what the platforms are doing and sort of the private sector, next I thought we might look at what individuals can do on an individual level to combat mis and disinformation. So on the next slide, we've come up with some basic things that people can do. And obviously number one is education. Educate yourself and educate others. There's some fantastic sources out there now when you're thinking about things like fact checking. If you see something online, you can now go fact check it. And I know the Australian Associated Press and organisations like that currently have fantastic fact checking options and everything. And it's the same with advocating for independent media sources. I mean, personally, this is one of the number one things for me is making sure that everyone has access to independent media, which can take a more objective view and is as influence, and that you have a trusted source that you can rely on. And be mindful of how you engage online. Follow a diverse range of people. As much as I saw there was a great comment in the chat around how echo chambers might not be as terrible as people think it is, I think it's still important that people do broaden their mind and are able to think about where they're getting their sources from. And definitely advocate for responsible media sources online as well. The Paris Clause is a perfect example of that as well. So with that in mind, knowing now how you can protect yourself, let's have a bit of a discussion about that with our discussion time.
Thanks, Elliot. Erica here. So the last part of our session, we'll be rounding out with some conversation and discussion. So we've heard some very thought-provoking perspectives from our panel. We started with understanding the difficulty of defining misinformation and disinformation, to the opportunities and challenges in evolving a code of practice for organizations and industry. And we've just heard briefly about some mechanisms to combat misinformation and disinformation from the individual level. As Sunita mentioned, it's really important that community is also engaged. So in the last couple of minutes, the task is now to turn the microphone to the audience in the best possible way we can do in our virtual environment. So please don't be strangers, and please feel free to play along with me. We have 3 survey type questions for discussion to be shared on the next slides. We'll announce the questions and we'll have approximately 3 minutes to get through each one. This is time for discussion, so the way that we'll do this is first to please raise your hand up on Zoom, or feel free to ask a question or comment in the chat. Please also do keep your remarks to no more than a minute. You're also free to engage and answer within the chat, so our Zoom moderator will be able to also enable permissions to this. Before we start though, however, I note that there are some questions in the Q&A, so we might just kind of take some time to field this to the panel to first respond. Our first question is from Justin, and perhaps this is a question, Raj, Bridget, Sunita, or Elliot, that you'd like to take on board in terms of what recourse will people have if they are censored incorrectly? Justin, please feel free to clarify this question in the chat, whether that was just with regard to the code of conduct or in terms of any broader sort of measures or mechanisms. Justin says yes, both.
I have to take a stab at this. I think, I mean, I don't have as much of a background on the code, but certainly I know we're seeing a lot more of the development of external mechanisms. I mean, the number one thing I'm thinking of here is Facebook's oversight board, which is, you know, a perfect example of Facebook trying to give people independent recourse to these sorts of issues. But then at the same time, I know they just recently, the oversight board recently put out a report, and you know, there's underreporting from the Asia Pacific and Oceanic region, you know, and I think we would all agree that's not indicative of you know, censorship or anything being less of a problem in the region. And at the same time, you know, they struggle to get through the amount of reports. So I think there's got to be some sort of middle ground between you know, there being no independent recourse for people, and the independent recourse being a group of individuals who can't listen to every complaint. So I think there certainly does need to be recourse, and I think, you know, Facebook's oversight board is a step in the right direction, but there's definitely more work to be done.
Thanks, Elliot. Justin, I hope that answers part of your question. So we've also got a question here about differentiation between innocent misinformation and intentional disinformation campaigns. I know, Bridget, you've done some of the work in the sort of space, so perhaps you'd like to take that one.
Yeah, so my work's, I am a mathematician, so not so much from the policy sort of space. But in terms of what we look at when we're thinking about whether it's intentional or non-intentional mis and disinformation, I think it comes sort of almost back to that last question about regulation, and that once you have a report against you, for example, of being an individual who has been accused of misinformation when you don't believe that's true, the processes that are in place to allow you to raise those. From the way we look at it, it's just information flow. We don't necessarily distinguish between that flow of information. And sort of a counter question, which I always like to think of, is whether or not the source of that information is sharing it as disinformation, so they have a malicious intent, or whether it's just misinformation. Are we concerned about their intention, or are we more concerned about the effect which they're having on the wider social community? I think there's definitely a balance between censorship and removing these sorts of discussions from being online, but also making sure that people have access to processes and systems which prevent them from and allow them to be able to fact check things properly and independently for themselves.
Thanks, Bridget. And I think there's also a question about the code itself, Sunita, and I think this one might be for you. It comes from Keith, and Keith, please do let us know if you'd like to ask this question live or respond to it live as well. The question or the comment is the key test of any self-regulatory code is the extent to which the sanctions within the code are meaningful and seen to be effective by consumers and by regulators. Absent this, any self-regulatory code is simply buying time until the government gets more serious. Is that a comment that you'd like to respond to, Sunita? I also know that Keith has also mentioned that it's more of a comment. So we're happy to take that or move on to the fun questions that we have planned.
I can take it briefly. I just want to ask if I sound like I'm underwater, because I think my headphones have gone a bit. Do I sound? Can you hear me okay?
You're fine.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Everyone else sounds like they're underwater, but I'm glad that I sound clear. Look, I'm happy to take this question. It's a really interesting question, Keith, in terms of how do you encourage compliance with the voluntary code? And I think, look, ultimately, we've got a range of sort of, I guess, sanctions, in terms of, compliance that we've come up with in terms of reference that are sort of all published on our website, actually, in relation to that independent complaint subcommittee that I mentioned. Look, ultimately, the goal is that we want to encourage compliance. If everybody just got kicked out of the code, then the situation would be worse. And so we need to sort of strike that balance in terms of how we encourage it. But look, to your point, the government has asked for a voluntary code, and that's what we've delivered. And I think ultimately it's also the government's call if, they determine that this is not sufficient. The regulator, the ACMA, oversees the effectiveness of the code and will make, has reported to government on sort of, what it thinks about the code and whether it thinks it's effective. And, as I mentioned, we'll also have review mechanisms too. So, it is a tough issue, I think, and that's something that we've tried to grapple with.
Thanks, Anita. So I appreciate that we've only got about 4 minutes left in this session, so I will try to kind of keep to time. Perhaps we'd love to kind of hear from the audience, and we'd love to kind of think about an example of misinformation or disinformation that you've seen online. And what we're trying to get at this question, and please feel free to type in the chat, in terms of what made you realize that information was false. So we're kind of trying to survey for an understanding of how we differentiate between misinformation and disinformation, and any particular key markers or signals that our particular community thinks is the salient one. We'll take this as a survey perhaps first. We're seeing some comments come through in the chat about COVID-related posts on Instagram, checking the sources and gut reactions. Ugly visuals also being a very interesting one. So it doesn't, what we might do actually, we might have time for a second question in terms of the survey from the end. So perhaps the next question is, how can we empower individuals to then fight disinformation and misinformation? Do we think as a community we need more education in schools, perhaps mechanisms around training before people sign up for social media? Maybe there's more clear terms and conditions people can accept too before using it. Do we have any kind of interesting mechanisms in which we might be able to fight it?
Yeah, I think just to add to this, I think a lot of good work is already heading in this direction. I know a lot of schools, if even of their own accord, are starting to do this sort of training, even if it's not mandated or anything. And certainly you're seeing a lot of the platforms empower, sort of using psychology to sort of surface these sorts of things. I'm thinking of, Instagram hiding likes. I know YouTube, Facebook, anything to do with COVID, it has the banner under it saying, click here for official COVID information. So, and those are all the little, in economic terms, the nudges. towards getting people to think about misinformation and disinformation and to, question where they're getting things from. And so I think those are, really important, perhaps like the most important way of immediately in the short term combating this. And then in the long term, yeah, absolutely. I love the idea of education and everything.
Thanks so much for that comment, Elliot. I think we actually will wrap up with that. And I think there's some really great comments coming in surrounding the engagement and education and good quality education as well, which remains ever important as we kind of go into a world that is a bit more ever complex and full of noise. So thanks everyone for a great session and the fascinating perspectives and certainly the audience engagement so far. See you in the next session.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Well, we're in the home stretch now, aren't we, folks? That was just fascinating. And it was good also to see Sunita not in a code development workshop for a change. We've been spending a lot of time working on the E-Safety Commission's codes for the new work in the area of the serious harm online and the Online Safety Act. Our last session here for today is on DNS abuse. So we're sort of bringing our topics through into the different areas. The moderator for this next session is Chris Dispayne. So hi, Chris. It's been, I can't see your window. There you are. It's been such a while since I've seen you. It's sponsored by Affiliates, which I thought had been taken over by Donuts. So aren't we sponsored by Affiliates or Donuts now? Anyway, we're discussing the efforts within the domain name industry to counteract DNS abuse, both nationally and internationally. So the session will discuss what DNS abuse is, the domain name system abuse, the efforts within the domain name industry to counteract it nationally and internationally, and what's happening in the law enforcement area. And before I hand over, I should also declare that I'm actually a member of the board of the Public Interest Registry. So for full transparency, weoperate.org, but I'm not participating in this panel. Over to Chris. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Narelle. It's good to see you. I hope you can hear me okay. Greetings from a dark, but then it's hardly surprising given the time, UK. I'm Chris Dispayne. I'm delighted to be able to be moderating this panel on DNS abuse. This topic is talked about a lot, but most people actually don't know what DNS abuse is. In the sort of rarefied world of the domain name game, it's discussed a lot. But in the same way that we all refer to the internet when we actually mean the World Wide Web, or we actually mean email, all kinds of online abuse tend to get called internet or DNS abuse. So the purpose of this panel is basically to talk about, if it's online, does that mean it's domain name or internet abuse? And we've got three perfectly formed panelists who are going to go through three brief sessions with you, 6 to 8 minutes. And then we're going to see if anybody has anything that they'd like to ask or have a discussion. So Alan Woods from Donuts is going to kick us off by talking about what DNS abuse actually is. Bruce Tonkin from Outer is going to talk about the efforts of the industry to counteract DNS abuse. And then Henry Shirer from the AFP, the Australian Federal Police, is going to talk about what's happening at the pointy end, where he actually has to deal with the stuff that comes across his desk as DNS abuse. And hopefully at the end of that session, we'll be able to take questions and have discussion with everybody that's in the room. So let's start with Alan. And Alan, over to you.
Thanks very much, Chris. And thank you very much for the invite for this panel. So my name is Alan Woods. I am Senior Compliance and Policy Manager in Donuts Registry. And I have the unenviable task today of describing in 6 to 8 minutes what is DNS abuse, which is not an easy thing to do. But let me I suppose, jump straight in and say that Chris has actually set up quite nicely, and that is one of the biggest difficulties in defining what DNS abuse is actually delineating between the concept of what is internet abuse and then what is that subset of what DNS abuse is, or domain name system abuse is specifically. I think before we get into what elements that we as a kind of a registry operator needs to look at, or as a registrar as well, we need to think of, the power that can be held by a registry operator. Now, we have the ability to take down entire websites from the internet, and we need to be very careful because our actions, we need to be tempered. We need to make sure that we're taking an appropriate action at the right time, because there can be a lot of collateral damage from a very blunt instrument, and that is just removing the resolution of a domain name. So when we're talking about the ability of a registry to interfere or to deal with DNS abuse, we need to make sure that we are the appropriate party. And that has caused an awful lot of discussion, I think, within the DNS industry, because yes, we can take it down, but should we take it down at a particular time, or are there other more appropriate parties that can take it down? Because you just think of the DNS system as having several layers, and the registry and the registrar will be at the bottom of that. On top of us, we've got mail service providers, we've got hosting providers, we have content delivery networks like Cloudflare, and we have an awful lot of layers above us where a more direct action can be taken against elements of abuse. So with that in mind, when we deal with DNS abuse and when we define DNS abuse, we must be so tempered in our approach. So that's why when you hear an awful lot when registries and registrars talk about abuse, we talk about technical abuse of the DNS and not necessarily internet abuse or online abuse. And that links us then to just kind of several different ones. And for us as a registry and a GTLD registry with contracts with ICANN, there is always the same things that kind of come up, and they are the concepts of phishing, farming, malware, and botnets. And these were kind of the core ideas that are in the ICANN contracts. So that was never giving us an awful lot of information. That was the limit to which it was said within the contracts. So about two and a half years ago, kind of a group of people within the industry got together and said, okay, how do we define this properly? How do we get a bit more clarity? How do we draw crystal clear lines as to where a registry deals with abuse or not? And we came up with the framework to address abuse, or as we call it, the DNS abuse framework. And you can see it on dnsabuseframework.org. And in that, we decided that we would draw the delineation between three different types of abuse. And the first one is the DNS abuse, as we have described it already. So that is the malware, the phishing, the farming, and the botnets. And I will have a little discussion about them, time along another 5 or 6 minutes. But we also added on another one, and that was spam. Now, spam is another very interesting one. I'll start with that because it's probably the one that is the most, what's the word I'm looking for? The most controversial is the word I'm looking for. Spam is not necessarily DNS abuse. It is the use of a domain name to send an email. And therefore, it is not a DNS abuse. It is an abuse of a mail server provider. However, we know that there are elements of the DNS abuse that needs to be dealt with when it comes to spam. So the DNS abuse framework added in a line that said, spam is DNS abuse where it is a delivery mechanism for one of the other 5 abuses, or well, 4 abuses, should I say. So the next thing we decided was, yes, there are elements where a registry operator can or cannot intervene, but there's also areas where a registry operator should perhaps intervene. And these are when we're talking about website content abuses, things that are not necessarily within the remit of a registry operator, but where it relates to something that's occurring on a website. And where time is of the essence in an awful lot of these, we do think that a registry operator might be the appropriate party to intervene. So the obvious example of that is where there is an immediate harm or immediate and credible threat of harm to individuals. So child sexual abuse material is one of those areas of website content abuse that where if we were the party that was approached and it was appropriate for us to do so, then we will of course take action to mitigate something as heinous as that. So with that, let me just go very quickly then through the other forms. And that is to start with phishing is one that we see kind of the most as a registry operator. And that is where the actual domain name is being used to trick people into thinking that they're on a different website, that they're on a website that relates to a bank or relates to a well-known brand or a well-known store. And you log in and they're trying to take the credentials from you by trickery and pretending to be another site. So phishing is kind of one of those bread and butter things that, even though it is technically content abuse, it is also something that we use an awful lot, we see an awful lot, and we believe that we should intervene as a registry operator because of the element of use of that particular, the domain name. The next one is malware. That is where the actual domain name is used as a means to put malicious code, or malicious code gets onto people's machines, or there's some other form of, a Trojan or some other thing that allows, again, using that domain name as an entryway that they can allow, these bad actors would allow bad code or malware or Trojans to get through onto your computer. Botnets is the next one. Botnets being something that's very much, again, it's another delivery mechanism. It's easiest way to think of it is kind of like there's one kind of command and control domain that then sends messages out to a whole raft of other domains, and they can be used to, deliver DDoS or distributed denial of service or some other means of malware. I'm a lawyer, I'm not a technical person, but I do understand that botnets do occur, of course. And then farming is the last one, which is in our list. And farming is a weird one because it is considered to be kind of a man in the middle attack. Now, that's a very technical term even for me, but effectively it is where when you go to a domain name, you are brought to a specific site. However, if you can get between the person on the computer and that site and redirect it to a different site and then use a domain name to make it look like you've gone to the right site, that is what farming is. It is kind of a DNS poisoning. But ultimately, when it comes to a registry, it would look like a fish to us at the end of the day, because we'd be looking at that ultimate site and saying, well, this is, again, a trust issue. They're pretending to be somebody. So in my 8 years of being in this position, I've never actually dealt with a farming attack, because it would always present to me to be a phishing attack. So that's where we are with the DNS abuse as we see it from a registry operator point of view. I'm going to stop there. There's plenty more I could talk about, but that's kind of the whirlwind tour through that.
Thanks, Alan. That's a useful start to talk about what the industry or what the registries and the registrars choose to define DNS abuse as. And we're going to go to Bruce now to talk about the efforts to counteract it. Bruce is going to talk to us for about 8 minutes. I know that's a tough call, Bruce, but over to you. If you can get yourself off mute. Well done. It's all yours, mate.
And can you see my shared screen? Is that working?
It is indeed.
Perfect. Okay. First of all, I'd just cover a couple of the challenges and therefore kind of what the industry is doing about those challenges. So one of the challenges, particularly for an internet user and certainly people from law enforcement community, is that there are multiple parties involved in providing a website or email services that are referenced by a domain name. And they typically consist of the registry, which is the database of domain names. So, for example, the database of domain names for .au. Then there are registrars, which are companies that have been authorised to connect to that database. And in Australia, there are, I think, about roughly 35 companies that are authorised to connect to the registry. And they're the ones that actually insert names into the registry and validate the domain name information. Then there are resellers, which vary quite a lot. They vary from telecommunications companies to law firms, web developers, web hosting companies, or digital marketing companies. And they use a registrar to register domain names on behalf of their customers. Then there are web hosting companies that host the content of a website. And then there are email service providers that allow people to send and receive email. And part of the difficulty when trying to report DNS abuse is who do you report it to? In some cases, there are 5 or 6 service providers involved in providing a website that you would visit through a web browser. And these different roles are not clear to the typical user. It's difficult to know where to report DNS abuse, and difficult to understand the roles and responsibilities of all these players. So that's the sort of challenge from a user trying to report abuse. And then if I look at the challenges from a service provider that receives a report, so some of the typical challenges here is that it's hard to verify the type of abuse. So often you'll get a report from somebody saying, I want you to take down this domain name, xyz.com.au, full stop, because I think it's bad, and that's the only information you have. The other thing is that people commonly confuse the DNS abuse issues that Alan took us through with content issues. So most registries and registrars get complaints about trademark infringement, get complaints about misleading and deceptive conduct by a company that is operating a website. There's copyright infringement complaints. There are complaints about defamatory statements or images. There's illegal products that might be getting sold on a website, like illegal drugs. There might be illegal images of various things. And so these commonly come to us, and again, you simply get the request to take down the content, when actually it's not a DNS issue, it's an issue of the content that's been provided by the registrar, and there are various law enforcement agencies empowered to take action on those different types of content. The other challenge is that often to be able to investigate, for example, a phishing site, you need the specific URL. So not just the domain name, but where in the website is the phishing site appearing, so that you can validate that it genuinely is a phishing site. There's also a challenge between distinguishing cases where the domain name itself has been maliciously registered, and usually a registry and registrar can take action on that basis, versus a valid website that's been hacked. And we see this very commonly in the .au namespace, where the reports are the actual website is a legitimate website, it's a legitimate small business. It's been built by a web developer some years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and they haven't kept the software patched, and the website then gets hacked, and it starts getting content. Could be a phishing site built within an existing small business website, could be malware that's loaded up onto that small business website. And so again, without the specific information about the exact URL, it's hard to work out which party should be responsible for taking action. And finally, the roles and responsibilities aren't clear to people. So if it's a legitimate website that's been hacked, who's responsible for fixing that? Is it the registrar that is officially registered as the holder of the domain name? Is it their web developer? Is it the hosting company? Is it the reseller that the hosting company has used? Is it the registrar, or is it the registry? And generally, the higher up that chain you go, the more brute force the approach. So a registry can delete a domain name, but there may be many websites underneath that domain name. And I was thinking of an analogy. It's a little bit like if there was a high-rise apartment building, and it was found that one of those apartments was using electricity to grow marijuana in one of those apartments, and it would be complaining to the electricity company and asking the electricity company to shut down the electricity for the entire apartment block, even though it's only one individual apartment that is breaking the law. So the best action really is the party that's closest to the registrar, and typically the basis for a service provider to take down a domain name is governed by the terms and conditions of their service agreement. And the conditions that a hosting company will have, or an email service company will have, is generally far more comprehensive than the terms and conditions that might be available at the, let's say, the .au domain policy level. And so the party that's closest to the customer probably has the most scope to take action. So having looked at those challenges, then what are some of the solutions. So the DNS Abuse Institute has been set up to look at this problem from a global perspective. And the three main initiatives, the first one really is to provide better education for both registries and registrars on best practices that they can take to reduce DNS abuse and take down websites. It's also intended to provide information for agencies like law enforcement to help them identify where they should go to lodge their abuse report and the sort of information they need to provide in that abuse report. The second initiative is a concept of having a centralised reporting tool that asks the right questions. So if you wanted to submit a report about phishing, it would actually take you through a series of questions to get the necessary information that would allow a registry or registrar or reseller or hosting company to take action on that information. And then the second thing that tool can do once it receives a report is intelligently identify which service provider should receive that report that has the most chance to take action on that report, and hopefully avoid duplication, because the other thing that you get is multiple parties reporting the same issue, and that ties up your abuse mitigation teams. And then finally, the aim of the Abuse Institute is to provide better information. Part of that is providing information on the number of domain names where there's evidence of DNS abuse rather than just merely a report, and also distinguishes between cases where the underlying website's been compromised versus a malicious registration. And then finally, in the .au namespace, which I'm responsible for, one of our key projects here in our strategic plan was driving down DNS abuse. We're currently sitting on about 0.04% of domains that have been reported as DNS abuse, and we're trying to get a factor of 10 improvement in that level of abuse. And we're looking forward to the CART system that's been developed by the DNS Abuse Institute that will allow us to receive better abuse reports. We've built our own daily reports to detect domain names that appear at face value to be potentially involved in some form of DNS abuse. We're developing processes to analyse those reports, looking at what we can do under our existing licensing rules to either suspend or cancel names, and then potentially in about a year's time, probably refining the licensing rules to make it easier for everybody to deal with DNS abuse. So thank you, Chris, and back to you.
Thank you, Bruce. And finally, let's go to Henry, who's, as I said, going to talk to us about the pointy end. Henry, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So, I mean, I guess I'm pretty happy to start with that. My notes are pretty much in line, and I'm on the same page as everyone else so far.
Excellent. Well, don't worry, we'll create some confrontation at some point during the next 20 minutes, I promise.
Fantastic. So, I guess by way of introduction and background, my name's Henry. I'm a technical analyst with the cybercrime operations team in Melbourne with the Federal Police, Australian Federal Police. So we, the Australian Federal Police obviously has quite a large remit of cross Commonwealth law, but as a member of cybercrime, we focus specifically on section 10.7 of the Commonwealth Criminal Code and some other offending that sort of sits alongside, but it's typically unauthorized access, modification or impairment offences, and then a lot of fraud offences where a significant portion of the sort of enabling aspect of the offence is quite technology driven. So as a technical analyst, I'm not a sworn member of the investigations team. I sit alongside police officers, and we sort of work in a multidisciplinary way to try and bridge a bit of that gap and get everyone on the same page. So what I would talk today is very much driven as sort of my exposure at an operational level as opposed to a more policy side of the house. And I thought I'd just cover through some of the themes that we see, reported to us for investigation, and how that correlates with what industry is talking about. So what I'd start with is probably the most prevalent or frustrating issue for the general public, and that's phishing or spam campaigns across Australia. We see typically, or the ones that seem to catch the most attention are SMS campaigns, but they obviously come across in other manners as well. But we would describe a phishing campaign as a malicious domain that's purporting to be a legitimate service provider, be it financial or other services. To give you a bit of a scale on the idea, the scale of the problem we see, in a recent investigation we ran, we were able to see in excess of 10,000 SMS messages sent out to individual members of the Australian public over just a 2-week period. And that was quite a small subset of one criminal syndicate. So, in this instance, we see the domain as sort of a critical aspect to the offence, but it's an enabling aspect. Once the phishing campaign's run and someone's fallen victim clicked on the link and submitted the detail, the actual fraud, the offence that might fall out of it can happen quite a lot longer, quite a lot in the future. But that phishing domain is this sort of critical part of the offence. From a law enforcement perspective, what we see now, and particularly around SMS campaigns, is with the prevalence of mobile phones now in everyone's hands, or in their pockets at least, for every waking hour, the speed at which a campaign is able to be rolled out and people start clicking on the links and falling victim, providing their personal financial information or passwords or whatever it is that our malicious actors are looking for, means that with the takedown processes, it becomes a bit of an arms race as to how fast you can prevent people clicking on the link versus the speed at which a new domain can be created, set up, and kicked off on a new campaign. We also see a lot of malware and ransomware spread through DNS abuse and the domains. And as Bruce and Ellen were saying, a lot of the times it's not only maliciously registered domains, but it's compromised domains. It's businesses, Australian or international, that have fallen victim that their servers have obviously had some sort of exploit available, and something's been uploaded onto it. And we find the issue there is, as everyone's spoken about, how do you go about preventing the spread of that when taking down or impairing access to that site would also have quite commercial outcomes. So we see typically malware and ransomware spread through the same mediums that we'd see phishing and spam campaigns out. So a lot of SMS, a lot of email as well. Everyone's probably received over the last few months, one of those voicemail messages that has a dodgy link with a .php file in the URL, and typically there it's a compromised domain. But in those instances, we're also seeing complicating factors like domain generation algorithms, DGAs, or fast flux techniques to sort of make even just a general takedown process, a complete game of whack-a-mole for a law enforcement perspective. And a third area that I thought would sort of bring up from an Australian business perspective would be business email compromise. And I'd sort of put this in the phishing campaign, but more of a very targeted, spear phishing style criminal offence that we see. And we talk, again, we're talking about spoofing legitimate businesses, but then, in this instance, it's not large scale distribution. It's very targeted. They try and interject themselves inside a typical business transaction and try and, divert. Typically, normally it's divert funds from, their intended destination to a third party that's obviously not part of the process. And in those instances, we see domains, they're much harder to detect in terms of a DNS abuse, because whilst they might be impersonating a business, they don't stick out like a banking phishing campaign that's been distributed to 10 or 20,000 people over a 24-hour period and reported 100 times to a spam website. They very much run under the radar until it's too late. And this is the sort of area where we might see the .au space come into play, where it's not large campaigns, but because it's such a targeted process, there is that effort to go through the extra hurdles of getting a .au registration up and providing, normally it's false data through the registration. And once we pick that up, it's very quick to go away. But again, with domain abuse from a law enforcement side, once it's detected, often the purpose of that has already occurred. So you can take it down, but the damage is done. So how do you detect, from a law enforcement perspective, we're saying, we'd be very keen to work out ways to detect it before, a member of the public falls victim to the purpose of the dodgy domain. So, just a couple of further observations that, my team has come up with from a, DNS side of the house. We've seen obviously a few extra complications in the last few years as GDPR rolled out and the WHOIS database sort of lost a lot of the data that was, previously available to us, alongside an increase in prevalence in, DNS privacy services, where people can quite easily hide who they are, be it false information or legitimate information. And we obviously see cooperation in the area as critical to working in this space in the future. And, a comment, I'd say because of the issue where it's a timeliness problem, and once it's been reported, often the damage is done, we'd say education. And how do we educate the public that, how do you tell the difference between a legitimate link and a dodgy link? What do you click on? What don't you click on? It's going to do just as much to prevent the problem as extra regulations or anything there. I will stop there. Those are my sort of initial notes, Chris.
Henry, thank you. That's fantastic, and thank you all for your presentations and for keeping them brief enough for us to be able to go and deal with some questions. There have been some questions in the chat, and I know that Alan and Bruce have typed some answers to those. I've got one in the chat from Paul Schindler, which I'm going to get to in a second. But Narelle popped a question into the not into the Q&A, into the chat, which I just wanted to bring up, which was, it was actually addressed to Bruce, but others as well. Have you ever seen a domain name declared as defamatory, e.g. personname.sucks, or even more explicit accusations? I'm not sure what declared as defamatory means, but if you mean it's actually been tested in law, I don't think it has, but there are lots of domains out there that might be deemed to be defamatory. Bruce, do you have a thought on that?
I haven't actually seen a case where the defamatory content is in the domain name itself. So it doesn't say John Smith is horrible.com.au. But what we certainly have seen quite a lot with politician names is that people register the name of a politician they don't like, and they certainly put content that the politician wouldn't like on that website. So whether it's defamatory or not's another matter. But that's something.
Specifically in Australia, I seem to remember that there was at some point we dealt with an issue with Stephen Conroy, who I think at the time was the communications minister, where there was a site selling products like mugs with Stephen Conroy sucks written on them and stuff like that. So, but that's perhaps an example of something that, hanging on a domain name that's called, rudemugs.com.au, which is a perfectly acceptable domain name, and in fact meets the policy if what they do is sell rude mugs. It's quite hard to see how that would be DNS abuse. Alan, did you want to say something about that? Or
Yeah, I think the only thing I can really add to that is, as kind of a registry or a registrar, when it comes to these things, it's very hard for us to be the judge, jury, and executioner. It's not our place to say what is defamatory or not. And this is sometimes it goes against my better nature because, I would love to be able to take down certain sites that come up on abuse reports, but at the end of the day, as a registry operator, it would be the wrong decision for me to take. So we sometimes have to defer to, you know, better people than myself, such as, you know, law enforcement, judges, things like that, where we can then say, that is actually defamatory as opposed to a claim of defamation.
Yeah. Thanks, Alan. Narelle, I can see your hand is up. I'm just going to go to the question that Paul Schindler's in the Q&A, and then we'll come back to you. Paul says, Alan or other panelists, you mentioned instances where a registry or registrar should act using their blunt tool in response to identified abuse. The abuse framework also uses this wording, referring to action in response to credible and specific notice. How do registries and registrars verify that the approaching parties are credible, authoritative? Thanks for that, Paul. Legitimate? Is it just chains of trust, or is it more than that? Do you want to have a crack at that first, Alan?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I suppose the simple answer to that is we look at the evidence first, not the person who's sending it. We see what evidence is provided to us. How are they establishing whether or not there is an immediate threat in their own mind? So I can give one very quick example where I did take down the content, and that was during the troubles in Hong Kong. And there was a site which specifically somebody complained about because it showed the names of protesters, the addresses of protesters, which ordinarily I'm like, okay, that is still something we need to work with law enforcement on. But they did point out that there was target reticules over the faces of those people. And they said that represented an immediate threat to those individuals' safety, because it was a suggestion that they were to be, you know, harmed in some way. And in that instance, the evidence there was overwhelmingly in support of us intervening, because that was an immediate threat to those people. But it really, there are people, of course, if law enforcement does approach, there are levels of credibility that we can build in, and we can talk to trusted notifiers, and we are absolutely open to that. But generally speaking, it's the evidence that speaks.
And at the GTLD level, certainly, Paul, there's a lot of work being done on how you establish trusted notifiers and what needs to be put in place. The challenge is trying to find a way to do that that's across organizations. It's not that hard for Donuts or for Alda or for whoever to say that we have a trusted notifier relationship with, you know, just say Henry or the AFP. It's quite challenging to make that across all companies, and so, you know, there's work being done on that. Narelle, go ahead.
Sorry about that quick delay there. The reason why I asked the question about defamation is simply because we are currently going through a review of that here in Australia, and some model legislation has been put forward. And I've been in the difficult situation of trying to explain to a range of legislators about this whole concept of infrastructure-based takedowns, and that a website is different to a domain name, and where would they draw that line between you know, an innocent dissemination of, which is a reasonable excuse for defamation, if somebody has put a defamatory domain name in their DNS through just the simple action of caching and making available. So where do folks think that line should be drawn, and what sort of processes do we think should be in place before such an action might have to happen, you know, where a takedown happens because of a defamation act?
I have one thing to say, which is just to build on what you just said. I remember when we were bringing IDNs in originally back in 2007, 8, and 9, one of the concerns was that behind the script is effectively a bunch of ASCII text, because in order for it to code in, it needs to, even though what you see is, say, the Chinese script or Cyrillic, behind that is a bunch of ASCII. And there were concerns that people would actually register a domain name in Cyrillic, that if you got behind it and read it, it actually said, you know, President Putin is something very rude. And so there's not, you know, there's layer upon layer upon layer of problems with that. Does anybody else want to respond to the defamation point that Narelle made? Or have you? No one's prepared to say anything in case it's defamatory.
Yeah, in case it's defamatory. Well, I mean, I think from a .au perspective, we wouldn't actually take any action on whether the website is defamatory or not. We'd take action on whether the person that's holding that domain name is eligible for it. And so in some of the politician scenarios, we've taken down names because it's an opposing political party that actually doesn't have any rights to use that name. So we're not looking at the content of the website. We're just saying it's the policy, not a business, and therefore you can't have a .com.au. So therefore the name gets deleted.
Yeah. There's a question in the chat for Henry, and I'd like to also sort of add on to that question. So Henry, it says, it's from Nicola Nye. It says, sounds like DNS abuse and friends. That's a yes. Is not really enforceable from an LEA perspective. How much use is it to report to the AFP versus feeding back into RBL tooling?
So I think there's a lot of value in reporting it. Obviously, from an AFP perspective, there's the side of how we go about disrupting an offending occurring, but ultimately, from a law enforcement perspective, and it's not just the AFP, it's law enforcement across the world, our ultimate task is to identify the people behind the DNS abuse, and hopefully be able to go down a court process to charge them for with offences that are that ultimately fall out. So whilst there's a lot of issues around the immediacy of domain abuse and DNS abuse, and how it is in a very it causes damage in a very timely manner without reporting offences, where law enforcement as a whole is stuck without visibility of what's occurring out there, and our ability to identify offenders and bring about court processes is very damaged. So whilst we see a lot of technical difficulties, I'd strongly encourage reporting everything, because that's the only way you get the whole picture.
Helps you build up your database of what's going on,
and this sort of offending, it's not each individual act of DNS abuse is not a new offender. So the reality is that there's groups of people who 20 different instances probably fall under one person or one group, and without all of those instances, we might not be able to piece together enough to identify.
Henry, and I'm conscious that we've only got a couple of minutes left, but with the demise, whether it's temporary or not, it's a global level of who is. Let's assume for the moment that it's going to not be with us for some time at least. With the demise of that, one of the challenges globally with providing information to law enforcement, and I'm being specific about law enforcement as opposed to anyone else, is all very well in Australia. We know, Australia knows who you are, Australia knows who the AFP are, etc. They don't necessarily know that a guy in a small town in Texas who's a sheriff may or may not actually be entitled to the data. How important do you think it is that we work that industry and law enforcement work together to come up with some kind of methodology that enables cross-border data to be passed to law enforcement under certain circumstances?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be incredibly supportive of the actions. Obviously, as a team member in an operations team, a lot of that would fall to other areas of the AFP, the more policy-centric sides, to work out the details. But I think the processes that are in place now and potential manners that you can go about requesting that data are not overly timely, and where we can get information in a more timely manner, we can go about our investigations in a more timely manner as well. So
thanks,
I think it would be fantastic.
Thank you. We're winding up. Anyone got any last comments that they want to make? Bruce or Alan? No reason why you have to, but if you do, no? Okay, well, in that case, I'm just going to address, there's a comment in the chat from Justin Warren, which says, I'm unclear on how providing more noise to law enforcement helps them figure out what action to take. I think the answer to that, Justin, is it's not noise, it's data. It's all information, it's all valuable. They may not necessarily be able to do anything, but they can build a picture. And I think it's the building of that picture that's the most valuable point. It's the sort of similar to what law enforcement always used to tell us about who is, which is, yes, a lot of the information in who is may be inaccurate, but you'd be surprised on how valuable inaccurate data can be. So it's a sort of similar sort of thing. I think just any data is helpful to law enforcement to build a picture. Alan, go ahead.
It is actually in response to the new question in the pod, and I thought I'd answer it very quickly, if that's okay. And I think it ties up into this concept of, yes, it is important that we go to the correct layer at the right time. We're not saying that registries or registrars don't have a place to play in the dealing with DNS abuse, but this concept of interoperability, that we need to have better communication, better education, understanding where somebody should send a complaint to at the right time so that you can get the fastest response. And that's on us just as much as it is everybody else, making sure people know where to report. And I think that's where the DNS Abuse Institute will absolutely excel as well.
Super. Thank you, Alan. Thank you all very much indeed. It's been a pleasure to be able to host and moderate this session. I hope it's been useful for everybody, and back now to whoever I'm supposed to be handing back to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I'm going to just wrap up NetThing Day 1 very, very quickly. And on behalf of the NetThing committee, I'd just like to thank everyone who has come along to today's event. We hope that you enjoyed all the sessions, and that you'll join us again tomorrow for Day 2 of the program. The day will start at 10 a.m. and up first we have Johanna Weaver, who's giving our keynote address on maturing the tech policy ecosystem. We also have 8 sessions on topics such as trust in digital platforms, blockchain domains, protecting at-risk voices online, best practices for consent and safety in adult content distribution, and mass surveillance and democracy. So we certainly have some interesting topics still remaining as part of the program. And I'd like to say a huge thanks to all of our speakers, our steering committee, and also our sponsors for helping us to run today's event. And I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's program and to seeing you all participate in the discussion. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
Recording stopped.